Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. We are in the finals. Day number 2 is where we are at. And of course, joining me along is going to be Ankit to take us through once again. Dude, it has been an amazing start, but
Exactly.
now things are going to get that much more heated up, right? Because
Sure.
yesterday we saw some incredible plays being showcased from the entire lobby, but yesterday was sort of like a warm up to get into the finals. But now the things have started steaming up.
Exactly. And in that warm up, I guess it was TRZ that really heated up properly towards the
True.
end of the day. It was 7C that started off with the flyer, A1 Esports making a comeback, and every team just trying to gel with that game up. But my eyes today will be set up how Venom Legends are gonna be coming because A1
Yes.
Esports, the first three games was not their game. They were just looking off colored. They were just unsettled. But once they found themselves in the group, they were just good to go. We just saw their players and the team actually eventually in the last circle again and again. Then Venom Legend, I guess it was not their game and their gameplay yesterday. But talking about that, what other teams are playing for? This is what they are playing for: 30,000, massive total prize pool that is on the stake. The team that gets to the first place gets $10,000, and consecutively it keeps decreasing. But each and every team will be at least getting $500 in the bag.
Most certainly, and for that, of course, the teams are going to be happy that they will be walking away with at least some of the money. But of course, when you have $10,000 that you can be a part of, $5,000 if you're second, $3,500 if you're going to be third, so that is a huge taking and undertaking. And in that, of course, TRZ Esports are looking to genuinely just be on that first
Exactly.
podium finish, so to say, with the sort of consistent gameplay that they're showcasing. But yep, along with that, when it comes to that consistency, we've seen that working along with the kill factor has been the reason why teams like A1 Esports and of course TRZ Esports have been so phenomenal. Now, yesterday we did also see, as you were just mentioning about Venom Legends, Venom Legends did chime into the action as well after the two teams were taken care of the first two games, where indeed it was 7C Esports. So again, guys ought to be brought down towards 7C Esports and their performance as well, because they had a steamroll start, but now as things have been sort of kind of set in motion, it is going to be based on how the second day turns out to be, because today is
Exactly.
kind of like that middle ground. By the end of today, we find the middle ground for these teams, and well, again, I mean, it's absolutely crazy and bonkers because we, of course, are going to be playing 6 games. And in those 6 games, yesterday, we saw a team like TRZ Sports and the likes, right? The first three teams themselves were almost at the verge of reaching that 100-digit marker or 3-digit marker
Yeah.
when it comes to the total points. So the aggressive stance is genuinely fearsome in this lobby.
Exactly, but I was just want to talk about one thing, and that is going to be in the semifinals or quarterfinals, right? We got to see it was easy to score those 100 points, maybe just in 4 matches, 5 matches. But as you perfectly just mentioned, that the teams are inching towards a 3-digit marker, but till now, the team that is even sitting on the first position is yet not having that amount of total points that can get close towards the 100. They will be getting show for today's game, but six game was certainly not too pretty much for them. But talking about all the teams that are playing for today, and obviously for the finale, the 16 teams on our TV screen are coming one by one. Bad Intention, 7Cs, XBROTHERS. We have TRZRA. So TRZRA, this is the team that actually got in the second match, the second position, but then somewhere down the line, they just lost their way. Eventually, there was a chance, I guess, in the game of Sanhok where they could have come close towards that, but that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Talking about some of the team, and that is going to be Kings of BD for sure. Now, this team,
Oh,
Kings of
yes,
BD,
right.
we have seen in yesterday's game, the first three game, it was just the 3 minute on the clock, and they were good to go. Not in just terms of their movement, in terms of commotion they were creating. That was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, in yesterday's gameplay, if you had to ask me, I'll be honest with the first 5 minutes, it was Kings of BD that was trying to dominate the lobby, but then it was just not easy for them as rest of the team tried pouncing upon them. But talking about the overall ranking, we have 7Cs Esports, the giant, on the top, still 2 points away and shy from the 3-digit markup. Then follows TRZ Esports 96, A1 Esports 90. So 98, 96, 90 is the storyline that is shared between 7Cs, TRZ Esports, and A1 Esports at the end of day one finals. And then we get to see 29 points drop by Venom Legends.
Exactly, and therefore, as you were perfectly mentioning as well, when it comes to VNM Legends and their performance today, they better pick up their pace. And again, I mean, when it comes down to them being part of the lobby with the likes of 7C and even Esports, it is a tough situation. But yesterday also, they were making strides and were making progress. Just hope that today, when it comes to the teams that are above them, they don't end up going on to a complete different bonkers sort of a gameplay. I mean, right here, we do see 6 games that 7C as well as the first TRC have played yesterday have resulted with them leaving 98 points and 96 points respectively. And that too, again, when you talk about the average survival time, it is less for 7C Esports. So even though the average survival time was less for GSM, eventually the aggressive stance that they were able to make ended up resulting in 9,197 damage that they were able to dish out throughout the gameplay. And that again basically
Sure.
showcases that 7C Esports is wanting to build up a different momentum for themselves, and that momentum has been
Yeah.
in their favor. But now, will it be the same for second day? It is going to be an answer that I believe the teams in the lobby are certainly going to be showcasing to the likes of 7C.
Exactly, as you just perfectly mentioned, all sort of answers or questions will be answered for today eventually at the end, as we will be traversing it throughout the course of all 6 matches. But one thing that was pretty much evident from that head to head that we just got to see between TRZ Esports and 7Cs, that was average survival time was 1.5 minute more of TRZ Esports as compared to
Right.
7Cs. But the kill difference was pretty much more, as we got to see it was sort of 5 to 6. So it is evident that 7Cs, they just jump in, they just go for that early approach. The only objective for them is to get the kill secured as much as possible, and that is pretty much justified when we got to see their kill numbers, because that is highest and maximum in terms of what they have secured, as the rest of the lobby are still at. But it's not yet
True.
done. Just the first day, A1 Esports, as you have been talking about, the engine have now started being heated up, and as you just tank up all these players, we will get to see more and more fuel that will be added to that fire. And once that is added, they will be exploding for sure. Because A1 Esports, I mean, they won't spare any team for it, because even esports, I mean, just imagine the 2-3 game was not in their favor at 15th position. One good game, Lotta, you saw yesterday, 33 or 34 points, and straight away a big jump onto the third position, and then it was looking just fantastic for them. Exactly, and as we were just talking about all these stuffs, I really want to talk about some other team, and that is going to be of Kings of BD, especially because this was a team I was really wanting to talk about, but things were really not looking good in the early stage of the game. Kings of BD was a team that really tried to take the fight in its own hand. Bots and Pajamas is also a team that really has some good sort of experience that they find there on their collar, and they
True.
have a lot of experience. They have played some tournaments in the past, and since they have played, seen the whole of the journey, I guess now is the time that they really need to talk and think and actually figure out their rotation, because somewhere down the line, I guess they get stuck once they are trying to come from Severny. It's not every time that the zone favors them, but I guess somewhere down the line we have seen a lot of Eastern and Western circle. So still there is
Yes.
not a lot of impediment that comes into their way. But since teams like IPG, 7Cs likes to drop down the area of Georgia Pool, and since Severny is close, not close, but the rotation from where Boston Pajamas try to take in, they get stuck either that place or maybe in that place of Rozok, where X Brothers actually have their favorite drop location. And talking about more, we have bad intention in the same vicinity around the school apartment. So a lot of things to actually talk and think about if we talk about the one team that is going to be of Bots and Pajamas and other bad intention. So what do you think bad intention will come up? Because you perfectly mentioned in yesterday's gameplay that bad intentions, they are pretty much clear with the intentions. They are trying to take up the fight, but it seems that we are heading towards the first map of the day. That is going to be of the Erangel, as for sure, as we have seen the 6 game Erangel and 3 Erangel, 2 Miramar, and then 1 Sanhok. Here we go. After you, Butter.
Well. Let's get this journey started for day number 2 of the finals indeed. And this is going to be an exhilarating start for the side of A1 Esports, because this team likes to absolutely, when it comes down to the way they get their drop location set up onto the map of Erangel, is well spread out. And well spread out means that all 4 players go on to their own individual compounds, get the loot segregated for themselves individually, And pretty much every single time they're able to do so with such synergy and ease. There's
Yeah,
absolutely no team that brings in that contestation against the likes of A1 Esports, at least as far as the drop location is concerned. And this is the kind of drop location that we see them in, which is almost like a T triangle that they end up creating. But as we move on along to other teams, we shall have to see what sort of area did they end up faltering down towards. Again, just in a few minutes, I'm sure the map is going to be brought onto our screens. And again, talking about the way the game is supposed to be played out today. Of course, A1 Esports is going to be wanting to retaliate and dominate, get themselves on top of the leaderboard. But of course, with that, we do have 7C as well, who are, of course, on the military base, and that is what they love to do. But well, never mind that. We seem to be part of a first encounter that has taken on, and the first blood seems to be coming in from the region of Bad Intentions. We were talking about this team, and it is none other than IPG's Mehfooz YT, who has been brought down to his knees, but the skill has not been confirmed. Of course, Sincere is going to be there to provide that cover fire and retaliation against the likes of Bad Intentions. But Bad Intentions, even though they did take on the fight, have not been able to confirm that kill. And Mehfooz YT, for the moment at least, certainly seems to be safe. Now, talking about the circle itself, I'm liking this fact that the circle has gone on down towards the
exactly.
northern eastern side,
Yeah,
and that is something that we haven't really seen that much of. But
yeah, yeah.
I just hope that it just keeps on faltering onto itself and takes us all the way down to the Asnaya finish, dude.
Maybe we'll get to see because still now in the whole course of this tournament we haven't seen a lot of urban finishes. It was yesterday's last game that eventually I thought it could end, but at the last shift, it just tended to go away from the city and was found in the open. That hill situation, I remember that epic fight. Mamba and when he brought down Sylvester to the deep. But as you were mentioning, I would too love to see more of these circles in today's finals at least. But talking about IPG, so IPG, I mean, I can really feel for them. I'm really, they are in a pitiable position. They have made all those early revivals in their case, but the secondary drop location is certainly nowhere up now, where they won't be any at any particular day would love to clash with 7Cs at the early start of the game, and with the momentum that 7Cs are trying to come in, it's really tough. So IPG, whenever these sort of circles actually come in, straight away, right off the bat, Novo Ripnoy, since they are just not going, that drop is completely taken away from their items of their favorite drop location. And just because of that, we just got to see those clashes with Unstoppable X. So now Unstoppable is also a team that really need to make a comeback because this is a team that really showed the prowess, the caliber of being on the top in the early days of semi-final. Then they just lost with those momentum and they faltered down. But since this is all the finales, the finals, the second day, I guess this is the right time to at least strike the biggest blow of yours. Just try to do something else. Just try to think about the past, to forget about the past, and try to think and find yourself in the present. And I guess if that happens, they will be in a healthy spot for sure.
They most certainly could be. And again, I mean, as we move on into the game, it's just 4.5, 5 minutes into the game for the moment. And of course, things are going to be looking pretty neat for these teams. Because when it comes to the early contestations, we haven't really been a part of that many of them as of now. And again, talking on down, bringing it down towards the team of course, T4M for the moment. We do have Marcos right here getting himself segregated with the DP and Spidey, with the Scar L moving on along to get his loot sorted, along with which, of course, they find themselves very, very close to the circle's edge itself. So, going to be pretty neat for them as far as the location is concerned. For now, it's of course only 5 minutes in, so they still have time before the circle is going to move away from them. But as things move on and progress on along, NRZ Esports, another incredibly talented team that we have seen some incredible wonderful plays coming in, especially from the lad. This is on our screens. That's going to be Liv Vetan, who ends up creating those flank angles for the teams, for his teammates, and ends up actually delivering pretty much every single time as well. And that is something that you do need when it comes down to the games. That these days you need to have that sort of an approach, a synergistic approach into those fights, and that is something that, of course, like I said, NRZ Esports does so gracefully. But on the other tangent, talk about grace, talk about aggression, talk about domination. It is 7C Esports that is completely annihilating the lobby. On the contrary, now observers take us down to a team that we would like to see some aggressive performances from, because the Siren Cloud is capable and have showcased that sort of quick plays earlier as well. And again, I mean, we certainly would want to see that today. The 6 games certainly end up failing Silent Cloud, and they end up being at least in the top 5 pretty much every single game, in top 8. And that is the way we expect Silent Cloud to be able to progress towards that $10,000 prize pool. Even if $10,000 is going to be too far away because of the competition for Silent Cloud, I can expect them to at least come up to the 6th or the 8th position. But we shall see, of course, because 3 days, that means again, I mean, today's game counted, we're looking at 24 games in total that are still remaining for these teams. So 24 games is quite a lot of opportunity. And since every single day we're going to be playing 6 games, it is every single game that counts. And right here, once again, talk about a rivalry that has been created. It was almost at the brink of war, where A1 Esports just crossed RudeDude's Flex's rotation, and had that been a team versus team rotation, probably RudeDudes would have stopped and taken on that fight, and of course the rivalry would have continued on.
I mean, as we have seen in the past, also yesterday's game also a lot of clashes between RudeDude and A1 Esports, and it is bound to happen because RudeDude, where they actually drop down, it's the farm split area, and that is pretty much close to where A1 Esports do jump in. And since now A1 Esports are not only constricted to their earlier drop location, now they are going for that fan out approach, as we can already see 2 3 players right now at the same position, and one player I guess is gone for the flank position, flank angle. So it invites all these clashes at the early stage of the game. And I guess now they have learned that since it was not working for yesterday's gameplay, now they have gone for the rotation in the early start of the game. But still, A1 Esports, I'll have my eyes set upon for these lads, at least this team, because they are going to be powering things up, and with a thumping victory with today's all game all together. But talking about the other team, it is going to be Boston Pajamas, Mr. BBC, holding himself, his nerves high, his confidence high in the game of Erangel. For today's gameplay, Severny is where they drop down, and since now they are trying to rotate and come into the circle, it was shooting range that where they are expected to be. Not a lot of runners waiting in the early stage of the game, because each and every team are stealing at their same, and if they are not, they are using those safer approach, 4 different vehicles, 3 4 buggies, maybe one Dacia, Coupe RV, and there we get to the US with Python just trying to traverse into the zone. This team has actually traversed a long way. Their journey has been long from that military base area, 2 players jumping down to the military base area, 2 on the main island, and now just finding those vehicles into their hand. They are slowly and steadily moving up onto the circle. But one team that will be making the late rotation, that is going to be of ERC. How effective, how healthy, how helpful is it going to be? We have to still wait for that, because these sort of circle, there are a lot of congestions on the southern circle, and if they get caught with any sort of gatekeepers, that can be really a fathomable thing for them.
Well, indeed, and that is something that we've seen from the side of TRZ every single time, and that something is that the late rotation that they end up choosing to do so. But again, I mean, nothing taken away from the side of TRZ, because their performance, even if they bring in that late rotation and stick to the edge, does end up not hampering their flow of skills throughout the games that they are a part of. But moving on down towards the circle itself, really interesting. First time ever that in the national championship of Bangladesh region, we are moving on down towards the northeastern side of the map itself. And finally, we do have fight taken on, and it is going to be none other than Leviathan from NRT taking on the 2 players of Kings of BD. And in doing so, of course, he did try and retaliate, but eventually, of course, was knocked down, being the first man on top of that hood. But eventually, his teammates are going to be there to provide that cover fire, and as they do so, seems like Kings of BD's player will not be having the better half of that fight. Devil's OP is down, but along with him, Megamind is going to be at the back angle to try and take on a fight by himself, but sadly will not be able to do so, as Megamind will also be brought down, thus leaving Kings of BD with 2 players down, 2 players but not looking too good, because the Tiger and Katappa, they are on to a separate region altogether, taking on fight based on the kill feed itself, and we can see that they have been just phenomenal in terms of trying to retaliate against the aggression from NRZ. Beautifully done, and have been able to, of course, bring in the players count for themselves, or in their favor, so to say. On the other tangent, AON Esports also seems to be taking a fight of their own, and it is a fight that Sinister finds himself out in the open. Where one side is, of course, going to be 7Cs, on the other, it seems like it's going to be BIP, but 7C probably could get the better half of this fight if they are going to bring in those crosshairs right at this moment towards Sinister, because he's the only one who's outside. Apart from that, all 3 players will find themselves in the comfort of the compound. So for now, nothing taken away away from Aeon Esports' tally, and all 4 players still surviving without a point confirmed for themselves.
Exactly. Slowly and steadily, when esports making an entry into zone, they are in the zone. One thing is for sure, but how sooner or how later they are going to be striking that first blow, and how effective that is going to be as Dante going for the flank angle. So now this is a player that always try to have that X factor and tries to bring that initial knock, because even if the rest of the 3 player or 2 player are just sitting quietly in the compound, this is a player that we get to see is always in commotion. He is always in motion. He's always moving here and there, just trying to get the most info. And he has been the flanker for the team for a long. And the way he's flying, it seems that this big bird also looks pretty decent for the moment. But as we talk about the circle, I guess whenever the circle shifts, maybe if it goes towards the Kamishki or Stolber area, things are going to be getting more and more difficult for teams like Python S and TRC, because if that happens, they still have to be keep traveling and traveling. And just imagine the total distance that they have traveled, maybe more than 3,000 to 4,000 meters. So in these sort of circles, whenever you have a sort of a drop location in the extreme corners of the map, these sort of problems are bound to happen. But on the tangent is Sinister that is striking the blow onto Unstoppable X. So Unstoppable is a team that took the fight in the initial stage of the game against one team, but it seems that sooner or later Silent Cloud must be or will be pulled down, as Rage Kid, Kobiras, and Sparrow are onto that lower ground, I would say, because that's still not a mountain where Nightwing are actually standing, because that's a land that is completely away from where the Silent Cloud players are actually positioned. And this is what I was thing I was talking about. A1 Esports 6-9 where Dante taking one fight against whole complete team, and Sinister and the other player taking one fight. In all these situations, Jack has unfortunately gone down, and Dante, realizing the fact, he is now moving and inching towards his own family.
He most certainly is, and this has turned into quite an exhilarating fight for the side of course, Unstoppable, because it seemed like Unstoppable were at the mercy of A1 Esports, but eventually, again, Hassan being on the angle has been able to take down the player from A1 Esports, of course, just down to his knees, has not been able to confirm the kill. But as we move on to the mini map itself, we can clearly see that Unstoppable X, even though they're trying to take on a fight against A1 Esports' players, and it seems like Insane has been able to spot Dante and will, of course, be bringing in that burst damage, but Dante will be able to get himself down to the safety of the grass. But yeah, going back to the thought, Unstoppable X, based on the minimap, find themselves pretty much in the crosshairs of the two teams. They can be sandwiched. One side is going to be A1 Esports, behind them is going to be 7C, and that is something that if Unstoppable X keep on pushing against the side of A1 Esports, could very well backfire for them.
Maybe that can certainly be the case, because as you perfectly mentioned, sandwich situation where Unstoppable are pretty much in the position. All they just need to do is to take care of at least one team. If they try to shut down players and keep picking up the knocks on A1 Esports, I guess A1 Esports are already being dealt with a lot of blows in the early stage of the game. And since now they're finding themselves in the fortified compound, at least Jax, because Jax is a player that always tries to be in the open. So now when Jax is in that fortified compound, that means that they are taking the fight, but taking into and taking consideration the fact that they might be pulled down, things can really turn odd against them. So this is an approach that can eventually help them, and also Unstoppable as A1 Esports are playing aggressively, but toned with a bit of a strategic gameplay at the moment.
Well, most certainly seems to be the case. On the other tangent, talking about that sandwich situation, seems like that has resolved itself. 7C have moved away, and so have, of course, Unstoppable. A few moments ago, Unstoppable were very much in that position, but not for now. And as we move on down to the map itself, we can clearly see TRZ Esports' rotation has worked out in their favor as they take on a fight against the players of Python from the looks of it. And as Python brings in a little bit of that aggressive stance, it is looking like Unstoppable's Insane has gotten the audio cues and probably is going to be moving in to take on the perfect aggression against the side of Python. And this could be something that Unstoppable X had been waiting for, to get those points working in themselves and working in their favor. Talking about the circle itself, it will go on down towards the Stalbert ranges, and this is something that of course is favoring BIP for the moment, but right next to them is going to be XBROTHERS, and that is something that we've seen when it comes down to XBROTHERS. They do not run away from a fight, and BIP, well, again, the way they've got themselves positioned could very well work for them, because the hill situation could very well be advantageous, but it is going to be the area or the fight that we will expect from all of this region, all of the circle,
Ooh,
because there is a lot of course, hill situations, ranges that are being created, and IPGx finally jumping in with the zone, finally taking on that lead against the side of RudeDude. Fardeen, blow by blow, has certainly been knocked by, thanks to, of course, the nades, but eventually Flex, being on the flank angle, has been able to bring that damage to the side of IPGx, and of course, Sensed has been knocked. So again, I mean, IPGx, yes, they're
Venom.
taking on the fight, but it's not going to be an easy task for them.
Exactly, Venom Legends just trying to backstab this moment, and Venom Legends need to realize that they have dealt a big blow onto IPG as they just have reduced IPG to 3 men. Roster Sincere has also fallen down, but since it's also RudeDude in the frame, if they try to just over aggress over IPG at any moment, they can be pinned down onto the backhand side. It is now gonna be bad intentions. So I just don't understand which team is trying to take the fight against which team. The moment the team are trying to sandwich and backstab one moment, the other moment they are being backstabbed as unstoppable players are falling down severely one by one. In this all situation, Void, it seems that he is just not inching himself away at least a single inch from the position he is holding for now. Root Dudes, all four players are alive. IPG realizing that sense and realizing the situation and sensing the danger has done one thing perfectly, that they have fallen off from this situation, but unstoppable, they are getting real bad. Now we're retaliating onto the players of bad intention for the just trying to fall away from this position, survives not on the sliver of an HP. He has a decent sort of HP, 40 to 30 HP, but RudeDude has been really dominating this play for now. But the question is, will Venom Legend be striking against them? Because since RudeDude is giving a lot of sound cues, Venom Legends has a clear idea that there is at least two teams that is fighting against each other. If Venom Legend just tries to pounce upon them, do RudeDude have any sort of option? We have to still wait for that. But in all these sort of rotations, bad intentions have made sure that they will be traversing and making an entry onto the edge of the circle, with Fardeen leading the charge and Winter and counter on the back end side. And in the same proximity, we can get to see bots in pajamas, all 3-4 players aligned.
Well, on the other tangent, 7C, of course, taking on a fight against the players of Kings of BD, and right here, of course, RudeDude have been part of this fight for quite some time, as you were so perfectly mentioning. It is Venom Legends who have gotten the audio cues and now certainly going to be bringing down players of RudeDude one by one, and that has resulted in RudeDude being left with a disadvantage, because Venom Legends, all four players with the flank angle, are going to be pushing on along with that. TRZ Esports are also finally jamming into the action. They have been able to, of course, take fights against players of TRTRA, and right here, it is Venom Legends Void who was trying to take down Rudro, but Rudro with 1 HP able to walk away, almost walk away from that situation. Amazing turn of events, but the nade that is being cooked from Fry Pan is going to be enough. Is it going to be enough? It certainly is going to give a little bit of damage, but till then, of course, Rudro had gotten that first stage for himself, and that has resulted in quite an interesting fight right here, where RudeDude as well as Venom are trying to bring in knocks from one side trade to the next side trade, and that is resulting in this fight being extended for quite a long time. But this might just be it, because Flex is on the back end. He will not be able to bring in that cover fire for the side of Fudro, and of course Steel Shot is going to go in to confirm that kill, thus leaving RudeDudes with just one-man army. That's going to be Flex. But if the nade is cooked right and brought on, it is going to be a bit of an issue for the
There we
side
go.
of Venom Legends.
Again, Void down to its knees, and that trajectory was so fascinating to actually watch. And Flex, he has a lot of grenade in his hand as he's just trying to cook one by one grenade. 2 grenades already in the same frame, and now goes the molly just in order to give that splash damage if the player gets. So Steel Shot just bleeding out slowly and steady, but Flex position is still not revealed as Frypan just tried to smoke himself in the open. But it seems that Venom Legends, their game is at the end as bad intentions puts the final nail in the coffin. A fight that Venom Legends was looking pretty much strong, was looking pretty much in command, was looking pretty much in control, has suddenly all of a sudden been sent to the lobby thanks to the onslaught that came in first by RudeDude and now by bad intention. Now it all comes down to how A1 Esports retaliate to the situation, as 7Cs are making it really unstoppable in terms of the kill that they are trying to secure. But A1 Esports is looking decent at the moment. Silent Lord players are completely being pinned on with the height advantage that A1 Esports are carrying. It is really looking that at any moment Silent Cloud can get the demise.
It certainly could be the case. It could be the case, but for now, it is A1 Esports that's trying to dominate when it comes to the lobby itself. We are left with 11 teams surviving, and that in turn has resulted in A1 Esports being at an advantageous position. But when it comes to the kill department, we can clearly see Kings of BD have had a better fight and better positioning for themselves, because when it came down to the zone itself, they found themselves
Wow.
to the northern side and were looking pretty much in control. But for now, as we move on to the aggressive stance that A1 Esports is creating, they push on to the compound of T4M. Loser finds all by himself, will be brought down as six-time boy will get that kill confirmed for himself. Of course, taking a lot of damage, but eventually will not be given in any points to the side of T4M, thus leaving T4M in a bit of a disarray, where of course we do see Accelerate not looking too good as far as his HP is concerned, and quite a lot of Molotovs is going to make things that much more sinister for the side of T4M, as they are going to be burned alive.
Exactly. Not only burnt alive, they have been brought down to their knees as the final player falls down. With thanks to the downside that has coming in from the sides of A1 Esports. I mean, every sort of fight that Esports has took till now, it has gone into the favor. It's just the experience that they bring in, and the way they actually synergizes the fight. All four players are still alive for A1 Esports. That's the big thing coming in from the center. But Kings of BD, the alive ranking, what it shows that they are at 8 kills. Four players are still alive. I mean, they really have a pretty decent chance, but they are away from the zone. IPG, on the other hand, they have got 4 kills in their number 3 player still alive, taking the fight against Kings of Brothers, and it is going to be the demise of King GG, as Venom and other players were just trying to give the cover fire, but still was just not enough, as IPG Mahfouz put the final nail in the coffin for XBROTHERS GG, as King GG has he fell down, but still Sensei and Mahfouz are surviving. How long they will be taking this fight, and they will be taking the photo thing, that's still a watchable thing. But 7Cs are now pinning down the player of A1 Esports. A1 Esports holding the circle. They are not only holding the edge, they are holding the ground. They have that elevated cover for themselves. They are on the top of mountain, I guess. In whole of the match for now, they are in the best position for the moment, because they are holding at least one edge of the compound that they can play for the moment. And there we go, Silent Cloud got eliminated. But before that, it was Team 4M that was completely decimated. Now X Brothers just running haywire. They don't have any other option than to rather go into the circle in the random way, and that's what we're getting to see.
Well. Sherlock finds himself at the cover and mercy of 7C, but right behind him is going to be that much more of a tricky affair, because one side we have Kings of BD, on the other tangent, on the other hill, that of course Sherlock finds him. On top is going to be A1 Esports. So a tricky situation that Sherlock is in, but eventually, if he stays quiet, he should be able to get away from this position. Of course, when it comes to the circle itself, he is right now, of course, trying to retaliate the push coming in from the side of 7C and trying to keep them at bay. As you so perfectly mentioned, 7C do find themselves at the bottom of the ravine, whereas when it comes to A1 Esports and Kings of BD, they are at the top, and they are just being absolutely detrimental when it comes down to their positioning. We can clearly see that, of course, Sherlock was able to bring in that kill for his team, thus leaving 7C with not that many opportunities. But will that be enough? Will Sherlock be able to bring in that position to his advantage to take down the players of 7C as they make that rotation? Because 7C, even though have almost left the compound, yes, they have finally left the compound, are now going to be pushing on along. But do they know that there is a player right there, Sherlock? Yes, they do. Thus leaving Sherlock with no opportunity to be able to survive. Sherlock is going to be sent back, and it is Kapshi who is now finding himself at the mercy of A1 Esports.
A1 Esports have wisely read all the sound cues. They know that there was one team that was trying to eliminate other, and that grenade was pretty much close. Had there been one more follow-up nade, it could have been a game end for 7Cs, and that would really bad for them. But the way 7Cs they really climb up this terrace, I would say, because from the left-hand side, it is going to be A1 Esports on the top, and from the right-hand side, it is Kings of BD with 10 kills, 2 players, Katappa and Devil OP, really not giving any sort of space for 7Cs to flourish in this map. 7 kills already onto the name of A1 Esports. If they just eliminate one last player that is standing into that smoke, and that is going to be Evil Eye. So now Evil Eye really needs to play the X Factor. He was a player in the last game yesterday, is the MVP for the most of the time from the side of 7Cs. If he didn't fight in his own hand, he will be really getting so, but not against Sinister, as Sinister falls again, makes him fall against him, and he just faltered down. Now it's all down to how 9 players, 4 teams survive in this 7th zone.
Well, it is Kings of BD who are absolutely decimating the competition, whoever they cross against. It is these two players, Devil Zopi and Katappa, who have now been able to put a stop to the positioning of IPGx as well, and thus going to find themselves that much closer to the circle. But in all of this, we are now left with 3 teams, and RudeDude's Flex is still surviving. He has been absolutely patiently waiting for these teams, but now is his opportunity, where A1 Esports will, of course, be given that audio to that where exactly is Kings of BD coming in from, and that is when RudeDude's final player will also chime in along to take on the kill for himself. Eventually, of course, it is a 4v1 situation. Sanhok 69 boy knows exactly where that fight is going to be placed down towards, but Flex will not be giving that kill to him, rather to the play zone, thus leaving A1 Esports with a wonderful chicken dinner.
Exactly, right of the day, starting things off in style is what A1 Esports known for, and 10 kills, 3015 of damage that they have secured and straight onto the first run. This was bound to happen. Total of 25 points, and what a way to start day 2 of the finals, as 5 matches are still left for the day. But these sort of starts are actually be setting their momentum for the rest of the day. They were in the momentum, but the way they actually calibrated in a way they wanted to, this is something that they must be happy for, and also the fans of A1 Esports too.
Well, they ought to be, because after all, when it comes to the play, I mean, that was just working in their favor, and the game that they were able to convert in their style, also just absolute domination that is expected off of A1 Esports. But not only this team, when it comes down to Sinister, the MVP with 5 kills, 3 assists, amazing turn of events with survival time of 20/24 in total, almost coming up to 1000 damage. So a lot of fights that this lad was a part of and was able to convert into points for his team. So GG play, no question about it. But apart from A1 Esports, we do have to recommend, or rather commend, the gameplay coming in from the side of Kings of BD. They were absolutely in control based on the circle, based on the rotation. Along with them, of course, was 7C in the vicinity as well, as they tried to take on those fights for themselves. Were absolutely able to walk away with those 7 kills. So decent play for the side of 7C as well. As we move on to the top players, top 4 players, it is going to be Sinister with that MVP working in his favor, but right next to him is going to be Evil Eye from 7C.
But look at this, 9177 damage for A1 Esports Jax, and just a 2 kill. I mean, the amount of support he provided for the whole of the team, that is commendable. As I mentioned in yesterday's game, at the end of the day, it's not every time that the kill that justifies your gameplay. It's these sort of damages, these sort of small information that eventually makes and breaks up your game. And with that, we head towards the match summary, where we get to see Sinister the highest damage with 982, Sinister in the highest kill, that is going to be 5. Kapshi from the sides of 7C's longest distance skill, but unstoppable players. They were stuck out in the open where they were trying to make a rotations. They had some lot of earlier fights in the game, and just because of that, we can get to see the utilities being used from their side was pretty much more in terms of what other players use in the lobby. Kings of BD Katappa has been the man in form and has been the X factor from their side, and that's why we get to see him in the maximum assist. But with the way Jax gave that 917 damage, I mean, that's the way A1 Esports dominated, and that was pretty much evident. And I was not surprised to see just the 10 or 11 kills, 12 kills, but the damage for A1 Esports was still crossing 3000.
It most certainly was. I mean, they were absolutely not the magnet of the zone this time, but magnets of the fight. And the fights also were the way they, I mean, took the fights as well, were able to actually help them, because all 4 members of the team still did end up surviving, and that is the way this team likes to play. As we move on to the match ranking, we do have 25 points is what A1 Esports walks away with, but very close to them is going to be Kings of BD with 11 kills. And of course, the placement points that combined is going to be 21 in favor of Kings of BD. So decent outing for the first game for Kings of BD. As we move on across that board, IPGx finally chiming in along as well with 15 points based on the 7 kills and 8 placement points. And right next to them is 7C on the 5th with 13 points. So wonderful outing is what I would say.
Exactly.
For these select teams, especially from the 2nd to the 4th position, because these teams needed these points and of course have been able to do this right now.
Definitely can't agree more with you on this point, as RudeDude needed the point, IPGx needed the point, XBROTHERS. Now, this is a consistent gameplay that they actually carry throughout the whole course of the tournament, and they have been in the past, and they are doing so in the present. 7 total points from the sides of XBROTHER, but somewhere down the line, TRZ Esports did falter down in the placement points because they were taking the fight. They were eliminating the players of TRZRA and their opponents in the lobby, but then it was an all end for them, as they were just able to secure 1 placement points, as 13-16 gets none, and beyond that they get 1 before that they get 1 placement points. Bad intentions, again a bad outing, I would say. Their intentions were pretty clear, has been clear, but just not able to understand what sort of thing is actually going around their sort of the whole camp, because they were going for the rotation. They just found themselves away from the fight. If you just remember where RudeDude was trying to actually pin them down, it was VNM Legends, and then the moment they were trying to make an entry, so they were provided safe haven, safe passage, Then they lost the momentum all around. Moving on to that, we get to those OFF19 Pro moments where these all fights actually refresh our memories if we would have missed the game.
Well, it was quite a fight that Leviathan took from the side of NRZ, but of course it was Kings of PT that came up on top in that situation right here. This was an interesting onslaught brought on, of course, initially from the side of RudeDude, but as other teams chimed in along from the side of VNM Legends to Bad Intentions, that resulted in leaving RudeDude with just one final player, and that, of course, was Flex right here, who was able to dominate against the players of VNM Legends right here, but then held his marker, and away we moved from that position down into the valley itself. We did see A1 Esports just bring in some annihilating plays from this moment on forth, and of course, along with them was IPGx, but it was Kings of VD that had the better half and the better chance of taking on those fights.
But this was a cheeky kill, I would say, because this was certainly not the moment, not the place where any player in any sort of lobby would love to be at and then convert that into a kill. But thanks to Sherlock, the way he actually tried to do it, 7C's player were just too much complacent, I would say, because they were actually knowing that some players were actually there because they saw the rotations of XBROTHERS player, but they didn't just they were just careless approach, and that led to their demise. And sooner or later, it was A1 Esports coming into fame and eliminating the last player from the sides of RudeDude. And there we go. The damage graph clearly shows how one team has completely dominated the lobby, but somewhere down the line, Kings of BD with that aggressive approach is certainly overpowering in terms of kill, not in terms of damage, but in terms of kill for sure.
Most certainly, and today, I mean, the outing it has been pretty good for almost all of these teams, apart from the three that we see with 0 kills. But eventually, they were also part of fights. So, certainly, a perfect Erangel is what I would say. Of course, teams who are looking not too good when it comes to the points that they've been able to walk away with, well, at least they were part of fights, is what I would say, and that is certainly a decent outing on a map. But in all of this, I mean, we did see TRZ make that late rotation. Even though that late rotation was made from them, they were almost most of the time of the game just running through the center of the zone. Eventually did walk away with 5 kills. So it worked out in favor for the team, because they have found themselves the 3-digit marker in terms of the points and will be on the 3rd spot, whereas A1 Esports takes a lead with 3 chicken dinners, 115 points. Still nothing taken aback from the gameplay of 7C Esports, because they are so very close as well, just 4 points shy of A1 Esports' lead.
Look at the number of kills that 7Cs has secured. 54 kills, 57 placement points. They are balancing everything out. It was just the last game that they were not able to get as much of kill that they actually wanted to. But till now, their journey has been fantastic for the last day, and obviously for the start of this day today. Bots in Pajamas still on that second last position with Team 4M, getting that slot. But the funny and the hilarious part for this match was that it was RudeDude that dropped down to the area of farm. So, and it was A1 Esports that got the chicken. So none of the team that actually dropped towards the northern side, be it Biasnaya, be it Severny, I'm talking about TRZ RA, I'm talking about Bots in Pajamas, that got even close to chicken. Rather, it was a team that really dropped down towards the southern side of the map and getting close towards the chicken.
Absolutely, mate. But with that first game done, we're still left with 5 games for the day.
Yeah.
But before we jump in with the next one, we're going to go on a very short break. Grand will be right back.
I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। টাইগার শিপু ফ্রম কিংস অফ বিডি। সো শিপু, কি অবস্থা, কেমন আছো?
এই তো ভাই ভালো, আপনার কি অবস্থা?
সো আমরা যদি কিংস অফ বিডি নিয়ে কথা বলি, কিংস অফ বিডি কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি পারফরমেন্সটা অনেক কয়েকটা ম্যাচের মধ্যে খুব দারুণ আসলেও মানে পারফরমেন্সটা কনসিস্টেন্ট না। কয়েকটা ম্যাচের মধ্যে আমরা খুব ভালো পারফরমেন্স দেখি, কয়েকটার মধ্যে আবার একটু পারফরমেন্সটা ডাউন যায়। তো are you planning for any sort of changes for the finals?
আমাদের প্রবলেমটা হওয়ার কারণ হচ্ছে আমরা টিমটা নতুন বিল্ড করছি পিএমএনসির জন্য। তো আমাদের ওই সিনার্জিটা এখনো বিল্ড আপ হয়নি ওভাবে, যার কারণে হচ্ছে অনেক জায়গায় যখন আমরা ফাইট নিতে যাই তখন দেখা যায় যে আলাদা আলাদা ফাইট হয়ে যাচ্ছে, যার কারণে আমরা ম্যান লুজ হচ্ছে। কালকেও আমাদের ইজি চিকেন ম্যাচ ছিল, যেটা ফার্স্ট এরাঙ্গেল, যেখানে স্টকার চিকেন নিচ্ছে একটা সোলো। ওইটা তো আমাদের 4 ম্যান থেকে আমরা 2 ম্যান হারাই ফেলছি একটা কারণে।
আচ্ছা,
তো এরকম ছোটখাটো মিস্টেক গুলো হচ্ছে যেগুলো আমরা ফাইনাল আগে ঠিক করবো বলে আশা।
তো তোমাদের টিমটাকে অ্যাকচুয়ালি কিল ফোকাস করে বেশি রাদার দেন প্লেসমেন্ট পয়েন্টস?
যদি একটা হার্ডশিপ নাই বেশি দূরে আমাদের থেকে, আমরা যদি একটা পজিশন ধরে থাকি এখান থেকে যদি বেশি দূরে হার্ডশিপ নাই, তখন আমরা কিলের উপর ফোকাস করার ট্রাই করি। কারণ দেখা যায় যে আমরা যদি তখন জোনে এন্টার করতে যাই তাহলে অনেক সময় রোটেশনে একজন বা দুইজন প্লেয়ার আমাদের মারা যাচ্ছে। তো তখন আমরা কিলের উপর ফোকাস করি যেন অ্যাটলিস্ট প্লেয়ার হারালো আমরা কিছু একটা পয়েন্ট নিয়ে জোনের ভিতরে ঢুকতে পারি।
চিকেন ডিনারের কথাটা একটু আগে হচ্ছিল, সো হোয়াট ডু ইউ থিংক চিকেন ডিনারটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি মানে তোমাদের ফাইনালের জন্য কতটা বেশি ইম্পর্টেন্ট?
এটা অনেক বেশি ইম্পর্টেন্ট, কারণ হচ্ছে দেখা যায় যে অনেক সময় সেম পয়েন্ট থাকলে চিকেন ডিনার যার বেশি থাকে সে পজিশন পয়েন্ট আগে থাকে। যেমন আমরা সেমিফাইনাল শেষ করছি 9 পজিশনে, যে 8 পজিশন ছিল সেম পয়েন্ট আমাদের, কিন্তু তাদের দুইটা চিকেন ছিল দেখে তারা আমাদের থেকে আগে ছিল। তো এই জিনিসটার জন্য সবচেয়ে বেশি চিকেনটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি ম্যাটার করে যদি পজিশন তখন টাই হয়।
Yeah, that's really interesting. So, any special messages to any one of your like friends, family, or fan?
প্ল্যান করতে থাকো যতক্ষণ পর্যন্ত না ওইরকম স্টেজে পৌঁছাতে পারতেছে।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে, এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Hello and welcome once again to Pubg Mobile National Championship of the Bangladesh region. We are in the finals and this is day number 2. But of course, game number 1 is done. As we move on to the second game, Ankit, now it is time for Miramar, dude. And again, what do you want to say when it comes to VNM Legend? What rather prediction would
Venom's
you say?
comeback.
Venom's
Before
comeback?
Exactly. Before you are
Hope
done
so.
with the statement,
Hope
Venom's
so.
comeback is what I expect. Exactly. It's the hope that we actually hope for, hope to, and at the end,
True.
because Venom Legends must be looking to make a comeback. This was the last game where they got to at least get some points. They did, but somewhere down the line, they just found themselves in a lot of fight and a lot of ruckus was created, but so was not for other team. I'm talking about PMNC Esports. So in all these sort of circles, you get to see a team that is holding those fortified areas, get to see find themselves into a good position. But that was a storyline that was built of Erangel. We need to leave that sort of thing because it is going to be the map of Miramar. The desert is already on its way as a flight path is on its way, and I and Brother will be joining you and taking you throughout the whole of the journey.
Well, let's get this thing rolling. We've got the flight path, of course, on our screens where it is going to be going from Camp Miltar, going all the way south down towards Los Higos, and indeed comes to the areas that are going to be possible, or mostly, or rather possible for drop locations, are mostly going to be towards, of course, the eastern side of the map. And that is something that, of course, are, going to leave a few of the teams scratching their heads. But eventually, it is going to be a positioning of the circle that will matter the most. Or now, if it is the flight path that's taken us down towards the eastern side, hopefully the circle through the curveball and takes us down towards El Pozo. I mean, that would be absolutely bonkers. Where teams are going to have to make another ludicrous turn of rotation itself that will be required for them to get that ball rolling in their favor based on location. But never mind all those moments and expectations from the game. We are now going to jump into those locations as well because it is going to be VNM Legends that is looking absolutely comfortable when it comes to their drop location. There's absolutely nothing that is going to be questioning their position because there's no team around them. And talking about the first circle itself, it is going to be helping the side of VNM Legends. Of course, right next to them is going to be Los Leones, where it is A1 Esports' aggression and domination that is going to get the steam ball rolling.
Elazar, City of Contestation, bad intentions against RZRA. This is going to be hell of a fight as Ragnar is just trying to make a push. Try to make a push. He is eventually trying, but the question is still remains. He takes 2 more down as counter is looking pretty much strong at the moment. Stalker is not from the side of bad intention as Anaconda is now making a close in, but the worst part for him is that he is holding that Winchester in his hand. The Winchester holds a huge amount of damage, but will he be able to do so? It seems that Anaconda hasn't knocked down, but from the backhand side, some other player has actually pulled him down. But this is really a chaotic situation right off the bat into the city of Elazar. Now, this is a situation where both the teams have already gotten a lot of beating, a lot of dent, and there will be a conclusive end as Ragnar slowly and steadily is inching towards where uh, Ragnar is actually holding things for now, and he will be giving the revival. Mr. Seven on the other hand side is trying to create the flank angle, but for the moment, for the last 15 seconds, both the team are on the passive approach, I would say, because the patchwork is coming in, because now both the teams have realized that a huge amount of damage has been dealt from both the sides. All they just need to do is to take one more player down, and then they will be going for the push, because Scorpion from the sides of TRZ has been eliminated, and Anaconda Ragnar Mr. 7 still survives. And in these early stages of the game, you don't get to see a lot of meds being in the hand, in the back, because it's just the early clues when you go in the fight. And since that, Anaconda goes down, Stalker one more knock in his favor, Winter and Counter surviving just on a sliver of an HP. In all these fights, bad intentions really have an upper hand, to be honest.
They certainly have been able to get two of those kills confirmed for themselves, and thus leaving the RZRA's approach a bit lackluster, and thus they are going to be at the receiving end for the moment. We shall have to see if Bad Intentions goes on to complete the job or not. Of course, it is leaving only Mr. Seven, who is going to be looking onto the flank angle, as you had mentioned, as he was making that rotation to get onto the first floor of that building. But will that compound be enough for his safety? Because Bad Intentions are not yet done. With Scarel in Winter's hand, he's going to be pushing on forth to try and take down the players, or rather take down this fight in his own hands. Mr. Seven, as I was mentioning, has also moved away from the positioning and are now going to regroup, and perhaps the TRZRA should actually start thinking about falling back and out of this fight, because there were moments where TRZRA were looking in control. They had rather brought down two of the players of Bad Intentions, but boy oh boy, did Bad Intentions bring themselves together in such a nick of time, and of course were able to then push on along and still keeping all four members alive. But sadly, now as those four players move on, push on forth, Mr. Seven finding himself all by himself in the open. He does have the information, of course, but of course as soon as he retaliates, it is going to be game done for him. But behind him, of course, is the flank that has been created from his teammate Ragnar. But Ragnar, what sort of an opportunity will he be able to provide to the side of Mr. Seven? Of course, we do see him switching a gun from the M4 down towards the UM, but will that be okay for his position? For now, he's absolutely quiet. I mean, he's taking that snake snails approach, and certainly Bad Intentions are moving across the entire building. That was the final building that TRZRA's Mr. Seven had gone down towards, but he will take a fight. Eventually, he certainly will succumb down, and it is going to be a kill confirmed. They're leaving him for now, but of course it is a kill
Exactly.
confirmed for the side of Bad Intentions.
They were just not to finish off because they were just waiting. Maybe the revival can be the case, but it seems that the last player, that is going to be Ragnar, will be vacating this place as soon as possible, and he needs to relinquish as soon as possible because he's last player surviving, standing. All he needs to do is to go for that survival approach, and there we go. He doesn't even have any sort of gun. No, he has eventually UMP, but no first aid, no medkit, just the one painkiller is what he is surviving at the moment. 60 70 HP, will be getting close to 80 90 HP, and then he will just trying to make an entry into the edge of the circle. Rotation is not tough situation for TRZ Ragnar, but since the circle has already thrown a curve wall, so now this has been a trend, I would say, because the circle are actually following the flight path. In the Erangel game also, it was an eastern dominated flight path. We got to see an eastern circle. In this game too, it was an eastern dominated flight path. We got to see the rare circle, I would say, because not often we get to see in game of Miramar, where the first circle forms, and close to 25 to 30% is where the water body actually accumulates of it. But since it is the case, means the fight stands, the space where the players would actually fight would be less, and if that is less, that means the ruckus will be more. That is sort of inversely proportionated, as the sort of we have read in the past. But for now, it is RudeDude that is making a close in from the northern side, and they can at any moment find themselves into the position where Team 4M is actually positioned at the edge of the circle. But it is certainly looking good again for A1 Esports, as they are sitting quietly on the ridges of Lost Lunas.
Well, for now, they are being very, very quiet indeed. But right next to them, it is going to be VNM Legends, who
Yeah.
seem to be making an entry down towards the area of Los Leones. Will they be crossing through Los Leones? Is what the question for now is going to be. Of course, Void being the one who is charging on along in the front of the team of VNM Legends is on foot, and of course, going to be trying to keep as much information or retain as much information as he possibly can, because there are a lot of buildings and small little nooks and corners to try and confirm
Yeah.
that there is no other team, and that is not an easy task. And having done so, it seems like is now Venom Legends' decision to get themselves segregated in that two-man split that they like to do, and that is the same approach that we do see 7C also taken as well as they move away. They are going to be jumping in down towards the city as well, but on the other tangent, it is RudeDude, sadly, who are at the receiving end. Thanks to T4M accelerates the performance right here, who was able to catch RudeDude's player off guard and was able to confirm the kill for himself. Of course, for now, he is also 300 meters away from the zone's comfort, but it is just the first circle itself. And look at the players. All of them seems like are really eager for that loot. They want to be able to get as much as they possibly can. And seems like thanks to RudeDude's player, their wishes are going to be met.
It was just the one crate. Come on, man. I mean, 4 players onto one crate. Was that loot enough? Was that loot enough? But surely they were in a rush, and the competition was actually there. That who is gonna picking up the best loot from that crate? That actually was from one player from the sides of Rude Dude, and that was of Flex. But I'm sure that Flex must be having some real good loots for the moment, because there was a lot of time where Team 4M were actually spending and doing so. Now they are in the blues, and Rude Dude has now eventually trespassed them. But we were talking about the curve walls. There we go. There we go. There we go. The circle into the water lines, close to 50% of the total area is into the water body. That makes it really, really, really difficult. And all these predicaments, which team is going to be emerging as Venom Legends now realizing the fact after leaving Impala, relinquishing Impala, now they are heading towards their own city. This can be a Venom game for sure. What do you think, Blotter?
I have to agree. I mean, Venom Legends, they are looking very much in control. I mean, they
I mean, I
did
told you
move
before the start of the
away
game.
from Impala, right? They
I
were
told you.
all by themselves, and that is their own location, and that is something that they absolutely would love to retain till the end of the game. But the question again will be based on what sort of twist will the circle be bringing? Yes, for now, we do see that 30% is in the water, but if it moves away and south down from Impala, down from Los Leones, is going to need a bit of a again, a curveball, so to say, for the likes of A1 Esports as well, the others. But A1 Esports, as they make that rotation, IPGx Spectator, so very resilient, so very quiet, so very patient, not going to be attacking. But he finally realized, say my word, he has finally taken that taunt, and knock has been confirmed. Jax will, oh, not only be confirmed, knock, but probably be killed as well, because the HP has gone down so far low. And again, when it comes down to IPG's players, the teammates are very, very near. And on the other tangent, and said is also taking on players, and 6-9 is the one at the receiving end. So not an easy rotation for the side of Leon Esports, as they lost the comfort, or rather they lose the comfort of their Los Leones city. It was Sinister and not 6-9, and it is just not looking good for Leon Esports, as it is said, who is now of course going to be trying to get the kill confirmed for him. He does know that the other two players have already gone down to the safety of the compound, but will Six-Man Boy and Dante be able to retaliate? It's not looking easy for them. Of course, the previous game, they were looking really, really good. This game, as the game started off along, they were absolutely in control of Los Leones, but they got out in the open, and that is when they got caught off guard. But IPG Dictators and said a well-played game, a well-synergized game is what they've showcased. From one side, it was, of course, Censored taken on Sinister, and on the other side, it was Dictator taken on Jax. So, beautiful turn of events indeed, thus leaving, of course, K1 Esports sadly with only a two-man army.
Dictator's patience actually paid them well, not in just removing one player but two, and the big name Sinister is already away from this lobby, and this is certainly IPG will be cherishing things off for them. But for the moment, it seems that 7C's players are also on the brunt of the cover fire that is being given from the sides of Unstoppable, as they have been trying to really pin down the player for 7C's. The players were pretty much close to us there, and it seems that yes, Unstoppable won't be stopping for the moment, and since they are realizing the fact that they now make an inch closer towards the player. Kapshi is trying to give the cover fire, but the distance between them and Unstoppable players are pretty much far away. And also taking one thing into fact that numbers is favoring Unstoppable. Evilai, there is a probability that Bandit will be giving him the revival, but the chances is pretty less as the players are making a close. But Radrev with that knock is really helping the course as he takes one more knock, two knock within 5 seconds, and all of a sudden Unstoppable onto the backhand side as just the one player surviving from the sides of Unstoppable, and that is going to be Claw. Now Claw needs to make a fallback in this situation. Insane needs the revival. The push was pretty much with a good intention, but the way they were just trying to maneuver the push, that was just terrible. Just terrible.
Well, they pushed out in the open, and of course, for a moment, it seemed like Unstoppable might just be put a full stop to 7C's gameplay when it comes to Miramar, but it has not been the case. And of course, for the moment, that has resulted in 7C, of course, getting their players accumulated, and now going to be pushing on along. But Badrev with the M2 was not able to get that retaliation on point, and in doing so, of course, was able to get Claw down to a silver of an HP, but that was not enough because Evil Eye, even though he has been given that revival, is now finding himself all by himself, and that is going to be a conversation where it is a 2v1 situation where Insane and Claw are the two men who are going to be leading this charge against the players of 7C. And of course, before they do so, they are also wanting to confirm that knocked into a kill, but Dave is finding himself into the smoke for the moment. He does have the cover, but for how long? Because after all, when it comes down to Claw and his teammate, they are trying to rush on along. But as so perfectly mentioned by you in the previous push as well, they are not making it synergistic. If you look onto the minimap itself, they should be creating a flank angle and pushing on along, but that is not the kind of gameplay that Unstoppable is showcasing. And in doing so, have resulted in, of course, Evil Eye and Kapshi falling back and are now going to be finding themselves away from the position. But Unstoppable X now have other problems to take care of because there's another team that in the minimap we can clearly see is going to be rushing in towards their position.
Uh-oh, NRZ onto the backhand side. Unstoppable really in a pitiable situation because it is 7Cs that are trying to defend from the situation, but NRZ will be pushing towards the player of Unstoppable as the team is trying to make an entry into the zone, and since they know they have read the kill feed, there's a lot of runners, the blood has been brought down. That means they are knowing that one of the team in all this situation must be brought down to 2 or at least 3 players surviving, and that in this situation, if NRZ are wise enough, they might be going for that straight slamming and realizing the fact this is the best option to just fall away from the situation, just not find yourself more and more in the open. So was the case for Unstoppable. Now this decision I would really commend, I would really compliment, but the earlier push was just was not too much synergistic and was in a way that invited the players to go down one by one. But now since Unstoppable has fallen down, it will be an easy task for NRZ to make an entry into the zone. But Kapshi takes down Insane as where Unstoppable was just trying to make an entry into zone. Unfortunately, Unstoppable has made a slam where 7C's player was actually positioned.
Well, not only 7C's player, but of course Sparrow from the side of Silent Cloud as well, and that is going to be putting a dent down to the players' rotations, and that is something that Unstoppable probably did not predict. But of course, that is the game, and of course, this is where you can expect the situation to go in a certain way, but never can predict, because that is what Miramar brings with these ridges and curveballs that it throws. There are just so many angles to try and cover. Unstoppable Hassan right here trying to take on a fight all by himself. His teammate has already been knocked, but 7C's, Evil Eye and Kapshi still maintaining a resilient position for themselves. As we move on into the minimap, we do see Sparrow and the likes, of course, of Silent Cloud finding themselves into the zone's comfort. XBROTHERS finding themselves in the comfort of the zone. Aeon Esports are on to the edges for the moment and are going to be making that rotation from the western side, but we shall see what sort of a entry will they be making. And as that goes on along, Unstoppable has been sent back into the lobby. For now, Evil Eye and Kapshi pretty much maintaining this compound for themselves, but are going to be, of course, surrounded by so many teams that they are going to have to be careful. And now it is going to be the entry from the side of NRZ, where Unstoppable were. Now it has taken on from NRZ, and NRZ being the 4-man squad is going to make it tricky for 7C to walk out of here alive.
Exactly, as you perfectly mentioned, but VNM Legends holding the edge of the circle, they are holding the compounds for which the circle actually is favoring for now. But there's not a lot of compound, there's just 1 or 2 compound that is still on the edge of the circle. But it is going to be a challenge for 7Cs as NRZ's all 4 players are trying to push. They have the idea that some players from the team that was actually indulged in a fight a moment ago might be finding themselves in the same fortified compound, and just because of that, we can get to see NRZ's player just not over aggressive. But on to the side, it's VNM Legend player that are regularly featuring in the kill feed. That means they are making up to the mark. They are living up to the name from the east side. They are now trying to put a big dent onto the players of Kings of BD, as NRZ's players are now making an entry into circle, and it is a not good sign for 7Cs. It is a thing that where 7Cs can actually falter down, as 7Cs Kapshi goes down thanks to that onslaught that is coming in for the sides of VNM Legend. I guess it is a very, very long range fight where VNM Legends have actually spotted him down, but Mamadou takes one more player down from the sides of NRZ, and I guess now TRZ Esports are backstabbing NRZ, where there was actually one more team that is going to be of 7C. So four teams, four big names already on the same position. On the other side, it is Team 4M that is again facing the brunt of the onslaught that is coming in from the sides of Bad Intentions. Winter, just the one kill out of 2 to 5. Will Winter be able to capitalize on that? He was not, as Stalker didn't leave him for much as he finishes. The last player from the sides of Team 4M. Team 4M bids by to this lobby as TRZRA becomes the next team to get eliminated.
Well, what an interesting turn of events indeed this has turned out to be when it comes to day 2 of the finals, where it is Bad Intentions who find themselves in a really, really wonderful position and fights, but VNM Legends find themselves in an even better positioning based on the Impala compound that they've taken on. It is looking absolutely sinister because this team is just bringing in a lot of kills for themselves one by one by one. They've of course been taking down players of NRZ, and along with that, and comes down to 7C not looking too good as well, because the crosshairs from VNM Legends did find 7C's players as well. So it is looking like, even though VNM Legends find themselves at the edge of this zone, it is going to be a conversation that they've been able to convert into kills. 5 points for themselves in the kill department itself. They're looking pretty neat, leaving TRZ's final player, Rare FPS, out in the open to the edge of the zone, not looking too good. But of course, he's trying his level best to get away from that situation. And with that, NRZ's Leviathan being sent back into the lobby as well, thus leaving only the 3 players who have moved on away from that situation. But talking about the circle itself, once again, Silent Cloud find themselves in the comfort of the circle. It is going to be a conversation about RudeDude's rotation as well as Python's positioning. If Python, being on the hill, can maybe capitalize on on that positioning and maybe bring a little bit of damage to the side of RudeDude. But again, I mean, we do know Python, they do take on those fights, but again, it's not always that those fights end up favoring them. So it is going to be a tricky situation that Python find themselves in, as right in front of them, they have the information for RudeDude. But on the other tangent, at the edge, we do see Evil Eye and Kapshi slowly and painstakingly moving along with the help of the ridge towards the comfort of the zone. And on the other side, it is Silent Cloud who have taken on aggression to the players of RudeDude, and far back you can clearly see on the map, it is VNM Legends that are making a rotation as well into the comfort of the zone. So NRZ for the moment are certainly going to be able to get themselves also moving away from those region and again into the comfort of the zone. But it is not going to be easy, as there aren't many compounds in this area. It's all quite open, and that is going to be troublesome for the side.
Exactly, as you perfectly mentioned. But 7C's Esports, they fall down to the players of not only IPG but also NRZ, as they just mentioned that they were just trying to crawl in with the help of the ridge, but that was not enough, as now the circle shift has gone away from their side and they were completely spotted down. But Rare FPS is still surviving from the rise of TRZ. But in all these fights, VNM Legend with 5 players, that's the third team in this lobby that is still surviving into the 20th-ish minute with 4 men alive, with Silent Cloud into the center of the circle, XBROTHERS onto the eastern side, where they just eliminated A1 Esports with standing 1 player, and that is going to be of Dante. So all of a team, for example, XBROTHERS, teams like VNM Legends, they really wanted all these fights, all these points are having a pretty good chance, but Rudro in all these positions has taken already 1 player down. Sherlock just surviving on the sliver of an HP, but for the left hand side, it was Fazil that came in at the right point, at the right moment. But did A1 Esports took the final kill from the backhand side, as he was spotted down at any moment? But onto the inside, it was Bad Intention that is now punishing RudeDude's sheer aggression that they are famous for. Onto the inside, it is NRZ that is punishing VNM Legends Steel Shot, and he goes down thanks to that on-spot grenade. But XBROTHERS, once this smoke dissipates, they won't be getting a lot of cover. They need to create a cover, because in all these situations, they are in the open situation. Onto the inside, it is going to be Silent Cloud, full Valish with no kill into his name, but still living up to the name and living up to the mark. He is putting a lot of pressure, or at least all the 4 players, because they are playing in a split and they are making sure on all 360 direction.
Well, now we do have A1 Esports also chiming along as well, because when it comes to the positioning, they find themselves in a decent position, but it's only Dante who is left from the side of A1 Esports, and the Bay Hail is the only cover that he's got. But on when he take on a conversation down towards IPGx, well, this team previous game also were bringing in some plays for themselves. This time also have already been sitting at the comfort of 5 kills, so 5 points confirmed for them. And this team of Silent Cloud is just been bringing in a lot of war. They've been able to damage a lot of teams' positioning, have only got 1 kill confirmed for themselves. But again, it's about the way that they've been able to utilize the compound that they find themselves in. And slowly and steadily, of course, they have been coming in to the kill feed with a lot of damage that they've been able to dish. But now, having brought so much of damage and given away so much of the information, will the teams that are left in the lobby, the rest of the 6 teams, will they allow Silent Cloud to move away from the compound? Because the rotation is going to have to be made from Silent Cloud. And on the other tangent, talking about rotations, it is going to be Steel Shot from Venom Legends, who was able to very close rotation from RudeDude's positioning, but still was able to make it. So a decent play indeed. And Dante, he's still not done. Even though he's all by himself, he's taking on fights and he's bringing down players of IPGx. Dictator is the only man surviving. And Dictator, as he takes on the fight to the players of course, Silent Cloud, Sparrow has been knocked and dropped down to his knees, and this is going to be when Silent Cloud, of course, they wanted to make that rotation to get into the zone, is not going to be an easy affair, because Dictator is right here, so is up top Dante.
Exactly, one man army is what Dante is trying to be so in all these cases, but IPG players really desperately trying to go into the zone. But all in a sudden, RudeDude has been completely sent to the lobby thanks to that onslaught, the tandem that came in with Frypan and Steel Shot, the close affair that came in. Nightwing needs a revival, smoke is already there, and I guess this exclusive drop, if that gets closer and closer towards a player of Venom Legends, that can be really getting helpful. But all of a sudden, X-Brother is chiming in with that grenade into all the situation. They are looking pretty much strong. Steel Shot now, Nightwing down, Void down. Since Nightwing has been given the revival, now it all comes down to how Frypan retaliation situation. Not only he needs to make sure that revival comes into case, he has to dodge a lot of bullets from the sides of Venom X-Brothers. But in all this situation, Nightwing has brought that counter knock that the team actually wanted, and now still Venom Legends with all the 4 players can actually shine upon in all this situation. Steel Shot is pretty much close where X-Brothers players are actually there. He is making sure that he is not getting the final nail in the coffin, as he is bringing down the player one by one. Frypan on the charge against Faisal, picks out his AKM into his hand. It was UMP, he just flipped out in the blues. He tried to put the final in the coffin, and yes, he does. X-Brothers has now been eliminated, but on the cost of 16 kills, 2 players getting eliminated. Does Venom Legend have a chance? Because already from the alive rank standing, I can get to see it's just a 6 players alive. That means just the 4 players from the lobby, and they know that there are a lot of teams that brings down to Venom Legends, 2 players surviving. Silent Cloud, 3 players are still alive with just the 1 kill into the name. Will they be able to capitalize on the situation? They need to. They surely need to.
Well, talk about capitalization. Dante, being the solo man surviving, is bringing in kills. The only 2 kills that the team of A1 Esports have been able to get in this game are thanks to Dante's onslaught that has been brought on as he saw the rotation and dropped the location of IPGx. But now the conversation is going to be in the name of Venom Legends, as Venom Legends do still have those 2 players surviving with the 16 kills. They're going to push on along to try and take the onslaught to the face of Silent Cloud indeed. And as they do so, Frypan is going to be utilizing the buggy and trying to get himself in the comfort. And it is going to be A1 Esports on the other tangent. Dante going to be helping out the push coming in from the side of Venom Legends, and Steel Shot has already been brought on. So it has turned into a very interesting situation where, of course, it is going to be a 1v1v1 situation where Frypan has the one coming in from the side of Venom Legends. A1 Esports is Dante, and of course from the side of Silent Cloud, it is going to be Kobilash. So quite an interesting strategy that we've seen. A1 Esports as Dante has been able to bring quite a lot of knocks, but now as he pushes on along, will this be enough? Will this push be enough for him to be able to convert this into a fight for himself? For he is working for those points, and when it comes to the points, Venom Legends is also going to be jumping in for the rescue. And Dante, boy, oh boy, couldn't have expected this from this lad, but you know that when it comes to those points, A1 Esports always works towards getting those points working in their favor, and Steel Shot has been given that revival. So it is now turned into a 2v1 situation where, of course, Venom Legends player is going to get the better half as soon as Dante got up.
I told you,
Wow.
bro. I told you, Venom Legend. I mean, I
Wow.
really felt
Wow.
like it was my gut thing that actually came up with the name Venom Legends, and the way they actually panned out. Eventually, the circle actually favoring them from initially from the match, but favoring the circle in these sort of lobby is one thing, and trying to capitalize with the slightest of the advantage that you get to see, because we can already get to see they were being completely pinned down, one by just Silent Cloud. From the other side, it was X Brothers, but the way this guy actually fought upon. I mean, I guess it is 17 or 18 kill is what Venom Legend has taken, and if that is the case,
Exactly.
32 to 33 total points. I guess they will be making a big jump onto the
Easy.
top ranking. And as we were talking about A1 Esports comeback, we saw it is a day of comeback for Venom Legend.
It is. But I mean, you have to still commend. Yes, A1 Esports,
Dante,
Dante. You have to commend.
Dante, yeah,
The final player surviving. Their rotation was caught off guard. They had 0 kills for
sure,
themselves, and still Dante took on the onslaught to himself and took on that role that he wanted the team to walk away with points. And not only that, he was being aggressive and mischievous in those final plays. Right, just walking away with 3 kills for himself and the team, of course, along with the second placement, leaves them also moving away with 15 points. So amazing turn of events for even esports indeed. But in all of this, again, as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, Venom Legends, they were in control. They were looking absolutely dominating and aggressive. For that moment, when they were up against X Brothers, it almost seemed like they might be brought down to their knees because it was only 2 players surviving, Nightwing and I believe Steel Shot. But Steel Shot and Nightwing were still able to take that perfect aggressive stance against the players of X Brothers and still come out on top. So beautiful turn of events indeed. And well, they are getting closer. They are getting so
yeah.
much more closer to the likes of course, A1 Esports and TRC and the teams that are above Venom Legends.
Definitely, since TRZ didn't get a lot of point in this match again, I
True.
guess it is going to be a tough call whether how Venom Legend is away from the total point difference between them and TRZ. But as you just mentioned, it was looking pretty much dark when X Brothers was just running them down. The grenades were just spot on. Everyone was just down, and then it was Frypan just trying to get the revival done, and he got that important cover fire from his side when he was just going for that push for that revival. Then it was Nightwing from the side of Venom Legend, I guess, that got that knock from the topple situation onto X Brothers, and then X Brothers needed to take the fight as on the left hand side it was A1 Esports, but Dante, man, oh man, he got that important 12 placement points. I mean, the kill number was just 3. It is so much less to see when A1 Esports in the lobby getting 3 kills from a total squad in a match is not more often that we get to see, but this was so the case of the saga as Venom Legend Steel Shot gets the award for most valuable player. 4 kills, 855 damage, 2 assists, 277 healing done. A complete power packed performance because the healing done is also superb. Assist is also what a team wants. Revival time is also pretty much decent, I would say, because that's what you want. And damage is just phenomenal. And then you get to see the 4 kills. And there we head towards the top 4, where his own teammates points the top 4 ranking. Void, Frypan, Nightwing, all 4. I guess it's very rare. It's very rare we get to see all the 4 players featuring their name in the top 4 player list. That shows the domination that the player has brought in. And if we calculate, I guess 18 kill is what the whole team has secured.
Yep, that is true as well, along with the chicken dinner. So they walk away with what, 33 points? I mean, just bonkers, just absolutely bonkers. And that is exactly what they needed, I think, based on what I remember of the overall ranking. They were somewhere about 25 to 30 points away from the team above them, but now they seem to have covered that lead up in just one single game. And again, there are still 4 games remaining. So amazing turn of events and perfect play coming in from Venom Legends. But as we move on to the match summary, we do see NRZ's Sazad OP also jumping in based on the most utilities that he was able to utilize to keep his team and himself alive. But on the other tangent, Nightwing, with that longest distance of 314 meters, this team was absolutely resilient in bringing in the kills, being synergistic, conversing amongst each other, and just taking on those points one by one.
Exactly, they were just inexorable, as we were just saw. They were just acting merciless as the number of kills that they secured. I'm talking about Venom Legends, but utilities is also a nice thing to use, especially in the game of Miramar, and Sajid Obi comes with that opportunities used, but the way VNM Legend has now started dominating the lobby, not in terms of just the kill points, the 314 meter, that means it was not only the close range fight that VNM Legends relied upon, rather they took the long range fight too, and all in all, a good game for VNM Legends. And there we go, the overall ranking 33 point is total what they have been able to secure from this match, and then comes a big drop. A1 Esports 15 points, XBROTHERS 2 got a decent point, IPG again a decent one, Silent Cloud again a decent one. After that yesterday's Sanhok match, I guess this is the worst performance that they really wanted to have in the river. It's not a kill point that they really relied upon in this match, it's just the placement points, but points are points either way it comes, it is handy at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and same of us is going to be favoring bad intentions as we move on to the second page. Now, this is where we've not really spoken much about the team, but I think now is time. BIP. BIP is missing from the action, and the team's opportunity is honestly just jumping away from them. And this is where the entire saga started on Miramar, where it was bad intentions who were looking absolutely blisteringly awesome against the players of TRZRA and were able to put down one by one all the players of course, TRZRA, and that resulted in quite an onslaught. And this also brought in quite a hiccup for the side of A1 Esports, because IPGx, Data, and Sunset were the ones who were able to bring them down to their knees pretty much.
It's not often that A1 Esports loses early player at the start of the game. We have seen that all the 4 players marches to in tandem. It's pretty tough to actually segregate them there, but it was a sad state of affair as they went to spot of guard and trying to make the rotation. Nothing much they could have done, but one thing that IPG dictator made sure that he didn't give a lot of count cues, and that resulted in 2 players getting eliminated. And then we headed towards the fight that actually happened onto the northern side, where VNM Legends between versus it was XBROTHERS, and XBROTHERS within a blink of an eye, they were between down. There's Void and Nightwing was down, and then it was all down to Steel Shot and Frypan that took the responsibility on their shoulders, and slowly and steadily the players were getting the revival. They were patching themselves up, they were just moving in tandem, they had all the strategies set, and I love the way they didn't over aggress at the last point when they were knowing that there was actually happening a fight in their front line, and they were just waiting whenever the lobby gets decreased to just 1 or 2, it's then we will be exposing ourselves in the last sort of match. And there we go, the damage graph completely shows how VNM Legends dominated the lobby. But I'm surprised with this 763 damage. That means that apart from it was the fights that Bad Intention took in the early stage of the game against the RZRA, it was other fights that Bad Intention were part of, but still not getting close towards that top 3 and top 4.
Well, as we move on to the overall ranking, we do have, of course, A1 Esports with 3 chicken dinners have been able to accumulate 130 points for themselves. Away from them is going to be on the second position 7C Esports with 113. So now there's a little bit of a distance being created, but VNM Legends in this one single game have been able to capitalize quite a lot and are only 5 points shy of jumping onto that 3rd position. So GG play coming in from VNM Legends, and of course it is just the start, as of course we still do have so many games remaining when it comes to the finals itself, and it could be anybody's game. But BIP, we know what's in pajamas is capable. We know that this team ought to be able to do a lot more. It's sitting on 15th position with 22 points. Not the kind of play that I personally anticipated from this team, but again, as I just did mention as well, there are games remaining. Hope we'll bounce back.
Definitely, just the 2 games done for the day, and as we know, it's 6, so 6 minus 2, it's 4. 4 still left.
Absolutely. But before we jump into that 3rd game, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm pulling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইবারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করবে এক্স ব্রাদার্স ই স্পোর্টস এর Mr. Faisal. So Faisal, welcome to the show.
থ্যাংক ইউ ভাই, থ্যাংক ইউ।
এক্স ব্রাদার্সকে নিয়ে যদি কথা বলি, এক্স ব্রাদার্সের লাইন আপ কিন্তু অনেকগুলো, বিশাল লাইন আপ, এবং তারা ওয়াইল্ড কার্ড রিজন এবং আমার জানা মতো ইউরোপেও তাদের বেশ কয়েকটা টিম আছে। সো এতগুলো লাইন আপের মধ্যে থেকে ইউ গাইজ আর দ্য only team who is competing in the PMNC and you guys are on the finals. So পুরো টিমের থেকে তোমাদের উপর এখন আসলে তারা কিভাবে রিয়্যাক্ট করেছে এই ব্যাপারটা নিয়ে?
তা সবাই অনেক খুশি, কারণ যেহেতু এতগুলো লাইন আপ থাকা সত্ত্বেও আমরা উঠতে পেরেছি ফাইনালে, এজন্য সবচেয়ে বেশি তারাই
এনি স্পেশাল বোনাস?
নো, সেরকম কিছু নাই। তবে আমাদের তুরন খান খাদেম ভাই যে আমাদের ওনার, তিনি অনেক বেশি খুশি। তিনি আমাদের সবসময় অনেক সাইড দিয়ে হেল্প করে থাকেন, প্লেয়ারদের কোনো সমস্যা হলে বা কোনো কিছু, মানে যে কোনো বিষয়ে তিনি আমাদের সবসময় আমাদের পাশে থাকেন।
একটা কথা আমার মাথায় আসে এক্স ব্রাদার্সকে দেখলে, যে যেভাবেই হোক যে কোনো একটা না হলে দুইটা প্লেয়ার প্রতিটা ম্যাচের অ্যাটলিস্ট টপ 5 পর্যন্ত আসেই, মানে কই মাছের প্রাণ বললেও সেটা ভুল হবে না। এটা আসলে কিভাবে?
এটা আসলে যখন দুজন ডাউন হয়ে যায় তখন বাকি দুজন চিন্তা করে যে ফল ব্যাক করে কিভাবে পজিশন পয়েন্টটা কালেক্ট করা যায়, কিভাবে কিছু কিল কালেক্ট করা যায় যাতে টিমের পারফরমেন্সটা ধরে রাখা যায়, যাতে টিমের পজিশনটা ধরে রাখা যায়। এটাই আর কি কারণ।
আমি আসলে এক্স ব্রাদার্সকে যতদিন ধরে চিনি, ইউ গাইজ আর পারফর্মিং প্রিটি গুড। সো তোমরা কিন্তু এখন আসলে নতুন যারা নিউ কামার আসতেছে তাদের রোল মডেল হিসেবে হয়ে দাঁড়িয়েছো, বিকজ নতুন হয়ে আসা সত্ত্বেও তোমরা যেভাবে পারফর্ম করছো, ইটস রিয়েলি কমেন্ডেবল। সো এনি সাজেশনস ফর দ্য নিউ কামার্স অর দ্য নিউ লাইক প্লেয়ার্স যারা এখন কম্পিটিটিভে নতুন জয়েন করতে চায়?
হ্যাঁ, কিছু সাজেশন থাকবে যে বেশি বেশি করে প্র্যাকটিস করতে হবে এবং প্রত্যেকটা টিমকে নিয়ে স্টাডি করতে হবে, তারা কিভাবে খেলতেছে, তাদের ড্রপ লোকেশন কোথায়, তাদের রোটেশন কেমন, এগুলো নিয়ে স্টাডি করলে অবশ্যই তারা ভালো করতে পারবে।
অনেকটা সময় ধরে তোমরা যেহেতু একসাথে খেলতেছো, সো এই ব্যাপারটা আসলে তোমাদের টিমকে কতটা বেশি মোটিভেশন দেয়, বুস্ট দেয়?
এটা আমাদের অনেকটাই বুস্ট দেয়, কারণ আমরা এর আগে পিএমসিসি ফাইনাল খেলেছি, ওইখানে আমাদের লাইন আপটা অত ভালো সিনার্জি ছিল না, কারণ ওই সময় আমরা মিড গ্রেড করেছিলাম, কিন্তু এতদিন সিনার্জিটা অনেক ভালো বিল্ড হয়েছে, যার জন্য আমরা ভালো পারফরমেন্স দেখাতে পারতেছি।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে, এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
All right, we're back, jumping into the action with third game of course, the PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Ankit, you had called it to VNM Legends. That comeback. I mean, that comeback. I asked you, will that comeback be there? Before I could complete my question, you had already answered and predicted that yes, that will be exactly the result. And now, I think the next question should be: should we be looking on forward to perhaps the kind of role that it has been, right? One team gets that chicken dinner, the second game, they will get that chicken dinner. So this time around, once again, we could very well perhaps anticipate Venom Legends to bring in some high damaging scorecard for themselves, you know?
Merry-go-round. That's where it makes a complete circle.
Yep.
4 different teams getting one chicken, and then where we had RudeDude just chiming in yesterday's gameplay where they got that one chicken. But apart from that, I really want some other team to just take example of Unstoppable, IPG maybe, or maybe somewhere from the second half of the chart. Watching pajamas, as we talked about before we jumping onto that break, that they now really need to buckle up their seatbelts, because from now onwards, matches will be decreasing. We are already, after this match ends, we will already halfway down to today's gameplay. And once all the today's game will be done, we will be halfway down to the total finals match, because 12 matches will be played. But before that, we still have a lot of matches, a lot of actions to be left down as we head to the third map, game 3, day 2. That is going to be of obviously Sanhok, the lush green that you get to see. Small map, just the 6 as we get to see the players are jumping slowly and steadily, watching pajamas onto the area of Kampong. They are in the split as Shuttle is completely away, but now realizing the fact the Dream has already jumped down. He is making a close way, but unstoppable. Now, this is a team that also loves to drop down towards the area of dogs. And since the circle for today's gameplay has been following the flight path, maybe we can expect to get to see a circle that can actually constrict around the Camp Bravo, or do you have anything else to say, brother?
Well, hopefully. I mean, what I want to predict is, or rather anticipate, is a curveball situation. And so for now, as we don't really have any team that has gone on down towards Mongai, I want to say hopefully we get a circle that forces the teams. But again, it is a small map, right? So whichever way the circle goes on down towards, it is still going to be favoring quite a lot of teams. But never mind the circle itself, we do have the action starting right off the bat, and it is Kings of BD who are going to be jumping into the arena with, of course, NRZ. And NRZ is a team that loves to play it synergistically, and we can clearly see that they have created the flank angle. But Devil's OP is pretty much ready and prepped with the nade, and it is Leviathan on the receiving end that was cooked, but just not enough. It was cooked. It most certainly was a well-placed attack from Devil's OP, but was just not enough. And of course, with that, they are going to push on along, and Leviathan is onto the back tangent and is going to have to rush back to get himself acclimated. But as he does so, it seems like 40 has been able to bring down Megamind from Kings of BD. And again, I mean, it was anticipated that Kings of BD should be the one and ought to be the one who always do bring in that onslaught. But this time around, as they take on that fight, it is going to be NRZ that get the better half of Kings of BD for the moment.
Getting the taste of their own medicine, aggression is being counted upon with such sort of sheer aggression by the sort of NRZ. This time, Kings of BD slowly and steadily faltering down as Bad Intentions is also getting a lot of dent in the situation. Now, Bad Intentions really need to come out of this predicament, and in all these optics and threats, it is Team X, Team 4M that also need all these points. And mind you, both the teams are on the second half of the chart, and not only that, the point with which they are sitting upon after the end of total 8 matches is also not acceptable and satiable if we just talk about that. But Stalker goes down and Spidey, so that means Traydog has already been the case. That means 13 encounter will be surviving, and Winter is on the charge as Campbell falls down, and slowly and steadily things are ripping apart for the sides of Team 4M, and things have actually ripped apart as they have been torn to the ashes, and they are into that graveyard-like situation area of Sanhok. 4 kills already under the name of Bad Intentions. The same sort of start that Bad Intentions got in the game of Miramar, but still was not able to capitalize and convert upon onto. But this time, since it is a different it's a different ball game altogether, I would really want to see Bad Intentions getting there at the top, as IPG is now punishing upon the rotation of Python. But certainly, Bad Intentions have got.
Well, all the teams are actually jumping into this map with quite a lot of vengeance, and it seems like a dictator has found that vengeance against the players of Python right here, where he is going to be trying to convert that into a first kill. And on the other tangent, when it comes down to his teammate Mahfouz Baiti, he's going to be bringing in some annihilating plays and shots on from the top of that hill, and of course going to be bringing it down to auto aim. So Python also sadly at the receiving end, another team that is on the second page of the leaderboard with the 14th position and only 24 points. Python do need these kills working in their favor, but sadly are being taken away with the onslaught being brought on from the side of IPGx. And IPGx, I mean, first day we were talking about how this team is so much capable, and now on second day, well, they are certainly showcasing that. On the other tangent, Kings of BD, as they move on along, having converted some wonderful kills for themselves, they are now going to be pushing on to get NRZ's players brought on down to the knees itself. And Kings of BD's players are certainly looking on with a very synergistic tone, but are giving away poker of information for 40 as well. He was able to get a knock, but for now has not been able to confirm a kill for the team. And as the Kings of BD players make that rotation and try and get into a flank angle, we do have one player from the side of Kings of BD who has already gone on towards the right hand side, and that could be the flank that the team was waiting for. But going back to where the fights were taking place, it is IPGx who are taking the onslaught once again to the players of Python. So a lot of fights right off the first 5 minutes itself, a lot of fights have taken on down on this map of Sanhok and have already resulted in only 57 players alive. So again, a GG play, and there we go. Kings of BD had already found that flank angle. It was an intentional information that was given away towards the players of NRZ, but Leviathan, once again, he is just always so on point. But this was not going to be enough, because Kings of BD had enough time to get themselves circled around the players of NRZ, and one by one, those players have been knocked down and are, of course, left down with only one player. That is going to be 40. And 40, how long are you going to be able to bring in this onslaught? Well, a couple of seconds more as you try and change your positioning. You are going to be brought down, and of course, that results in Kings of BD looking pretty strong in the first few moments of this game itself. Two teams have already been knocked, and this is just the start.
They have been completely outplayed. That's what I have to say on this fight because NRZ, in the early stage of the game, we just saw they brought down the knock against Kings of BD. But the way Kings of BD players, since they don't have a base of the best loot, we can actually get to see some of the players don't even have a helmet. Some do have, but it's just a level 1 shield. But the way they actually synergized and they took the fight, some players actually going for the flank angle, where the players were actually onto the top of that ridge, onto that hill, sort of that small cliff that we got to see where Kattappa was actually there. But Livyatan, his knock eye was, I guess, was the reason for the whole team of demise because he was just trying to loiter around. But talking about that, we need to move our conversation where the circle is actually panning out. Throughout the day, the circle has been going anywhere. So the circle has been going anywhere, be it the game of Erangel, Miramar, and then we have this Sanhok. This is the sort of circle where when that actually happens in the least case. The frequency is so low for all these circles because half of the total circle, the total area is still under the water bodies. And also calculating the total river, that small stream that separates Camp Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, and also the ocean that is available on the west side of Camp Alpha and Charlie. The map is already in smaller side, and since most of the total area is occupied by water, it is really tough to survive. But IPG, just imagine if the circle goes into their lap, it will be a team that will be getting the favor of it. On to the other hand side, it is some other team that is making a rotation on the complete southern side. Again, it is going to be of unstoppable. In yesterday's game, also we saw them making a rotation from same different direction, same area, and they went down close towards the match where I guess they came third before getting eliminated by Silent Cloud. This time they are making some sort of rotation, but this time it seems that it's Silent Cloud that has gotten influenced by the sort of rotation that Unstoppable has done. And so two teams with that extreme rotation, how is that going to be helpful? We have to still wait for that as Silent Cloud is slowly and steadily making an entry into the zone, but still their journey is long, far fetched.
Well, it is going to be pretty extended journey for the side of Silent Cloud indeed. And as they do find themselves getting into the zone itself, it will be VNM Legends who are going to be eagerly, patiently waiting to pounce onto them like a hungry animal. And again, on the other tangent, talking about teams making late rotations, we do have BIP also making a late rotation. So not the kind of play we want to be able to see from the side of BIP, but it is just this wonderful scenic view that just takes away all the aggression that has been showcased. Now, of course, we do have the vehicle that, of course, would have been that much more awesome if we could actually see Unstoppable's vehicle down towards the south. But, of course, that is just too far south and too far out to even think about for now. But maybe in the future, that might just even happen. For now, it is going to be VNM Legends who are making that water rotation slowly and steadily, going to be making one by one. They are actually making that water rotation. First, they sent Void, and now two of the players are going to be jumping in along to get themselves acclimated. And then if they wait long enough, well, we do know for a fact that Unstoppable's boat's going to be coming right around the corner.
Exactly, Unstoppable will be coming in, and if that happens, that can be certainly their demise or maybe the team that was actually there. But certainly, Venom Legend have had really good time and a jolly time in just trying to pass off that stream, and they are successful for now. But look at this paper that is flying onto this lush green atmosphere, the surrounding. Until now, for the moment, it is all in all these blue. We have got to see the big bird, the big eye, just trying to put down that exclusive job that it actually brings out. But we'll have to see which team will be getting their hands for it as these now are winning out of their TRZRA. TRZRA again in the fight where one player has already been. It's not just the one player, Scorpion and Ragnar already been down. This is 7 just surviving with a sliver of HP. Speed has that X factor, that beast Groza in his hand, and that's just because of that he just got to see one knock he has brought down. But from the left hand side, he needs to make sure that he doesn't get exposed too much. But Sabir not realized the fact that 7C's players were already positioned holding the edge of the compound, has made one big mistake, and that was enough for 7C's to pounce upon them and straight off the bat, TRZRA into the lobby.
Well, that of course worked out in favor of 7C Esports, most certainly because they've been able to accumulate 5 kills already and look pretty confident as they move on across the board. And of course, when it comes to the zone, we're only in the second zone, so still a lot of time remaining, a lot of teams remaining as well because we are down to 11 minutes and 13 teams still surviving. So an onslaught is going to be brought on from a lot of these teams. A lot of third parties are going to be created in just a few minutes as we move on along from the second zone into the third zone itself. But the teams making those rotations hopefully do not get caught off guard. We did see Eon Esports also making that rotation from Paradise. They had moved on south, but where exactly do they find themselves? We'll see in just a couple of minutes. But on the other side, it is going to be RudeDude's three-man squad that is going to be trying to jump on to the positioning of XBROTHERS. Now it is going to be a 3v2, 3v4 affair, and XBROTHERS, of course, do have the safety of the compound as well. So it is a tough luck situation for RudeDude, but RudeDude, the only thing that works for them is the aggression, and Pardeen is going to be the one who will be trying to take on that onslaught right off the bat, jumping in. That's not the way you play. You do need to have a couple of utilities, of course. I mean, this late in the game, you know, compounds are not going to be left out by the other teams, and of course the compounds are of course going to be found with one team or the other, and that has resulted in they losing Dude already losing their lead player. Now Nightmare and Rudro are the two man who are remaining. Of course King GG tried to push on along to try and take on that fight, but it was not resulted in his favor as he did lose his life. Eventually XBROTHERS take this knock and confirm the kill for themselves. Of course the points are going to be theirs, but sadly King GG's price is going to be, of course, troubling them. That was not really needed as well for King GD to do so. But in all of it, Nightmare has pushed back. Nightmare has had some sad moments right here. And of course, just a few minutes ago, he had his entire team pushing on along with him as they thought they might be able to take that compound. But that was not the case. And now, resulting, he is left with only by himself and only 1 point as far as the kill is concerned. So, not the kind of play that he expected. But thankfully, at least when it comes to the circle, it is favoring him for the moment. So all he can do is patiently wait and perhaps move on into with the zone, remaining at the edge as much as he possibly can. Because last game also, we did have Dante, who was that one-man army and was absolutely able to capitalize on that situation, even though there were 6 teams remaining, and that was what. That was the positioning where Dante found himself in a one-man army. So right now it is going to be hopefully the same case for Nightmare. We shall see. But on the other side, it is a BIP trying to jump into the action. Mr. B has his crosshairs, has the information for Kings of B, but for now, they are taking a passive approach to this fight.
Exactly. But we just a moment ago just saw that circle just with that third shift certainly favoring A1 Esports and 7C's GSM, and that totally depends whether the fourth circle and if that goes into any other favor. For now, it is a fair share for both the team that is getting this equal opportunity to actually make a movement into this circle of Sanhok. But for now, it is just the pair of three that is we are looking up to, where we got to see MG3, that light machine gun, and that offers you that 616 and 990 RPM, and that is actually a beast gun to have in your hand if TRZ actually wants. They can have. They have spotted down the top. They have actually waited, and their buggies have stopped down. That means they might be looking to actually wait and see that if that bridge is actually camped or not. We don't get to see a lot of bridge camping situation, but since the circle is completely dominating on all the three islands, all the 33.33% is into those circles where circle at any point at any moment can go on to any island. It is going to be a tough affair for all the teams, and in that moment, if A1 Esports gets a fair share onto the Camp Charlie, they will be getting so, as 7Cs are still holding the Camp Alpha Island. On the Camp Bravo, I guess every team has vacated that island, but still have to wait for that, as Boston Pajamas are just waiting for that late sort of rotation where they're holding the edge of the circle, just waiting when the circle closes in, then they will be going into the fight. But till now, it has been sort of passive gameplay in the mid stages. In the early stage of the game, we got to see a lot of fights that was actually erupting. But for the last 5 to 7 minutes, each on every player are just going for the rotation. But the moment I said, we just got to see the kill feed has now started to dance. But Kings of BD, Devil OP, Katappa just waiting like a vulture to carve the flesh out of the body. But in all the situation, Mr. BBC can actually surprise and peek through at this moment with that extreme flank angle that he has created.
That could very well be the case. On the other side, when it came down to the rotation itself, it seems like VNM Legend were able to get a Python off their boots and send them back into the lobby. As Venom Legends will move on along, there'll be no other team to contest them. So looking pretty neat when it comes down to the rotation being brought on from Venom Legends. But now they are going to have to cross that water again. And in this doing so, it is 7C who are looking pretty good because they find themselves pretty much in the center of the compound. IPGx have themselves flanked out and are going to be retaining that information. The Dictator could very well spot out Venom Legends players if they are playing their cards right, or of course, it would very well be a case where IPGx also try and re-equilibrate all of their players to one compound, and that again could be something that could favor them because it is a pretty far outreach approach that the team has taken. But on the complete other tangent towards the eastern side of the zone itself, we do see Unstoppable X's players try and take on a fight against the players of Silent Cloud. For now, it is going to be Insane who is trying to retain information. TRZ going to be making rotation right behind in towards the same area, and this is where quite a lot of onslaught could be brought in just a couple of minutes.
Exactly, that can certainly be the case as RudeDude ES puts down TRZ Atomic as TRZ for the rest of the day that we've seen and casted for today's gameplay. They are off bullet at the moment. Bad intentions have made sure that with the help of that small ferry, they are just passing out that stream. And now, how Unstoppable are going to pass on the stream and get close towards that Camp Bravo Island or maybe Alpha as they are stuck in the Camp Charlie. But we're talking about that. We just got to see Venom Legends a moment ago. So that is going to be a tough affair for them because till now they have swarmed the river twice, they have swarmed the stream twice, and now it is going to be the third time if they want to make an entry into the zone. And just because of that, we get to see they are not making an entry into the circle. They have already swarmed, but on the loss of Steel Shot, and with that, they trying to take up the fight. But on the other side, it is Boston Pajama that have again faced that exit of the lobby. But IPG is going to get some real tough challenge as 2 kills registered in the name of Venom Legends. They are looking pretty much strong. And Nightwing, I love the way he's just not over aggressing because he is not sure whether the players are actually thrown down at any position or where the players are actually positioned. But in the same situation, the same fight, Frypan has received a lot of damage onto his body. And just because of that, he is getting for the patch in approach and he's patching himself up. But the way the players are actually taking the fight, this is looking pretty phenomenal. 7Cs on their hand are just positioned themselves, are just not moving an inch behind that. But in all these fights, it is an end, a day end for RudeDude from this match as Unstoppable are just shining. 3 players alive, 1 kill already on the name. They were gatekeeping the situation, but Shipu falls down from a long height, it seems, and now they are facing the brunt of the situation. But A1 Esports Sinister goes down, and 7Cs are now all of a sudden chiming in all these fights. 4 players down, closing towards the last circle. They are holding the circle. They have the numbers advantage. Again, they have a chance.
They most certainly do. They found themselves in the center of the zone. They were very much in control of the compounds as well, and of course are now being able to utilize that positioning and information into their own favor. But on the other side, TRZ Sports, another consistent team, is now bringing in an onslaught towards the players of Unstoppable as well as bad intentions. At first, Fadeem was caught off guard as he was trying to take a fight against the players of Unstoppable, and this has resulted in Unstoppable's Insane trying to move on along into the zone itself. So GG to Mamba Noob. He actually helped opponent team player, but now of course Insane, he was absolutely in the crosshairs of Mamba Noob, and of course that was not going to be allowed from Mamba Noob. He is going to be taking that kill for himself. But Dean trying to stay alive. Of course his teammate is right next door, but will they be able to get that revival or not? And as Mamba Noob tries to take care of his flank angle, it is going to be his teammate, which is going to be TRZ's, who will bring in that onslaught. But boy, oh boy, XBROTHERS, once again, they are the ones who seem to be bringing in a lot of those tricky situations into the other team's positioning. And of course, that has resulted in bad attention still having the better half of that situation. But now, as of course, his teammate tries to make that push, to try and give that survival, to try and get into the zone, will not be allowed to do so. And XBROTHERS will get the better half of that entire positional awareness. XBROTHERS have already got 1 player sent back into the lobby. Faisal has been knocked, but this team is looking absolutely dominating as they push on. They've already been able to get 4 kills confirmed for them, 2 teams that they've already been able to knock. So looking pretty neat. On the other tangent, it is A1 Esports pushing along alongside the players of Silent Cloud. Rage Kid did throw a nade from the looks of it, but it is to no avail because A1 Esports is going to jump in with the synergy that they play, are going to be bringing that team down to their knees. But Jax, as they get into the zone, was almost sent back in the lobby. He had such low HP right there. But of course, the teammates are there. So the team synergy working in that team's favor, and thus resulted we are only left with 5 teams remaining.
Exactly, just the 5 teams into the lobby, and what a fast-paced game. The moment I said it was the moment that fight actually started erupting, but now A1 Esports have now found themselves in a position where 7Cs had all the information from where A1 Esports are coming into the circle. So this was already deployed onto this island where 7Cs have been for a quite a long time. Evilai goes down, so now A1 Esports is now trying to make a big dent, and if they do so, 7Cs also need to take care, because where they're hiding for now, there is some sort of compound, but 2-2 splays is what 7Cs are playing for now. Kapshi and one player onto the one side, and the rest of the 2 players just deployed onto the other side just to take care of the incoming players and try to gatekeep the situation. It is Rafat, it is one player, but this grenade, this can actually fall the demise with them. They actually need to find themselves away from all this situation, but all these pressure situation actually makes you go so worried. And in this situation, just imagine if this could have been the one time where they could have actually gone down, but no was the case, and they actually wisely faltered down from this situation, find themselves away. Since it goes down, Kashi secures one more kill, as 10 kills already has been secured, but the kills have been already stolen by VNM Legends.
Well, indeed. I mean, when it comes down to 7C Esports, they are looking absolutely phenomenal. And of course, when it comes to the information, they have the retention of the entire area that they've got. And now will be slowly and steadily pushing on alongside. The teammates are going to create a flank. And this is where the entire saga will lead on down towards the top 3 teams, which is, of course, A1 Esports, VNM Legends, and, of course, 7C Esports. Now, Frypan tried his level best to try and cook and take that onslaught towards the players of A1 Esports, was able to actually get one player knocked. Sinister was brought down to almost his knees, but thankfully that sliver of an HP worked out in his favor, and now that has resulted in a 4v4 situation between 7C Esports and A1 Esports. And of course, when it comes down to the players, they're both skilled and talented teams, and this is where the flank angles are being created. The circle certainly favoring a bit more towards the side of 7C, but again, this is the 7th circle. We've still got 16 seconds remaining before the circle shifts, or rather moves on, and that is when a decision will be made as to which side is probably going to be pushing on along. For the moment, it is going to be A1 Esports that is going to be advantageous based on the King of the Hill situation, as well as a couple of rocks and trees that could very well favor them. But on the tangent, we can very well bring that conversation towards 7C as well, because there is a dip. There is a dip that is going to actually be favoring them as well, as far as the defense is concerned. So once again, in just the next few seconds itself, we shall see who the circle favors, and it is going to be A1 Esports.
Definitely, but Baldrev goes down. That brings down to 3 players from the sides of 7Cs, as he has been not only brought down to his knees, as he has been finished off. So 1 point already awarded to the name of A1 Esports. Now it's a Mexican standoff where 4 players from the sides of A1 Esports and 7Cs are actually finding themselves out. The team that actually wins this match will be getting closer and closer towards the #1 position. If 7Cs gets that point, that will be beneficial for them. But now it is a nade parade that you talk about. It's that red zone that is created, that artificial grenade zone. And there we go. Rafat goes down with the spot on nade, as 6-9 boys also brings one more knock, and it is all down to Evilai, and it is looking pretty much dark for 7Cs. One grenade finishes things off for him as he puts one more nail in the coffin, and sooner or later his journey will end, as Kapshi is the last man surviving. Eventually it won't be a long-lasting affair, as he also falters down. A1 Esports again getting close towards the chicken dinner in this 3rd game of Sanhok. Back-to-back A1, it was not so, but certainly the 2 chicken out of the 3 total gameplay. 10 kills, no 21 damage. Not the way A1 Esports dominate, but certainly the way A1 Esports takes the chicken dinner. And there we go. #1 is where they are right now.
Well, GG play indeed, working in favor of A1 Esports. They were the synergistic ones as they pushed on along, and the first 10 kills is the number that 7C had already accumulated for themselves. So a GG play coming in for the side of 7C Esports as well. As the game progressed on, it was the circle that favored 7C, but from the ashes, of course, A1 Esports came on to chip the onslaught in their own favor, and the domination, of course, showcased with the synergy, worked in their favor with that. Moving on to the MVP coming in from the game, we've got 6-9 boy with 5 kills, 1 assist that he was able to be a part of in the 22.5-minute survival time on this map of Sanhok. He was able to dish out 535 damage. So a decent outing from 535 damage to, of course, the 5 kills and the assist. A decent outing for 6-9 boy and the entirety of his team.
Definitely, A1 Esports again, just stalking performance, just shining, and as you mentioned, rising from the ashes. Because at the end, it was the zone that was favoring us, sort of, not completely, but partially, it was favoring Seven Seas. But however, the intensity of odd can be against A1 Esports. It's a team that knows how to find themselves away from all these blues and darks, and there we go. They are just shining like a star, and the 6-9 boy in the top 4 player list again shining himself up. But Badriv and Evelite, they're also a tandem, also worked pretty well till the moment they were being decimated. But Jax again getting closer towards the top 4 player list. He is now at the fourth position in this overall top 4 player list. 4 kills, 394 damage, survival time 22 minutes. Once again, as 6-9 boy, we just saw a moment ago, he just got down at the last one. But what a game for both these teams. I wanted some other teams to actually come into the frame. Some teams really did try, as we got to see some teams were trying, as XBROTHERS were in that King of the Hill situation where they're just trying to eliminate bad intentions player. But then it was Seven Seas that was holding the center line of the circle, holding the compound is an important thing, and they brought down the players of bad intentions. But again, as we were talking about, what goes back comes around. And A1 Esports, 7 Cs again. So be it be A1 Esports, be it be 7 Cs, be it be TRZ. So it is a complete circle that gets completed whenever each of these teams get their hand closer and closer towards the chicken.
They most certainly do. As we move on to the match summary, it is going to be Mamba Noob, who this time around was part of the most utilities utilized. And again, when it comes to the highest kill, we did see 6-9 boy walk away with 5 kills in this game. And Rafat right here with 300 meters long distance on San. Amazing win on Sanhok. That is quite a start in favor of course, Rafat right here. But as we move on to the highest damage that was being able to dish out, it was Budgrave once again from 7C. So an amazing outing for A1 Esports as well as 7C, and to commend on Mamba Noob's gameplay. That was of course a GG one as well, because he performed bad intentions play as well as stopped unstoppable in the track. But sadly, as he tried to take care of his 6 off his back, he was pinned down, and that is when of course we saw Mamba Noob's gameplay end. But a GG play and a GG affair for the side of TRZ Esports as well.
Exactly, TRZ Esports again getting close to where they actually should have found themselves, but still faltering down, as you just mentioned. But still, we have more and more games left. But till now, TRZ Esports in this 4 games, they have been looking off-colored, but not A1 Esports, that they are banging with the chicken again and again. We are just done with the 3 games of the day, and they have already got 2 chickens. So a high percentage of success rate is what A1 Esports are standing at the position. But IPG again, one consistent performance, and XBROTHERS. We have been comparing and being synonymous, talking about the gameplay with which IPG and XBROTHERS have played in the past. There we have the 4th and the 5th position grabbed by them in the total match ranking for this match. And these 2 teams have actually impressed in terms of consistency that we talk about. Apart from the team that are on the top 4, these 2 teams have been really playing good, but not TRZRA or be it be Pajamas Esports and also Silent Cloud and RudeDude.
Absolutely. And with that, as we move on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, this is where an onslaught was brought on into this game right off the bat in the first few minutes itself. Quite a crazy affair it was, because we saw Kings of BD take on a rain towards the players of NRZ, and as he moved on along, there was another push that was created from the side of 7C. It was TRZRA at the receiving end. Now this is where RudeDude's interesting push absolutely annihilated them. It was just not required. It was absolutely not required for them to do so. Of course, that resulted in them remaining with only 1 player surviving. That was Nightmare, and this is where Mamba Noob was able to stop bad intentions as well as an unstoppable X's player. But as he moved on to take a look at his back, it is this moment that he was caught off guard, and bad intentions counter was able to retaliate the favor.
Exactly, he retaliated in fashion, and then it was Sherlock with some other teammates was actually trying to pull down the last pair of TRZ, and then it was all easy for A1 Esports to take down the final player of VNM Legends, thanks to Frypan, that brought his team close towards where the chicken was actually standing there. But then it was A1 Esports with a flanking approach, brought down the last player Kapshi to its knees, and then they got close towards the chicken and won that. But with this, we head towards the damage draw. We get to see 2068 damage is what 7Cs has been able to secure. 10 kills is shared between them and A1 Esports, but the damage is certainly close to double of what A1 Esports is standing. That means even if you have got those 10 kills, but the way approach, the way you have approached the whole match, 7Cs was certainly looking to take a lot of fights. On the contrary, it was A1 Esports that was sitting quietly till the third zone actually panned out.
Absolutely, and this resulted in a very decent outing for so many of these teams. But sadly, T4M once again not being able to chime in with the kill department is going to certainly be backfiring for them. And the number of games are slowly and steadily getting away from them. TRZRA also not having a decent outing, but that is going to be the case for now. As we move on to the overall ranking, we've got A1 Esports with a lead looking at 155 points with 4 chicken dinners. So amazing turn of events is what it has always been for A1 Esports, but this time around we do see 70 Esports chiming in along as well and trying to keep as close as they possibly can to the lead that A1 Esports keeps on creating from one game to the next. And that is again the conversation that can be brought in favor of VNM Legends and TRZ Esports as well, because they also every single time, every single game try and bring in a consistent play.
There is a long drop in terms of point tables that we see from first and the team that is sitting on the first and the team that is sitting on the fifth. So a lot of patchwork that needs to be done, and also a lot of drop is being done. But because IPG on the 9th position with 52 points and Team 4M 9 game 15 total points, not even 2 points from each matches, and this is something that Team 4M actually needs to take care of, because from here onwards the matches will be decreasing, as I have been constantly saying. But now the story has been the same as we have seen in the past. A1 Esports was not able to perform day one, but since now they are on the 155th position, the only objective for them at the end of the today's gameplay might be to get close towards the 220 or 230 and to cement their position on the #1.
Absolutely would be the case, and that is what we anticipate them to work towards. With that, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। আমাদের সাথে এই মুহূর্তে জয়েন করেছে ব্যাড ইন্টেনশন স্টকার। সো স্টকার, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
থ্যাংক ইউ টাইমার।
থ্যাংক ইউ। সো টুর্নামেন্টের ব্যাপারে তোমাকে যদি জিজ্ঞেস করি, পিএমএনসি চলছে এন্ড পিএমএনসি তে ইউ গাইজ আর ডুইং সো গুড। এত অসাধারণ পারফরমেন্সের রহস্যটা কি আসলে?
টু বি অনেস্ট, লাস্ট পিএমসিসির পর আমাদের মানে পারফরমেন্স পিএমসিসিতে আসানোর সুযোগ হয় নাই। তো এরপর আমরা আমাদের টিম আসলে কাইন্ড অফ ডিসব্যান্ড টাইপের হয়ে গেছিল। তারপর আমরা নিউ ভাবে টিমটাকে রিভিল করছি এন্ড তারপর কমিউনিকেশন সিনার্জি সব নিয়ে কাজ করছি। এন্ড এখন আমাদের টিমে একজন কোচ আছে যে আমাদেরকে বিভিন্ন ধরনের স্ট্র্যাটেজি, তারপর সিনার্জি এইসব নিয়ে কাজ করে। সো বেসিক্যালি আমরা আমাদের ওই জিনিসটা ইমপ্রুভ করার ট্রাই করতেছি। সো এটার জন্যই আসলে মেবি উই আর ডুইং বেটার ডে বাই ডে।
অবশ্যই। সো কোচের ব্যাপারে কথা হচ্ছিল। অ্যাকচুয়ালি একটা টিমের মধ্যে কোচ থাকাটার সুবিধাটা কি? মানে তোমার কাছে কি মনে হয়, আগে কেমন হতো আর এখন কেমন হয় কোচ আসার
তো
পর?
আগে যখন আমাদের কোচ ছিল না তখন আসলে আমরা অনেক কিছু জানতাম না, বা বিভিন্ন টিমের অতটা, কারণ আমরা প্লেয়ার হিসেবে আমাদের যেমন খেলতে হয় তেমন মানে স্টাডি করারও ওইরকম লাগে। তো এখন কোচ আছে, তো এখন আমাদের বিভিন্ন টিমের সে স্টাডি করে আমাদেরকে তারা কিভাবে খেলে বা কিভাবে রোটেশন দেয় বা তাদের স্ট্র্যাটেজি কি, ওটা নিয়ে আমাদেরকে বিভিন্ন নলেজ দেয়। সো ওইটাকে কাজে লাগেই আর কি বেসিক্যালি আমরা এখন ওইভাবে আমাদের গেম প্ল্যান বা স্ট্র্যাটেজি সাজানোর ট্রাই।
আমরা যদি অ্যাকচুয়ালি টুর্নামেন্টটার কথা বলি, ব্যাড ইন্টেনশন ইজ দ্য ডার্ক হর্স অফ দ্য টুর্নামেন্ট। তার কারণ মানে এমন একটা টাইম গেছে যে আসলে আমরা দেখছি উইন্টার ইজ গেটিং কিলস, এখন দেখতেছি সেমিফাইনালসে এসে তুমি নিজে কিল পিক করতেছো। সো এইটা কি সামনেও তোমাদের ধরে রাখার প্ল্যান আছে? লাইক ফাইনালসে আমরা কেমন ব্যাড ইন্টেনশনকে দেখতে পাবো?
তো অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের সেমিফাইনালে যদি বলতে চাই মানে ওভারঅল আমরা অতটা মানে আমাদের যে এক্সপেকটেশন ছিল গ্রুপ স্টেজ অনুযায়ী ওরকম পারফরমেন্স হয় নাই। হয়তো আমি একটু মানে আমার টিমের জন্য সেমিফাইনালে স্টেপ আপ করতে পারছি, বাট স্টিল আমাদের এখন অনেক কিছু ইমপ্রুভ করার বাকি আছে। তো আমরা ফাইনালের আগে ওইটা আমাদের মিস্টেক গুলা নিয়ে কাজ করার ট্রাই করতেছি। সো হোপফুলি ফাইনালে বেটার কিছু রেজাল্ট আসবে আমাদের।
সো আর ইউ গাইজ এইমিং ফর দ্য চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপ বিকজ চ্যাম্পিয়ন হলেই পিএমপিএল এর স্লট কি মনে হয়
তো বেসিক্যালি চ্যাম্পিয়ন হওয়া তো সবারই একটা তো আমাদেরও ওইটাই, আমাদের চ্যাম্পিয়ন হইতে হবে। চ্যাম্পিয়ন হলে আমাদের পিএমপিএল এর একটা স্লট আছে, তো যেটা আমাদের যে কোনো ভাবেই এবার নিতে হবে। তো আমাদের গোল ওইটাই থাকবে যে গো ফর দ্য চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপ।
সো আরেকটা জিনিস, তোমাদের টিমের মধ্যে লাইক এখন স্পন্সরস আছে, কোচ আছে, সো এই স্পন্সরশিপ এন্ড কোচ আসার পরে এখন কিন্তু তোমাদের যে একটা এক্সপেকটেশন ছিল সেটা আমি দেখতেছি অনেক গুণে বেড়ে গিয়েছে। সো ডু ইউ থিঙ্ক এটা মানে এই স্পন্সরশিপ আসা বা এই কোচ আসা এই জিনিসগুলো নতুন যে টিমগুলো আছে তাদের জন্য কতটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ?
সো অ্যাকচুয়ালি আপনার টিমে যখন একটা স্পন্সর আসবে বা কোচ বা স্পন্সর আসবে বা কোচ আসবে, তখন আপনার মনে করেন আপনার পিছে একজন বা মানুষ বা ম্যানেজমেন্ট বা বলেন যে অ্যানালিস্ট বা কাজ করতেছে, তো তখন আপনার জন্য আরো বেশি এফোর্ট, তারা আপনার পিছে কাজ করতেছে। সো বেসিক্যালি আপনি তখন নিজেও আর কি এক্সট্রা এফোর্ট দিয়ে কাজ করার ট্রাই করবেন। সো অবভিয়াসলি নতুন যারা টিম আছে তাদের জন্য অবভিয়াসলি এটা আরো বেনিফিশিয়াল হবে।
সো ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ স্টকার, আমাদের সাথে সময় কাটানোর জন্য। অবশ্যই দোয়া থাকলো যাতে চ্যাম্পিয়ন হয়েই ফেরত আসতে পারো ইনশাল্লাহ। সেই ধরনের কথা এবং এই ধরনের মিটিং আরো অনেক বেশি আমরা দেখবো সামনে। সো থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ আজকে সাফিন স্টকার আসার জন্য আমাদের সাথে। তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চেয়ার করতে থাকবেন যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে। আমি তানভীর, ইউ গাইজ নো মি অ্যাজ টাইম বার্নার গেমিং। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের প্লেয়ারদের কাছে কিছু প্রশ্ন থাকবে, তাদেরকে জিজ্ঞাসা করবো আজকে সকালে তারা যে জিনিসটা দিয়ে নাস্তা করেছে সেটা যদি তাদের ইন গেম নেম হয় তাহলে কেমন হবে?
সকাল নাস্তা করছি তাহলে হবে ডিম ওয়াইটি।
ডিম ওয়াইটি, ওকে।
আচ্ছা, সো এরকম যদি আমি, তাহলে আমি অ্যাপেল বলবো। অ্যাপেল কিউট, আমরা আপেল ফোন ইউজ করি সবাই।
ওরে!
এটা আমি সকালে খাইছি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
অবভিয়াসলি ওটা চা হবে, বিটেক্স চা।
বিটেক্স চা। আচ্ছা,
ডিম, রুটি, আলু।
মানে সব একসাথে ডিম রুটি
হ্যাঁ,
আলু?
আমি তো সকালবেলায় তিনটা খেয়েছি, so
সেভেনের জিএসএম ডিম রুটি আলু।
ডিম, রুটি, আলু।
নাইস। তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলেন আমাদের প্রো প্লেয়ারদের কথা। এরকম আরো অনেক দারুণ দারুণ সেগমেন্ট কিন্তু আপনাদের কাছে নিয়ে আসবো। তো অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন, পাশেই থাকবেন। আপাতত বিদায় নিচ্ছি আপনাদের থেকে।
All right, welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile. This is the National Championship for Bangladesh region. All thanks to, of course, Oppo F9 Pro. We are jumping along from one game to the next, and it has been really phenomenal. The teams have been absolutely ludicrous in terms of the performance that they're showcasing. But now I do want to see a little bit of change. I mean, yes,
Yeah, sure.
the really good teams are just dominating, but the teams on the second page of the leaderboard, they need to really bring up their gameplay, or else it is going to be, sadly, a drowning story.
Indeed, it will be no sooner as other teams will drown down to the points that Taiwan Esports is now accumulating, because now its only objective is to get close and close to the 200 at first and get close towards the lead that they actually have in, because in the past we have seen 100 to 70 points is what they have been able to keeping in their bag, just in order if they don't have one or two good games. But really I want some other teams to actually shine upon, especially TRZ Esports. Suddenly all of a sudden 3 games they have looked off colored. The sort of strategies is actually not working. The rotations are not actually working. The gun power has all of a sudden diminished, because and also the numbers advantage that they go in, because in the last game of also Sanhok, we just saw the 2 players just were surviving. So in the early stage of the game, somewhere down the line, TRZ Esports, even if they are not taking up the fight, they are losing up to their numbers advantage. And since we have seen, and this has been the constant theory of this battle royale, if we bring down the 3-4 players down towards the last circle, last zone, or eventually in a fight, it will be a win-win situation for you. So I really want now Human Esports to be stopped. If not, they will be flying away with all the points, because they have already taken that leap. They are already in the position onto the launch pad that if a slightest of the advantage is actually provided to them, they will make an inch to a mile, and that will be in just a match or two.
That is so true indeed. Because after all, I mean, you look at the previous game itself. There were 10 kills taken from AN Esports, 10 kills from, of course, 7C
Yeah.
Esports. So from 64 points in terms of the kill department that is available to the teams, 20 points are already being segregated just from two teams. In the previous
Wow.
game, previous game, it was, of course, VNM Legends walking away with what, 17, 18 kills? I mean, so this is something that needs to stop. This is something that genuinely does need a bit of a retweaking, and that, of course, is going to be the other teams in the lobby. They are the ones who are going to have to give an answer to this onslaught that is being brought on from these teams. I mean, RudeDude, they've been trying. I see Saturn Cloud kind of working towards at least those placing points and a little bit of fighting, but T4M completely missing from the story. VIP being so very silent and not themselves in terms of the play style that BIP have showcased earlier. And hopefully now, as this is going to be kind of like the middle ground, right? This day number 2 is going to be the middle
Yeah.
day of the semifinals. It is high time for the teams to start performing.
Indeed, it is. I mean, if they don't start performing now, it will be too late for them because now this team that are already onto the top now they are started cementing this position because it actually comes down to how you layer your points because in the initial stage of the match you just test the water, you just find out whether how the teams are actually performing, and we have seen those sort of strategies working into the favor of A1 Esports. But then again, we got to see one more west east side of flight path. Can we expect one more northeastern finish? But no, this was really not the case. A centralized uh, circle is what we have for now. I mean, this is the circle, the best circle, I would say, because every player, every team, apart from some teams that go on to cover up and military base, would be in circle. So not much of a movement in the early stage of the game is what I expect, and then maybe after 15 or 16 minutes, when the circle keeps constricting, and tries to press out the players, and in that situation, we might get to see some sort of scuffle. But then again, we need to look upon the players of A1 Esports are pretty much close towards the route to. In these sort of circles, more often we have seen A1 Esports going head to head again route to. And if that happens, that will be I'd like to see because the route dude has prowess with a lot of aggression. I can already see A1 Esports just after that 1 minute or 2 minute of loop. The players are getting all the closer by vehicles, and this is something that route dude don't actually want to be in their case because if every vehicle is actually gotten in the favor of gotten by the hands of A1 Esports, they don't have much to have to traverse with, and in that situation, scarcity of vehicle is the only thing I can think about because rest of the players from sides of A1 Esports are now getting towards the place they actually go to.
Yep, they are going to get themselves to the compound that they call home every single time it comes down to the map of Erangel, and that is, of course, their set loot that they like to go for. Along with that, when it comes to set loot, it is 7C, another team to talk about that do love to go down towards that set rotation, and that's going to be from Novo Rupnoi, is where we find that team on the other tangent. It is going to be Python, who have this time around moved on down towards the northwestern side towards Zaki. So that is going to be a different approach for them. Of course, it is. Many times that Python is the team that we end up looking on down towards those late rotations, and this time we'll have to see if they do end up retaining that sort of a same game style or not. But it seems like RudeDude's Rudro is pretty close right here to the players of T4M, and this could have turned into a tricky situation for Rudro, but it seems he's going to be running away from that positioning and, of course, trying to get into a better balanced situation for himself. But will that be enough? Because from the looks of it, T4M are certainly pursuing Rudro, and they are just going to be working towards getting those utilities for themselves. And that is the case and the gameplay that T4M is showcasing right now. For Rudro, the only thing that he can do, of course, is try and play it safe because he's a one-man army in this area for the moment. And on the other tangent, when it comes to T4M, well, yeah, this team do whatever they do. They just need points because they are playing so far back in low key that this is not going to work in their favor if they keep on playing this and running away from those sort of fights and early contestation situations. Eventually, because they're not working towards placing points, they're not working towards fights, thus no kill points, and so
Exactly.
eventually, what
That's no
exactly
points.
is the game style, right? What exactly will be the game style then?
Definitely, you actually need to work upon any of these, be it the clear placement points, be it with the clear points, because this is the only two way in this game of PUBG where you can get your lead and point all together segregated and accumulated, and just try to overpower other teams, because this is the only way you actually, and this is what you play for. And at the end of the day, if you don't do any of these two, you will be lagging behind. As I expected Team 4M, because they know it well that it is RudeDude that drops in the same vicinity. And since Team 4M were looking pretty strong with all the vehicles intact, and the players getting the best loot in the area that actually had their hands upon, I should have actually liked if they actually would have gone for those early fights. But XBROTHERS, now this is a team that has been constantly dragging and taking out a good share of points, a good chunk of point from each and every match that we have played today. Erangel since a certain circle in the centralized position. Rozok is where they're sitting for now. I guess before 10 minutes, there's nothing that would actually press them to move from this position.
That is so true indeed. But we shall see what sort of a play style will X Brother be bringing to the table. I mean, previously we've seen them be pretty low key in terms of the early moments of the game, and then when it comes down to the final circles, that is when this team comes on out and comes alive. Simply put. But on the other tangent, talking about being alive, NRZ is a team that has been absolutely on point and has certainly been resilient enough to take on fights and onslaughts, even if they go against them. This team, the rotations end up working right for them. At times, of course, they do get caught off guard, but that is part of the game. Eventually, every single team ends up doing so. But it is then about how synergistic you are to take on those fights, and that is something NRZ does so gracefully. But Silent
Definitely.
Cloud, on the other tangent, is a complete different horse, because this team does not like to play in terms of those aggressive instances. They were so close. I mean, as we just did see in the second game today, they were so very close to getting that chicken dinner as well. With four members alive, it was still not an easy situation for them to convert into their own positioning. So it's easier said than done also. I mean, I completely agree with that. When you've got the likes of A1 Esports, VNM Legends, 7C, and so many others that are doing so perfectly well for themselves, it is not easy to match that sort of an aggression level. But if you have the opportunity, it's more like a do and die situation that, of course, Silent Cloud needs to answer for themselves as to what sort of a gameplay do they want to be.
Definitely, Silent Cloud really need to think something out of the box, as you mentioned, because at the end of the day, if you are not going aggressive, that means you need to actually let all the four players get closer and closer towards that total placement points. But for now, it is all the team members and all the players that are going for all the rotation. Until now, not a single bullet has been fired upon one team. It might have been the case, but till now, what we have seen from that production end is what we haven't seen any sort of player being spotted in the open, or maybe some sort of bullets that might have been peppered down. But till now, it has all been a truce in the area of Erangel and this map. It's so beautiful to see the players are now settling into the group. They're just waiting, and these sort of circles eventually don't tend to actually tends to help the players in sort of their rotation and not indulge in the early fights. And this is something Unstoppable must be looking at. So now this is a team that has looked in some good touch in sublime form for some of the matches, not in all. But then again, not able to convert the chicken is what something that the team is lacking at. For the moment, they are at this bridge position and they are expecting some teams to come in the closer by vicinity. If that happens, that can certainly be their demise, because that is certainly not the best way to pass. But what is it is where Unstoppable has been dropping down in the past, and they are in the position. But NRZ, they are at the predictable hill, and A1 Esports, after looting that back and sides of that six houses, those shorelines area, have now tried to rotate in the center line of circle, are pretty much close where NRZ's players are actually positioned. But NRZ, knowing the fact that A1 Esports players are actually there, but they are still not taking the fight, that means they are not willing to take the fight in the early stage of the game. All they're just waiting and waiting. It might be the case that we might get to see some sort of late rotation. But TRZ, this is a game where they actually went to different sort of drop location, and now they are in the dead smack center. Since Boston Pajamas have dropped down to the 7 in the past, this time also shooting range is where they're positioned for the moment. But since the circle has gone away, it has still gone into the favor, but now they're going for the centralized position. But XBrothers still in Mark Center, but the number of traffic that has developed in the southern side, be it VNM Legends, 7 Seas, NRC, Kings of BD, RudeDude, I mean, Mammoth. Mammoth team is where we get to see, I can expect a fight maybe some sort of maybe some sort of what do we call it? That the contestation for the compounds. All these things can actually happen in these sort of early games.
Most certainly could be the case, but for now they're all busy in their vehicles trying to get in towards the center of the zone itself, and as they do so, that is where those contestations will definitely arise, and that is where those kills are going to be brought on along. And right off the bat, as we bring it up, it is going to be Unstoppable X bringing it that onslaught towards the players of none other than VNM Legends. Void has already been knocked and down to his knees. Pipeman has been spotted, and that is going to be Hassan's job to finish him off. And yes, he will be able to do so, even though he did not have a lot of HP left on himself. He has been able to deliver the exact point on target, and VNM Legends being the first team to be annihilated. And that's not it, because Unstoppable is still not done. They bring on that onslaught to the players of RudeDude as they try and make that rotation, and it is going to be 7C who will be finishing that thing off eventually. Of course, the Unstoppable's bridge camp situation has worked perfectly in their favor, but right now it is going to be 7C's for Kapshi who is going to be trying to take on RudeDude's Fardeen, and a perfect nade being brought on from the side of Eagle Eye will be the opening that the team of 7C needed to finish Fardeen off as well, thus leaving Nightmare the only player surviving for the side of RudeDude. As we do see, Flex has already been knocked thanks to Claw's unstoppable bullets from Unstoppable X, of course, and this has resulted in quite a aggressive stance that these teams have taken as they try to get into the comfort of the zone. And again, this is where a lot many more teams are of course going to be expected to make a rotation from, because after all, when it comes to the circle, well, the bridge is going to be the area. If at all the circle goes on down towards the northern side or shifts towards the northern side, the bridge is going to be the area that we can expect a lot of those teams to be making that rotation from.
Is it one more opportunity for 7Cs, to be honest, because they are looking pretty much strong and they are holding the compound where the two island actually gets conjunct, and that's where the team can actually get hold of it. They are making sure that they are getting closer and closer towards one more kill points, and that is certainly be the case. But for the moment, Unstoppable have really been bruised as Merciful has been pulled down. Insane Claw and Hassan still in the lobby, still playing the match, but 7C's all 4 players are in a complete split situation of trying to just spot down the player. But Kapshi is just trying to maneuver the McLaren closer to where the exit of the house is there actually. But Nightmare is still surviving in the water. For how long he is in there, but whenever he tries to swim down, there will be a sound cue that Claw will be hitting. But Claw's location has already been spotted down, and he has been brought down. He just survived because he just had that painkiller that he had a moment ago. Else he could have been easily knocked down, and that could have been a place where Unstoppable could have been stopped at that point. But on the side, it is from the northeast western side where IPG is trying to make an entry into zone, and Python are being really punished at this moment as Mahfouz has already spotted down the exact position where Sub-Zero is actually heading down. Some smokes have been deployed, and Mahfouz is not just trying to shy away from all these fights. IPG really needs to take up the fight, and they are ready with it. Mahfouz just waited. He just waited, patiently waited when the last player, when the player that was in the closer vicinity from his side would get close to him, and when he just got close to him, it's the moment that you get the confidence. 2 players charging on one. It is always a situation where you will win the fight, but Sub-Zero is making it tough. But from the left hand side, it is going to be Dictator that will be breaking this fight hell loose, as IHigh is holding that position. He has got Sensei down, and this is certainly where IPG needs to take care of their side. But IHigh is making sure that with the help of UMP, he will be taking the fight as Mahfouz. He showed the back, but is it enough for IHigh that he will be brought down to death, as Molotov is being used constantly? But from the backhand angle, it is Bad Cell that is really picking on the pair. Now Dictator pins the grenade, and IHigh realized the situation. He was getting away from that grenade, he was getting away from that position, but was still not enough. That distance was still not enough to not let him get knocked. Else he could have been safe in that position. And now it is the moment where IPG have known this team in the past. 2 knocks, and this is the moment that they actually need to push in, and they are pushing it for the best.
They most certainly are, and are going to be confirming those kills, as well as they are leaving Batzel, the only player surviving from the side of Python. But eventually Batzel will get into his vehicle and try and just run away from the position. Quite a lot of zigzagging taking place from the side of Bansal, and certainly has helped him actually, because the damage has not really been brought on towards him, but just the vehicle itself. And as we can clearly see, the vehicle is burning, the vehicle is on fire as he tries to make his way down towards the shooting range. He will be able to get away from the onslaught of IPGx, but will it be enough? As we look onto the map itself, there is absolutely no team around this team's and players' location. But like I said, will that be enough? Because he is at the edge, there is no other team, but he is also all by himself, and Python need those points. Python is on the 15th position with 24 points, and so of course whatever placement points he can get from these games is certainly going to be helping his teammates, and right now that is going to be his sole objective. But talking about the points themselves, Unstoppable, as we can see, are the ones who have gotten quite a lot of kills, 6 kills to that team. That bridge camp situation worked out absolutely perfectly for Unstoppable, but now the question is, will it be enough for them to be able to get that moving along in their favor and get more points as the game moves on along? It is going to be enough or not, we shall see. But TRZ Esports, earlier they were in the center, now they find themselves at the edge, and still A1 Esports, being the magnets, are going to be securing a decent placement for themselves as we move on down towards Rosehawk, where XBROTHERS are there, A1 Esports is there, and this is where things could very well once again go in favor of A1 Esports, because they are going to get themselves absolute so much time to be comfortable in this area, and XBROTHER are to the western side, and of course will not really be interested for the moment, of course, on that onslaught against A1 Esports. But 7C, as they make that rotation, have taken down players that are going to be from TRZRA, and it is going to be just that one player that they were able to knock. Sabir has gotten away from them, but Kapshi knows exactly what to anticipate that final player to be. But will it be enough? Yes, he does know exactly where that player is, and Sabir is going to be bringing in that onslaught, but not before he himself takes a little bit of that lead gift coming in from the side of Kapshi, and smoke will be brought on to Kapshi's defense, and with that, he is going to be able to clearly get a defensive play out of this scenario. A decent turn of events indeed, but the game is not yet done for him, because 350 meters plus is what he needs to cover.
And that too in the crosshair of Sabir, or maybe some sort of different rotation. I guess they need to make a different rotation, as the same sort of approach was from the sides of NRZ, and they were put on. But the moment they try to run away from this McLaren, can be a moment where they might be peppered down from some bullets from the sides of Sabir. But Sabir has certainly been taken away and is away from the rest of the pack. But as soon as 7Cs makes an entry into the zone, it is going to be IPG that will be welcoming them from the front hand side, and from the left hand side, it is going to be NRZ. Not the two of the team that you would love to be finding yourself against in between them, but certainly they don't have any other choice. But they are just waiting and waiting, just making that late rotation, just waiting that hoping the player might go away from the situation, and also pulling them into the coffin, as one player has been pulled down from their side. As since it goes down, Unstoppable is also taking the fight, as TRZ Sabid has been completely finished. That means the way the Unstoppable is fighting out this battle, it is looking pretty much decent for themselves. Also, 7C's 3 kills, 4 players are intact for the moment, but how are they going to make an entry into zone? Because it's the only way that they need to go, and that is going to be the straight. They won't be finding themselves in the water. If they do, that will be the worst approach. Else, if they need to make an entry, they need to retaliate upon NRZ. Might be just waiting that NRZ just leave those 2 pounds, and then they will play the edge of the circle, and then they go into zone. But the way A1 Esports have been the zone magnets, be it with Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, it is just phenomenal to see. It's a deja vu moment for me, because same sort of circle we saw yesterday's gameplay, but A1 Esports were on a different formation, were on a different stratch. They were holding the rose on hill, but this time it is gonna be the urban finish. I wish that this has to be an urban finish to be in the best way, but TRZ Esports are being completely pinned down by one team that really needs all these points, and Fox Pajamas all of a sudden looking pretty phenomenal at the moment. Not phenomenal, as so Shoutout will be bleeding things off for him, as Bimo and Vibe are still surviving, but certainly they are shattering the hopes of TRZ Esports, as Rare FPS has gone to flank angle. Does Bimo has the slightest of that realization that he can be pinned out at any moment?
Well, BMO is trying his level best to bring in a little bit of that damage to the players of course, TRZ. But in doing so, his team also is being pincered down and have left with only these two players alive. So, an interesting turn of events for BIP once again, where we do not see a lot of points working in their favor in terms of the kill department or their playing playstyle itself. But hopefully, when the game progresses on along, they will, if they find themselves in the zone, at least the placement points should be able to help them out. But for now, as there is absolutely nothing apart from that one kill that will be for them. And with that, all the nades that BMO was trying, it is going to be attracting the Mamba Noob. None other than Mamba Noob has come to your doorstep and is going to be giving you that final lead to send you back into the lobby. So sadly, the team will only walk away with that one kill point, no placement point thus far, because we still have 12 teams remaining as we move on in with the fifth zone. 20 minutes in the game, things are looking pretty heated up. A1 Esports have already lost Jax. They are a 3-man squad. They find themselves fanned out into, of course, the Rozhok City, but will that be enough to take on the onslaught from these players? They were bringing on players. A1 Esports were trying to take on the players of course, T4M as well as Bad Intentions, but will it be enough to get themselves the kills and still be able to retaliate? And with that, what a perfect nade from T4M. This is the game that was needed from T4M, and this is the kind of play, confidence that is requested from all of these teams if they want to be doing something productive in this lobby. Otherwise, of course, they are going to be well beaten down. And the likes of Unstoppable X4 now left with just one man remaining, 8 kills to themselves. IPGx looking very much phenomenal in control with 6 kills to themselves, but A1 Esports have been brought down to just a 3-man squad, and that too, it's kind of pincered down.
Exactly. And some smokes have been actually deployed just in order to get the flank angle. This is what Dante has been doing in the past, but I'm really fascinated with the way Bad Intentions are playing the match. A lot of ruckus is going in the Rozhok City, and certainly there are certain compounds that are still in the zone. Eventually, it is not going to be the urban finish that I really wanted to see, but Bad Intentions, till now, they have been keeping themselves quiet, and maybe that will be a moment that they're just waiting a little bit tends to go into the favor. That might be the point, that might be the moment that they will be striking with all guns blazing. But 7C's Evil Eye with that spot on technique makes himself into the prone position, eliminates the last player, but he eventually falls us down as Silent Cloud players have actually spotted him down. Now it all comes down to how Rafat survives this onslaught that is coming in. It is going to be really tough affair as he is the lonesome player and he's left alone from the whole squad has left the lobby and said that Tara bye-bye. But onto the other side, it is going to be also a tough affair for Kings of BD and NRZ. NRZ Levitan is just surviving anyhow. Kings of BD might be taken down at any moment, and if that happens, then Kings of BD will be allowing to go into the zone. But Dante is now burning down the players of Forum as he is using the bullet to its perfection, and Accelerate has been picked up. That means that Team 4M has been already brought down to this 3-player. Dante with one more grenade and takes down Spidey. This is not looking good for Spidey. Certainly not looking good for Team 4M.
Absolutely, and with that, we've got 9 teams remaining, 22 minutes in. TRZ still part of the fight, A1 Esports still part of the fight. Kings of BD certainly trying their level best to push on along, but TRZ, Mamba Noob, and White Cat, will they be enough to stop them in their tracks? Because, well, when it comes down to Kings of BD, they do have their 4 members alive, and that is something that TRZ cannot, because they've already lost 2 of their squad, and that is all going to be once again brought down to what and how Mamba Noob takes on that fight from. And A1 Esports now has the opportunity to take the revenge from T4M, but will they be allowed to do so? Because as of now, of course, all of these teams, they're trying to get into the zone, and it is 6ix9ine Boy who gets the better half of that fight and is going to be able to send T4M back into the lobby. With that, A1 Esports will be jumping in as well as they try and make that rotation and get themselves into the zone itself. But now it is down to Silent Cloud as to how exactly will they be able to take this fight and take care of this positioning, because after all, it is XBROTHERS that they are faced against, and right behind them is going to be Bad Intentions to counteract whichever team comes out alive from this.
And they need to make sure that it is A1 Esports that is slowly and steadily coming in and will be charging and will have an eye upon on this compound, because I guess this is the only compound that is holding the line of the circle and is where the team must be looking to find themselves into. But Spide Stalker really finds his crossfire onto the players of Sinister, but trade has been brought down as Dante strikes one more blow. Today in this match, Dante is just looking phenomenal. He is acting unstoppable as Bad Intention has been completely sent now it all comes down to how XBROTHERS will be putting this style on the players of one team that is holding the edge of this compound, and that is going to be a tough affair for Silent Cloud, as some players are already knocked down. Fazal is surviving, and he needs to clean himself off. As soon as he does, then I guess they might be going for the charge in approach, but I guess that's not the case, where the players are pretty much happy onto the balcony area from where they are taking the fight. But this and why all of a sudden has been pulled down as XBROTHERS is making them play. One more grenade from the sides of Sparrow, and he has knocked down his own player, and this is not looking good for XBROTHERS, and this can be a moment where A1 Esports can actually pounce upon if they have read the kill feed well.
Well, for now, they're just busy to get themselves, of course, recuperated because one of their players certainly was knocked. But eventually, when it comes down to Silent Cloud, they still do have control of the compound. XBROTHERS are trying their level best to push on and take on this fight against the players of course, Silent Cloud. But that is just not turning out to be enough. But eventually, we still have 6 teams remaining, and we're already down to the 6th zone. We do have 7C's Rafat still surviving with just him as the one-man army for his team. TRZRA's Ragnar is also surviving with just himself with that one-man squad that is going to be working towards placement points. So an interesting state of affair for the two teams that are, of course, 7C and TRZRA, who have been spotted from XBROTHERS, but really cannot do much. And as we talk about the minimap itself, it is going to be the zone that is going to be constricting slowly and steadily to all of these teams to come down into towards this compound, and perhaps if it actually moves away from the compound, then XBROTHERS as well as Silent Cloud are not really going to be this safe as well. So a GG play is what this is turning out to be as we move on into the final moments.
Exactly. The compound is where the fortified areas where XBROTHERS are currently positioned into themselves, and the players are actually trying, not just sitting passively, they are using the speed, but still not getting the best out of the best. On the other hand, it is Silent Cloud that is sitting in this match with 7 kills, and out of the 7, Rage Kid is having the 5 kills already on the name. But they need to make sure that if A1 Esports use the utility switch best, it can be their demise. But 6ix9ine Boy needs to go for the revival. Will be the case? Will it not be? We have to still wait for that, because that is not getting into the case, because Dante, the place where he has been knocked down, I guess 6ix9ine Boy, the revival is getting trickier and trickier. But it seems that yes, he has gone for the revival out from the blues, and this is somewhere A1 Esports really recalibrate and in a way they actually want to do so. But in all these fights, everybody knows exact position of their enemies, but nobody is just aggressing. They are just waiting for the zone to actually cook upon. But now Sherlock with that one grenade again pulls down Dante. Dante at this place has been knocked down twice. He really needs to make sure that he is not just wasting a lot of time for his teammates. Till now, Dante has been an absolute phenomenal performer and a stunner for the match, but he needs to make sure that he needs to avert all these talk that is coming in from the sides of Silent Cloud and also from the sides of XBROTHERS.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about Kobiraz. He has been spotting down players from the side of Kings of BD in that rotation for such a long time, but has just not been able to bring his crosshairs towards them. On the other tangent, XBROTHERS, as well as, of course, the side of Silent Cloud, are bringing in the damage through the name of nades onto the players of A1 Esports one by one. So they are stuck in the warehouse. But now, finally, it seems like XBROTHERS are going to take on this onslaught to the face of Silent Cloud. And eventually, I was just about to talk about it, these XBROTHERS are being really good tenants. They are just not taking on the fight to the face of Silent Cloud, but have finally decided to do so, and have still been able to keep all 4 members alive. But as they made this push, now is the moment where Kings of BD probably and hopefully should have been able to take a better half of this situational awareness. But till they have done so, we shall have to see, because XBROTHERS against Kings of BD is going to be an equalized fight 4v4. But in terms of A1 Esports, it's only 6ix9ine Boy as Dante could not be saved.
M249 against the complete squad. From the right hand side, it is Kings of BD that is charging in, but 6ix9ine Boy needs to actually find himself in a good position at the moment. But Venom is also pretty much low on his HP. He just needs to dodge that grenade, but that grenade connects well and puts down one more player down. And only one Venom falls down, and within the blink of an eye, it's A1 Esports 6ix9ine Boy makes the most of the situation. He is taking the fight in his own way as he also falls down. Now, 5 players alive, and it's all down to how Kings of BD will be reigning supreme. They will be reigning supreme as they get close, and with this we head towards a very good, decent match that was coming in. Kings of BD, the king of this Erangel, 10 kills, 25 total points, 1633 total damage, and straight they are moving and closing towards the lead that other teams have secured in terms of total points. At 5th is where they are standing.
well, was an incredible patience game is what Kings of BD showcased this time around, and that patience game has resulted in them getting that chicken dinner. I mean, they were part of that underbridge situation for quite a long time. It was, of course, TRZ players that were almost about to bring down the players of Kings of BD, but they stood up and walked away from there. And as they pushed on along, then they were just kept on to the edges. But MVP for this game, it is going to be Rage Kid coming in from Silent Cloud. And once, I mean, in the pre-game segment, we've been talking about how the teams on the second page of the leaderboard do need to bring in a different sort of a play style. Well, this time around, the circle absolutely favored Silent Cloud. And I mean, what are the chances? How lucky can you be to have the circle keep on restricting onto itself and find yourself into the compound, and the only compound in the region, and that, of course, favored Silent Cloud. So a decent outing for Rage Kid as well as his team with 5 kills and 1 assist. He was able to dish out 716 damage in the 26 minutes of survival time. So only 2 healing done, but quite a lot of fights that he was able to take. So most certainly an amazing turn of events for the side of Silent Cloud. But as we move on along, Dante coming in onto the second position when it comes to the top players, along with IPGx and Dictator on third, and Sherlock on fourth with 3 kills that he was able to get, 492 damage, and of course the highest survival, which is going to be of 26 minutes right now in the top 4 list.
Definitely, brothers, to add that for where Silent Cloud was holding the terrace, they were holding the first floor and the balconies and the ground floor for that particular, I guess, 4 to 5 minutes where they will completely put down. They were trying to steal the kills, but then it was from the terrace, constantly Silent Cloud just trying to take down the players in the same vicinity. It was a game in for most of the players, but it was also an opportunity, I would say, because it was the same compound where they got hold of it. They were just not pushing and pushing until unless they realized the urgency. The need came at last, where XBROTHERS finally pushed, and it was King GG that put the final nail in the coffin, eliminating the Rage Quit and also ending their pursuit for this match of Erangel. But on the other hand side, it was even Esports Dante and 6ix9ine Boy that really find themselves in that Rozok City. It's not easy to find yourself in those compound area because there are a lot of multiple windows, there are a lot of things that invites the grenades to come in. But in all these situations, it was 6ix9ine Boy. I remember that magnificent spray that actually took down the whole squad of Team 4M, and within the blink of an eye, they were eliminated. But with this, we had to do a match summary where we get to see Rage King getting 5 kills, IPGx 26 long distance kill, and then we get to see 788 damage of A1 Esports Dante, and obviously, how can you forget the rougher show, the most used, it's being 18 this time. Erangel 18, I guess it's a decent number to have survival strong.
Most certainly, I mean, it works in their favor. There's no question about it, and that is something that A1 Esports have been able to consistently work on towards. And along with that, of course, 7C making that utility count working in the team's favor has, of course, been resilient enough to allow them to walk away with the kind of points that they end up doing so. But Kings of BD's Mega Mind right here with the maximum assist. Kings of BD, I do have to genuinely love the way that they brought this game in their favor. I mean, they were not that they did not have the advantage, not that they did not have the numbers advantage, not that they were not aggressive enough. It was just looking like the way XBROTHERS were playing, the way Silent Cloud had control of that entire compound. It seemed like more of a plausible situation that it should have either been Silent Cloud or XBROTHERS game. But eventually, I mean, it turned out to be Kings of BD walking away with amazing chicken dinner, thus resulting with 25 points to this team's name. And fine, after that, it is, of course, XBROTHERS following them with 17 points with 5 kills, and of course the placement points of being the second in this game. But overall, Silent Cloud, a GG turn of events for them. 8 kills,
Definitely.
8 placement points, getting themselves up to 16 points from this game itself. Amazing turn of events for that team.
Exactly, as you just mentioned, a lot of points actually being shared from top 3 and top 4, but then it was really not a game for Python Easy. Again and again, they are faltering down, and not only that, Team 4M are also faltering down, also Bots in Pyjamas. So the team that are on the 1-8 after every match ranking is the team that we get to see the overall ranking. Don't you agree with that?
Right, that does keep on changing. This time around, I mean, VNM Legends was the first team to be sent back into the lobby. So that most certainly was not anticipated whatsoever at all. It was rather, however, expected that they should maybe be able to bring up that lead that much more. But nevertheless, I mean, that is how the game turned out to be. And it was none other than Unstoppable X's positioning that helped him in that favorite position. But this is when the onslaught started from the side of 7C. And as they pushed her along, to move on towards Python as well, who was able to take a fight towards IPGx, but not for long because IPGx were in control and eventually were able to pincer them down.
Exactly, it was not a game that IPG actually hoped for, but then it was all down to how randomness comes in. VNM Esports Jack was not in the open, and it was a really sad demise for him because he could have done really wonders had he survived for more longer. And just imagine Jack's in the last circle. It could have been a real trouble for teams like XBROTHERS and Sanhok that were surviving in for a long time. But NRZ Lipitan really just denied the kill. It was giving in the favor of could have given, but he didn't get the kill. But then we head towards this fight that actually happened, and XBROTHERS really waited a long. It was an eternity before they gave the push, and I guess that was a long time after they tried to do so. Sherlock was trying to loot the exclusive drop, and then it was 691 that came from behind and just eliminated, and then it was all for them getting close to it. But then at the end of the game, it was King Pubg that held on to the nerve, and there we get to see the damage graph where I can get to see a lot of distributed start where most of the teams are closing the 1500 damage. Talk about PD, talk about XBROTHERS, Silent Cloud, 7Cs, A1 Esports, Unstoppable, IPG. I mean, a hell lot of teams have actually crossed 1,000 marks, and some teams have actually found themselves in that 500, 600, 700 mark. So all in all, a good consistent gameplay where we got to see a lot of teams from the bottom rising up.
It certainly is the case, evidently, but again, BIP, they are missing. They are missing all of this action, and the more and more that keeps on happening, it is looking like a tough road ahead for BIP to try and climb.
Certainly,
That's
it
all.
is going to be
It's sad.
Exactly.
I'm really sad for that because that team, I do want to be able to see that team to jump up and be a part of the top 8 at least, but somewhere along the line, they have changed their strategies absolutely. But again, when it comes down to strategies, A1 Esports, we know, is not the one to change or play around with the strategies or creating a massive lead slowly and steadily every single game. Either it be the kills, either it be the placement points. Most of the times it's combined, and they try and move on ahead with 171 points to that team and 4 chicken dinners, looking absolutely comfortable. And this is what the result is. We still have 2 more games remaining, so a GG play coming in alongside all of this. Also do have to recommend or rather commend Silent Cloud's gameplay because they find themselves in the top 8 position.
Exactly, as you just mentioned, the Silent Cloud story is certainly getting up, but it is XBROTHERS with that consistent gameplay that are still on the 7th position, and then it was Bad Intentions that was really finding themselves in that second half of the chart. But slowly, they are also
True.
climbing, but some teams are really not caring about their total placement points. We talk about Team 4M and Plastic Pajamas. Constantly, we have been talking about all these teams. I hope, I guess, I wish, and 2 games still
Well,
left. Maybe
2
it
games
can
left.
be a ladder.
Absolutely. Hopefully it will be the case. But before we jump into the next game, let's take a short little break. We're going to be right back. Stick around.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন। সো ডিক্টেটর, কি অবস্থা, কেমন আছো, কেমন চলছে পিএমএনসি জার্নি?
It's going pretty well.
ওকে,
Kind of difficult, but somehow manageable.
you guys are playing under Sincere, who's a veteran on the PUBG mobile scene. So how does it feel to work with him and play with him as a team?
At first, this is like our first journey together. And
Yeah.
Like first journey together,
Mhm.
and it's difficult coping up with him. He's too fast.
Okay, he's too fast, but I know you are the fastest one for the team.
Well, I am.
Okay.
Currently, I'm the one who's leading the team.
Okay. So, how does it feel to like play with Mahfouz and Sensit? Because these guys are really hot-headed ones.
Oh, it's not easy at all.
So,
It's
I want
not
some
at all
details on this. I want to hear some details about it.
Next level.
Okay. In
It's
terms
not
of
at all easy.
okay, but you guys are pulling it off. You guys are getting kills. You guys are getting the chickens. If it's Sanhok, you guys are healing it up and taking the placement points. So, is there any special strategies for individual maps?
I would say I intend to just keep calm and
Mhm.
just mute my teammates because it's not easy to focus on a game when your teammates are too hot at people.
Yeah.
So I just intend just mute them and stay calm.
You just mute them and stay calm. Okay. So doesn't it break the communication?
Not at a certain point. It does not.
Okay. So you guys manage it somehow, right?
We do.
তো বন্ধুরা শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চেয়ার করতে থাকবেন যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরম্যান্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
All right, welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile National Championship for the Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Things are looking pretty heated up in the finals compared to the semis, of course. But now, as we move on along, this is going to be the second last match of the day. And in that, of course, the conversation would be hopefully VNM Legends gets another chicken dinner.
Yep, I'll do root for it because VNM Legends have been looking perfectly phenomenal for today's gameplay. This is an interesting gameplay that we talk about. Some games that they did fall down, but they really need all these points because we just saw before the break actually came in the overall ranking where A1 Esports is actually
Right.
flying away. 7 teams are actually chasing them, but you need one more team so that the competition actually gets more fierce. But in all these factors, all these things, some teams are really missing up the mark. Talk about Team 4M, Bots and Pajamas that are on second half of the chart. But all these conversation, all these questions will come to an end as all the predictions will also come to an end as we head towards the second last game of day 2 of finals on the Miramar as the flight path this time is completely dissecting the map into two halves and straight onto the area of Picado Graveyard and downtown to the area of Tierra Bronca. I guess apart from Puerto Palacio, all the cities are pretty much glidable.
Oh, yes, that is going to be the case, and this is going to allow so many of these teams to move on along to get themselves acclimated in terms of. I mean, most of the times, actually, we do see this sort of flight path, and that allows so many of these teams to go down to the comfort of their drop locations. I mean, there rarely are teams that go on down towards the ruins or the like area, but eventually, we do also see teams go down towards El Pozo and Hacienda del Patron. So all these locations are going to be available for the teams to call their own. It is Python that I am interested in as to what sort of a play style will they bring in, because that team is trying different sort of strats every single time. Based on certain times they are just going for the rotations and not really caring for the fights. Certain times they are actually moving on in with the fights itself. So an interesting conversation to be had for Python's gameplay overall. But eventually, as the game progresses along, it is going to be the circle that's going to define the gameplay that we can anticipate. And this time around, the circle is going to be allowing, or rather forcing, the teams to make that rotation towards the northeastern side of the map. And that is where we do see, of course, the BIP going on down towards, and that is going to be working in their favor. T4M is also in the vicinity, so looking pretty comfortable. But of course, A1 Esports are going to love to go down towards their known location of Los Leones, and of course, VNM Legends going down to Impala, as we have seen them again and again do so.
Definitely. IPG also on our TV screen. So now, these early stages of the game, the players will be going for the loot. And since the circle has given an early curveball, an early jitter, I would say, because the flight path falls on an even side, but certainly the certainly the circle has tended to go on the sort of northern side. So a lot of team must not be getting a favor of it, but some teams, just like A1 Esports, will they beat be any sort of circle. A1 Esports is a team that would be sitting in the center as we will be traversing through the whole of the game. But let's see where the teams have actually dropped down. El Hazard, the big city that was conquered last time by bad intention TRZ Mind Jubilator, this time is completely barren. And both the teams have jumped to different directions. One to El Pozo, one to Cascana del Petron. In El Pozo, bad intentions will be facing 7 Cs GSM, and TRZ RA will be facing Cascana del Petron, and onto the northern side of eastern side of San Martin against the RudeDude. Certainly not the case. Both the teams actually want. I would still love to see San Martin and Hassan del Petron together. It's a big city, I would say. So the teams actually have an option to find themselves away, and so do bad intentions too, because it also offers you a lot of compound to actually get your hands on loot too. But if Seven Seas actually spot down the player, the intent with which Seven Seas have been throughout the course of the tournament, they are kill hungry. So even if they get the slightest of the advantage, they will be getting off the kill. And I'm sure that they must have spotted now the players, the parachutes they were landing onto the score. They must not be not knowing that which team is in the closer by proximity, but they do have that it's four player, four uninvited neighbor nearby.
Absolutely, and same is the conversation to be had for Los Leones, where we do see IPGx also being very close to A1 Esports, and alongside them is going to be Unstoppable X as well. So a bit of a cluster that can be created or seen down towards Los Leones, or anticipated fights could be registered from that region. But eventually, as the game progresses on along, for now, the fights are being very scarce, because after all, that is the game when it comes down to Miramar. It is a slow start. Eventually the fights do progress on along, but in the initial few stages, very rarely do we see actually fights to take place. It is, of course, not the case when it comes to these teams, because during the semis we have moved on and completed Miramar games in 20-minute mark as well. And at times, as we move again through different groups and lobbies, the game have extended to 30 minutes and plus at times. So it is a very well divided sort of a play style that we can anticipate from the teams. And eventually, all the time, that one thing that you know for sure is going to be the making certain if the fights are going to be taking place or not is going to be the circle. And for now, the circle's making it look comfortable for the teams.
Yeah.
But on the other tangent, when it comes to TRZ, now that team loves to make that late rotation, and that team did find themselves on towards the west southern part of the map. And of course, so that team will have to make that rotation hopefully soon. But again, it is real early right now. We're only 5 minutes in. As of now, of course, even Esports' player, Dante, Jax, all of them are busy in their own individual loots. And a beautiful turn of events it was in the previous game as well, where Dante and 6ix9ine, of course, tried their level best to maintain that placement points, and were actually able to move on along and create those placement points as well with the kill department. So GG play is what that was. And of course, previous to that, we have seen Dante all by himself move on to take in the previous Miramar of the day. We have seen him to move on to take that second place with all by himself, right? Taking the kill department and walking away with 15 points. So GG play is what was anticipated from Dante and was showcased from Dante. So eventually, it is not going to be an easy conversation when it comes to what sort of a fight can we anticipate from A1 Esports, but you know for a fact that it is going to be a good one.
Definitely, A1 Esports right off the bat. They will be looking to get closer towards the hand, up above to the players, but XBROTHERS, this is certainly going to be their demise, as certain player has already been falling down slowly, and steadily. Fazal will be getting that pressure situation that he is between right now. Fourth, that is not an easy thing to deal with, and there we go for me taking him down, and this is going to be two early big blows for XBROTHERS, a team that actually performed decently in the last game of Erangel, actually fallen down in the early stage of the game, thanks to that random push that actually came in from the sides of RudeDude for being just getting hands onto that loot. And Flex and Nightmare also getting closer towards where the tracks are actually positioned. We can get to see a lot of 7 ammos out being dropped down that makes maybe the player are looting and segregating their loot in a good way. But 6ix9ine boy. So I just saw his in his hand that M249, and thrice in the day I have been watchful to him and just spotted he is using the M249. So that means that 6ix9ine boy upon the eventually it's the whole squad that relies on the 249 that gives him the extra sort of confidence, that +1 with 6 boy. survive that sort of M249 craze, the wildness that he put into the game.
Well, quite a lot of fights now taken on where we do have TRZRA take on Katappa from the side of Kings of BD. Have been able to bring a knock onto him, but will not be able to confirm a kill as of yet. On the other tangent, there was another fight that took place. So players are being trimmed down, and of course, it was as we just so perfectly mentioned, XBROTHERS that did lose two of their players to RudeDude, but now that is not it. As we move on along, Python are taking a fight of their own, a wonderful flank angle that they created and were able to actually capitalize upon, and thus resulting in a kill. That is going to be a point for them. NRZ Mutkin none the wiser are going to have to rush out of that position because it is, well, quite out in the open and not the kind of positioning that both these teams would want to take a fight on towards. But it seems Katappa will be able to get a revival, and in return, Megamind has been able to give a knock to the player of TRZRA, and that is none other than Scorpion, and Devil's OP coming in from the flank angle in towards the compound of course, Mr. Seven. Now, this is the kind of play that Kings of BD always do bring to the table, whereas I'm sure the audio cues must have been given to Mr. Seven, so of course he should be able to take care of that flank angle. But on the front front, it is Katappa as well as Megamind who are just taking on one damage or after the other, one nade after the other, and have already been able to bring the three players down. So Mr. Seven, everything is relying on him. He is, of course, aware of all the audio cues that he's been able to get, but what a crazy throw that was. That resulted in, of course, not exactly giving the damage that he anticipated, but sadly, he will find himself to be the only man, and of course, now the conversation is for how long will he be able to stand his ground from his sellers. Therefore, thrown this might be the final demise, and King Kabiri most certainly moving on along to get those points working in their favor, and will be able to get the 4 points for themselves, and resulting TRZRA. It's being sent back into the lobby.
I mean, sad news for obviously one team, that is TRZRA, again getting down by one big team that is looking pretty much strong at the moment. Kings of BD got chicken in the last match. They had some decent kills, and with the momentum that they're carrying into this match, it was a tough affair. And since 3 players already fell down, and they were in, things could have actually not looking at the position, because at any point you couldn't have said that it is going to be TRZRA that have an upper hand in the sort of fight. 3 players already down. It was all down to how Mr. Seven survives the brunt. It's really a tough situation to handle in these sort of situation, and they really need to take over all these things. One game is still left for them, but A1 Esports in this turn is pretty much close, where Dictator is hiding. He knows the exact position, and look at the way he is actually taking the fight. He had that advantage in its way that some players are actually on its back, and that gave him the confidence where they are positioned for now. Minas is where they are standing at the place. 1-2 defeat is getting them heated up for the moment. A1 Esports, this can be their game for sure, because last game was certainly not theirs, and since the first Miramar went in the favor of VNM Legends, and since the circle is certainly not favoring any of the teams, has gone in a random shift. A1 Esports in these sort of circles where the circle throws the randomness and most bizarre of the curveball, A1 Esports all shine. So I guess maybe A1 Esports again can get close towards that 15 total placement or 12 placement, and we'll get to see if that happens or not.
Well, we shall certainly see what ends up becoming the case of the game, but for now, it is going to be BIT who are trying to get themselves, well, recuperated, and of course are going to be getting themselves, after making that rotation, taking a little bit of damage, get their health boosted up, and of course getting the painkillers all looked up. But alongside them, of course, was NRZ's team as well, and they have lost 2 of their players as they made that rotation. So GG play is what was anticipated from NRZ Esports, but getting caught off guard, it was certainly a good decision to run away from the situation, and that has resulted in them, sadly, losing the 2 players as they find themselves in the water treatment area. They are now going to be getting even along to get into a better position, and it seems like out in the open, it is going to be a bit of a tricky affair that NRZ are trying to face, because we do have Bad Intentions making a rotation right next to them as well, and Bad Intentions do have the numbers advantage, so we could very well see NRC being brought down to their knees if at all the team of Bad Intentions ends up stopping to take that burst. But that we'll see if will be the case or not. For now, the second airdrop dropped in along with the Groza that is available for the teams that are going to be close on. But talking about closeness, it is going to be a compound of VNM Legends that is now being, of course, brought on into the favor of IPGx, and IPGx are trying to take on this onslaught, but they are only two players that we can see, Sincere and Sincere, whereas when it comes down to VNM Legends, all the four players have moved on along, Steamshot taking the flank, and of course Frypan and Void being the forefront of this entire push are going to be resulting in taking the fight all by themselves, and this has resulted in a bit of a tricky situation for, of course, IPGx, because IPGx are just a two-man army against the four-man squad of VNM Legends. Frypan taking that first-person approach towards that fight and is going to be able to easily hunker down those bullets into the opponent, and thus resulting in Sensor being the
Low.
man, but not for long.
Wasn't it an ouch moment for IPG at this point, because they were certainly not looking good again in these sort of fights. On the other hand, it was Venom Legends that was going for that push, and everything was against them. But the way Venom Legends are carrying all these confidence on their collars, this is certainly looking pretty much phenomenal for them. But on the other hand, it is 310 meters away that we are witnessing a fight between bad intentions, and by the now in all these situations, both the teams needs to take care of certain things, and that is going to be the Blues will be taking down the chip damage once it comes close towards them. And second, if they lose a lot of time in these situations, it will be a tough situation once they make an entry into the zone. And there we go, Sub-Zero all down to his knees. Baxel is cooking up grenade. Counter has already heard that pin, and that's the reason he is trying to fall himself back onto him. On the other hand side, he's trying to get the flank angle. Baxel goes in 1-1 fight and falls down as counters with that AKM into its hand, but iHigh is holding that backhand angle. Will he be able to create one more knock on the players of bad intentions? This is certainly going to be the case, or not. No is the case, as Stalker just outplayed and outnumbered with that extreme flank angle. So it was a case like, if you are going for the flank approach, we are going to be flanking with some another different direction where it will be a complete surprise for you.
Well, with just one bullet left, that is the demise of Autowave. I mean, he did try and take on that fight, was able to bring down two of the players of bad intentions, but eventually was not able to sadly get the point in his favor. Was left with only a sliver of an HP. But on the other tangent, it seems like T4M have found a fight of their own against the players of Unstoppable X, and T4M have created a flank as well. Now will of course be cooking a nade to get that paraded on towards Merciful, and Merciful himself is cooking a nade to get that answer resolved towards the side of T4M. Now Axelrod has a very good advantageous position if he plays that card right, and Bamboo's nade finally getting the point, of course, towards Merciful, going to be damaging a lot of his health, but eventually, of course, Merciful is still alive, and Unstoppable's Claw has jumped in with a completely different flank altogether, and that is going to leave him all by himself. So a decent play is what Claw is trying to create, but it is not going to be an easy answer where it comes down to Bamboo as well as Merciful. Well, these nades that are being brought on from T4M are just absolute decimation for Unstoppable X, as they found themselves in that ditch in that corner, and eventually will be finding a way towards, of course, the lobby itself. Merciful down to his knees, but not for long. Claw, the only man surviving rather for Unstoppable X, sadly.
Perfect example of how to bring down the opponent player to their knees with the just help of those utilities. Talk about those grenades, smokes, and those spot on technique with the Team 4M actually decimated the players of Unstoppable. Now Claw is using all those grenades, but I guess it's just in vain, as Marcos has already repositioned himself to some different direction, but they are facing the brunt of the Blues, and so has been the player of Unstoppable. Claw is eventually out in the open in the blue, and Marcos and Accelerate are into that edge of the circle, not eventually in the safe zone, as they also need to make an entry into the circle. And all these fights are actually happening on somewhere on the northwestern side, where the team are actually still in the position onto the other side. It's A1 Esports, it's XBROTHERS, it's TRZ that are holding the important ridges. The important ridges that comes into play is completely into the favor of TRZ. Talking about that, it is gonna be Unstoppable Claw that will be letting the danger pass away from himself, because it is completely a different affair. If he just give one sound cue, it can be game in for him. Before he takes that one sound cue, he is trying to pull the last player, one player that is in crosshair, and that is going to be Loser, but still not able to take him down. And I guess this is going to be the demise of this player, and also for the whole team for sure.
Well, I mean, they played it, they tried it, but eventually did not walk away with any points. And sadly, that is going to be the end of Unstoppable X on the 12th position. With that, 11 teams remaining in the fourth circle, 17 minutes into this game. We move on to T4M's rotation as they find themselves in the vicinity of course, A1 Esports' players as well as others. And this is where TRZ also chimes in along. Interesting turnover with A1 Esports chimes in along. And this has resulted in, even though T4M was looking pretty neat when it came down to the kind of play that they were showcasing, are now caught off guard and out in the open, not the kind of placement that they want to be in. And it is going to be BIP's Mr. BBC, who has a wonderful positioning on towards the player of T4M behind the tractor and is just waiting for a small little pixel to be showcased, and the leg has been showcased. That will be enough to cause just a little bit more of damage. So yep, Mr. BBC, not caring about his health, is most certainly going to be trying to work towards getting those points in terms of the kills. For now, of course, the team of VIP also find themselves outside the zone, very close to it, 150 meters. That's all that they need to go, but it is not going to be an easy affair because there are so many teams out towards that circle. And of course, we did just see A1 Esports also took shots towards the side of T4M, and T4M were out in the blue zone, is certainly not going to be able to move on, and A1 Esports will punish them and get those points for themselves. Already, A1 is looking pretty comfortable with 7 points.
There we go. 7 kills already onto the name of A1 Esports. That means 7 total points is what A1 Esports will be at least taking out from this match. And I guess they will be trying to convert at least a double or maybe 2.5 of what they are standing at the moment, as they are just trying to take the fight in its own way. It was Bots in Pajamas that was really making it tough for Team 4M for them to make an entry into zone. And thanks to that onslaught that was brought in by A1 Esports, Jackson, Mr. 6-9 Boy, and the rest of their mid, as now they are pulling things apart for 7Cs onto the other side. This circle will be the decider, I guess, because from the southeastern side or the southern side, there is not a lot of team that is actually present there. But will the circle go at that pace? We have to still wait for that. And yes, there we go. The only compound, I guess, from the southern side, the big compound, the big warehouse is still into the circle, as A1 Esports is really making it difficult for 7Cs and Boston Pajamas, as when both of the team enters into the fight, it was the moment that A1 Esports sensed that yes, it's the moment that we are going to strike, and strike it so hard for both the team that it will be really tough for them to again stand on the feet. And there we go. Jax, one more kill, all to the name, total 9. He just has 2, and he is really hungry for that.
Well, they certainly are playing their cards right. I mean, they stopped, of course, the onslaught coming in from BIP towards the players of 7C, and now, having stolen those points as well, are going to try and punish the players of 7C as well. And of course, that is what Jax is trying as he brings on this process towards the player of Rafat from 7C. It is not looking good for, of course, 7C, but eventually will 7C be allowed to get away from that position, even though Jax knows that he has to get into the zone itself. He's 180 meters away. He will finally go to his teammate and get moving on along to get themselves into the zone. But talking about the zone itself, VNM Legends find themselves inside the zone, and VNM Legends could very well be the ones to take that compound, as you were mentioning as well. But this is where 7C had to make a tough decision. They had to leave his teammate, and they are going to have to go and run towards the center of the zone. And as A1 Esports try to take that onslaught and try to bring down 7C, they now themselves face a bit of a ruckus situation where XBROTHERS Sherlock has been the one to take down Sinister.
Sherlock is in a complete different position. He is getting the maximum advantage of the info that he can take on to the other hand side. It is going to be 7C that are not pushing upon onto the player of TR. Tommy can be in a susceptible position, but he dodges the grenade at the right point, at the right moment. He is lucky one to get rid of that grenade, but one more grenade from Rafat. Will this be enough for TRZ to take him down? It's just one boundary, that 5-inch boundary, that 5 feet boundary that is separating both these teams and both these players, but Rafat will sadly be taken down. A 6-9 boy also falters down thanks to that onslaught that is coming in by 2 big names, and that is of XBROTHERS. But since Calibre is also making it difficult for TRZ, Atomic also falters down. Now it all comes down to how Mamba Noob and Whitecat makes an entry into the zone, as Kings of BD is also waiting for them. Mamba Noob tosses a grenade. Will that be enough for them? We have to still wait for that, as all the clusters are just happening on the either eastern side or on the western side. The southern side is completely left vacant, and with that A1 Esports, I guess they wait for it. No, they are still waiting for that. A1 Esports Jax is already there. He's still there, and he is the lone person surviving, as Boss Pajamas makes exit from this lobby. VNM Legends remove Dante from this match, as Dante again falters down. Mamba Noob is really making it tough for the players, as Whitecat is slowly and steadily bleeding off, and yes, he will count down Goso, but 4 kills already into the name of Mamba Noob out of the total 9. Now that's the question, how they're going to make an entry into zone, because there are 4 or 5 big teams onto the front hand side, and it is going to be a tough affair for them.
It most certainly is looking tough for the side of TRZ Esports, but eventually, when it comes to the circle itself, it is going to be Kings of BD taking on the players of Bad Intentions, and Bad Intentions retaliating in return. And eventually, when it comes to A1 Esports, they did find themselves out in the open, and of course, it is not looking too good as they are stuck with just the one player who is surviving, and that is going to be Jax, who is outside in the blue zone. That small little hut, and that, of course, is not going to be a cover that will help him from that blue zone itself. Talking about TRZ, Mamba, this team, I mean, they are taking on a lot of fights. They're giving away a lot of information, and that itself could be a situation that could be resulting in a very difficult position for themselves to get into the zone. Right now, they have a long way to go, but taking on those fights, taking on those shots has resulted, of course, in Bad Intentions as well as the others to get to know where exactly the team of TRZ is. And along with that, VNM Legends is still part of this fight. The forecast is most certainly going to be favoring them because they've got all players surviving and looking pretty good as VNM Legends take on the fight one by one. They've been able to bring down players from Aeon Esports to King of BD to Bad Intentions. This team, this gameplay, I mean, could very well go for VNM Legends, but right now, of course, it is TRZ's player who are at the receiving end. One player has already been knocked. Even Esports' Jax has been sent back onto the lobby on the 5th spot. Thus, remaining are only 4 teams. With that, we've only got 9 players, so not a lot that can be done when it comes to the team, because after all, Bad Intentions have 2 players. Kings of BD only have 1. TRZ, well, they have 2 players, but they are not looking in a good position. Whereas VNM Legends, they have the entire control of this compound, and as they push on along, this is going to be the result of, well, a really, really very difficult push that TRZ tried to make. Eventually, they did lose one of their players, but they still are going to move on, try and get into the circle, and it is going to be Kings of BD's Megamind, who is the one who is bringing in a lot of lead, being in the center. He's just not wanting to take on the onslaught from the side of VNM Legends or, of course, from the side of TRZ. But eventually, will he be able to get the kill for himself is the question as Void tries to take on the punishment. Yeah, wow, he still will be able to get the kill. Amazing offense from Megamind of this Kings of BD.
Definitely. For a moment, I thought that he won't be able to take him down, and Void was a player that just faltered down. Now, it all comes down to how Kings of BD Megamind survived this onslaught that is just preempted and is prevalent in the situation. But mind you, it is Mamba Noob that can really turn things into his own favor. It was STFU that had to sacrifice his life, and that push was made in all open, and that was a desperate move, and they had to do that. Had not there been case, they could have played out by the Blues, and that could have been a sad demise for themselves. But rather, they are playing like champion. They are playing like the brave heart that we are getting to see. But we are down to the 3 teams, 5 players alive, 3 players from the sides of VNM Legends, Prizepool, Slingshot, Nightwing, just constricted in one zone, just constricted in one arc where they are positioned for now. And in all these situations, it can be a moment where TRZ's Mamadu that is holding the edge of the circle and also onto the other hand side of the road can get the best of the best. But does VNM Legends player have the slight test of the realization that is already one player that has made the flank angle? If not, VNM Legends will be the real problem.
Well, they most certainly could be, because after all, when it comes to Megamind, he's just not stopping down. Well, finally, it was Nightwing who was able to bring him down, and thus now things go on towards the side of Mambanuk from TRZ Esports. What sort of a playstyle will he be able to create against the onslaught being brought on from the 3 players of course, VNM Legends? And VNM Legends have already created that flank. From one side is going to be Slingshot, from the other side is, of course, going to be Nightwing. As Nightwing tries to get that information, Mambanuk, of course, he knows where the player is, but being a solo man surviving without a lot of cover, only this small little ridge that's going to be helping him is not the best way to go. But eventually, Mamba Noob certainly played his cards right, is what I have to say. And of course, had Megamind been able to bring down VNM Legends players to at least 2-man squad, there was a chance that TRZ's Mamba Noob could have been able to take it. But for now, it is looking like VNM Legends are just slowly and slowly trying to get some information. And now, finally, as Mamba Noob did retaliate with that aggressive push, it is looking like Mamba Noob has already been able to bring down one more player, as leading down to only Steel Shot, where Steel Shot and Frypan now have to create the flank and try and push on along. But eventually, as they do so, this is turning into an interesting affair, because Mamba Noob in that moment has already been created that perfect flow state and is now going to be perfectly setting up a nade parade on towards the players of VNM Legends. This is a 1v3 situation where Mamba Noob could very well be bringing themselves to be the winner, but just in the nick of time, VNM Legends players were able to get that revival.
I mean, revival was the key here. Now again, Mama Noob did try to take one player down. He is really fighting his heart out, and we are getting all these beautiful visuals, all these intensive matches from this day two finals and the second last match. As Mama Noob is really trying hard. Some utilities are being used constantly just in order to gain the exact advantage and exact position of Mama Noob is actually standing, but he is holding that beast. He is holding that Groza in his hand, and look at the amount of pressure that has already been mounted onto the players of VNM Legend, that they're just not daring to cross the road just because one player was pulled down. All the three players are just fearing to go against Mamanu. This is one big thing that Mamanu must be proud of.
Most certainly he's going to be proud of. There's no two ways about it. And now finally it seems like VNM Legends are coming to their senses. They are going to be creating once again another flank angle where Frying Pan is going to be going on to the extreme right hand side when it comes to, of course, the other two, which is going to be Nightwing and Steel Shot. They are going to be creating a flank based on the smoke itself. And it seems like Mamba Noob is going to be getting outside the zone because he does not want to give that information away. And based on the flank angle itself, he has been absolutely phenomenal and dashing in his play, and has resulted in not giving that win or that point to the team of VNM Legends, but GG play indeed from that final player of PRG.
I mean, elongated fight, especially by that one lone player survival, that brave heart from TRZ Esports. Mambanu, emerging players certainly, but VNM Legends getting one more chicken of the day. 28 total points, 2,350 damage that they have been able to secure and trade on the third position. Positioning is not what important at this point. How far they have been able to secure the lead, that is going to be the case, and I'll have my eyes set upon that particular thing. But before that, we have the MVP for this match, and this is going to be Void from the winning side team. And as the Cherish, we have a good match, obviously a good fight that Void took into his favor. 4 kills, 981 damage, 2 assists to 131 healing, a complete power pack performance, and he was the player that actually made it really tough once the player was making an entry into zone. This was also a team that really put a grave situation for A1 Esports and the rest of the lobby in the whole of the match, and towards the end they were looking pretty much phenomenal. And it was also a team that put the end to this third last team, and it was pretty much a good game. But then there we go for the top 4 players where Void is actually shining, and then it is Muhammadu with that 876 damage, 4 kills, and survival time of 26 minutes 58 seconds.
Absolutely, and along with that, when it comes to the next 2 players of VNM Legends, apart from Void, of course, we do have Steel Shot as well as Nightwing chiming in along with the 5 and 4 kill respectively, and 617 and 549 damage respectively, again from Steel Shot and Nightwing. So VNM Legends, amazing turnover wins for them, especially today when it comes to the map of Miramar. Again and again, they have showcased that they, again, I mean, not only that, because when it came down to the circle shift also, at one point in time, A1 Esports were looking very much in contestation to be able to get that chicken dinner, but the circle moved away from them and shifted south. And that is where VNM Legends had a flanked out approach, where one player was all by himself in the zone and the other 3 brushed on towards him. And that rotation that was made at that 5th circle to 6th circle movement, what resulted in VNM Legends getting the better half of this entire saga. But GG play, of course, indeed, and in that doing so, have resulted in so many of these wonderful match summary datas and chances going down towards VNM Legends players. Of course, from Steel Shot's 5 highest kills to Void's 981 highest damage, most utilities used from Frypan to the assists as well in Frypan's favor. A GG play to VNM Legends, and with that, as of course, they moved on with 28 points to the 3rd position. But as you so perfectly mentioned, Ankit, we shall see how big a leap is there from that 3rd to the 2nd to the 1st.
Definitely, 28 total points is what VNM Legends getting closer and closer towards a total chunk of point. We'll get to see, but TRZ Esports certainly the 5th match is where they have made a comeback. We have still one more game left, but Kings of BD, I mean, the last 3 games has just been impeccable for themselves and the rest of the players, but certainly XBROTHERS has been a sort of consistent performer, but somewhere down the line they have been reduced to 10 points and now to 5 just the points. But 7C's Esports faltering this time, RudeDude faltering this time, and not much of a point share for the teams that are on the second half of the chart from 9 to 16. It's just the 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, and 0 and 0, because a huge chunk of total point was actually accumulated and got by the teams in the first half of the chart, by teams like A1 Esports, VNM Legends, and teams like the team that got just chicken dinner, like Kings of BD also.
Absolutely, and they have been absolutely resilient in terms of that aggressive stance that they've been able to showcase again and again. And of course, when it comes to Unstoppable X, IPGx, TRZRA. Sad game is what this turned out to be for them. But of course, as the games progress on along, hopefully it will keep on shifting and changing and turning. And that is what the game is. Every single game, you anticipate it one-sided sort of a story, and the game completely goes on a different tangent altogether. In this, we of course saw so many moments. So through that, let's have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, where it was RudeDudes who were able to start off that early aggression, and then we moved on towards Kings of BD, who were just annihilating in terms of their play and were able to bring down and mincer down TRCRA's 4 players.
Exactly, it was really a good fight that actually happened, and Unstoppable were just not able to find themselves away from all the fight. But then A1 Esports really finding their mark again. They brought down the player, and this is the best part for A1 Esports. Whenever they just find the smallest of the advantage that they can actually pounce upon, is the moment where they strike the most, and that is a good thing that they have the realization and a lot of infos around the surrounding and around the neighborhood. But here, Kings of BD was actually pinned down. They actually brought down the players on the sides of TRZ Esports, and STFE was complete in a moment, was shut down, and then it was A1 Esports, one player completely blown away with that vehicle burst, and Nightwing putting the final nail in the coffin. Then it was a resilient gameplay coming in from the sides of Mamanu, where he just denied the last kill, getting into his into its opponent favor, and just because of that, we get to see damage graph where TRZ Esports is holding a huge chunk of damage, 2039 damage, 9 kills. But then it was VNM Legends, 2253 total damage and 13 kills. And a lot of teams have actually come upon Kings of BT, Bad Intentions, A1 Esports, and some teams that were looking up to close up the marks close to 1000, but still not getting so. Team 4M certainly now they are finding themselves and they are having those influential gameplay.
They most certainly are looking pretty neat. I mean, today it has been a day where, of course, so many teams from one game to the other have been shifting places, have been showcasing gameplays and then faltering back down, and then showcasing gameplay and then faltering back down. But in all of it, again, the conversation goes down towards, well, there always is that one team, sadly, one or two teams who is just not able to participate. Like, for example, this time it was Unstoppable X, who got only 61 damage. I mean, that's all that they could participate in. And of course, that conversation brought on down towards the previous game. It was a different team, and that will keep on shifting around because that is the storyboard and that is how it should be. As you perfectly mentioned as well, certain games we see teams that are on the second page of the leaderboard completely annihilate and move on along into the first page, and in that doing so, we do have the overall rankings where A1 Esports have created a lead of 36 points for themselves, so a decent play. 7C sitting at a comfortable 150 points, and VNM Legends getting closer and closer with 142 points. So one final good game for VNM Legends, and they could find themselves on that second position. But same, of course, can be said for TRZ Esports as well, as they had 136. So not a lot of difference between that, but it's just the first position that has a bit of a massive lead. That is, of course, A1 Esports with the chicken dinners that they've been able to create for themselves.
Exactly, we have talked a lot about the top 3 teams, the top 4 teams, that's like VNM Legends, 7Cs, and A1 Esports. TRZ saga has already been written, but I really want teams like IPG, Bad Intentions, to get at least one chicken come out of all the blows, all of the pits that have been dug down by the opponent teams, and then we might get to see a change in the first half of that, because a change is always appreciated because that becomes monotonous. But then obviously it comes down to how A1 Esports keep retaliating, because at the end of the day, it's A1 Esports. Whatever be the map, whatever be the odds, it is A1 Esports in the last circle. This time it was well.
Well, absolutely, it was. And again, with that, we've got one final game remaining for the second day of the finals itself. So before we jump into that final game, we are going to go on a very, very short break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। T4M Bambo. So Bambo, welcome to the show.
থ্যাংক ইউ টাইম ভাই।
PMNC এর ফাইনালিস্ট হওয়ার পর how are you feeling? Actually পুরো জার্নিটা কেমন ছিল এবং এখন কেমন লাগছে?
আসলে শুরু থেকেই খেলে আসতেছি, অনেক আপস এন্ড ডাউন গেছে, অনেক টিমের মধ্যে ঝামেলা হয়েছে, মানে এ নিয়ে আর কি অনেক দূর পর্যন্ত আসছি। কোয়ার্টার ফাইনালেও ভালো খেলে গেছি আলহামদুলিল্লাহ। সেমিফাইনালে আসছে জার্নিটা আসলে আরো টাফ ছিল, কিন্তু আমাদের ডিজার্ভিং আসলে আমরা কোয়ালিফাই করছি ফাইনালের জন্য, ইনশাআল্লাহ বেটার কিছু করব।
সো আপনারা এখন PMNC তে আছেন, নেক্সট আপনাদের প্ল্যান কি? মানে আপনারা এখন নেক্সট PMC ও PMPL, সো কেমন জার্নিটা হতে পারে আপনাদের?
এখন আপাতত পিএমএনসি খেলতেছি, সামনে অবশ্যই পিএমসিও খেলার চেষ্টা করব, কোয়ালিফাই করার চেষ্টা করব, সেখান থেকে হয়তো PMPL পিএমজিতেও যার ইচ্ছা আছে অবশ্যই। এখন দেখা যাক টিম কম্বিনেশন কতদূর যায়, এবং পিএমএনসিতেও একটা জিতার অবশ্যই স্বপ্ন দেখছি, জিতলে PMPL হয়তো খেলতে পারবো।
Yeah, that's really true. And important fact is এখন আপনাদের টিমটা কিন্তু বলা চলে ইটস a very balanced team. So নিজেদের মধ্যে সিনার্জিটা নিয়ে আপনারা যদি কিছু বলেন যে মানে এখন কেমন লাগছে?
সিনার্জি বলতে আমরা যবে থেকে কম্পিটিটিভ জার্নি শুরু করি, আমরা চারজন একসাথেই তখন থেকেই খেলি। তখন থেকে আমাদের টিমে এই চারজনের কোনো চেঞ্জ আসে নাই, তো নতুন প্লেয়ার একটা আসছে একটা গেছে, বাট এই চারজন একসাথে আছি অনেকদিন ধরে। সিনার্জিটা অবশ্যই অনেক বেটার।
সো ফাইনালিস্ট যে অন্য টিমগুলো আপনাদের সাথে আছে আরো বাকি 15টা, তাদেরকে কতটা চ্যালেঞ্জিং মনে হয় অ্যাকচুয়ালি?
অবশ্যই এখানে প্রত্যেকটা টিমই ফাইনাল আসছে, সবাই আসলে মানে একটা টিম আরেকটা থেকে অবশ্যই ভালো, সবাই কেউ কারোর থেকে কম না, সবাই চ্যালেঞ্জিং, সবার সাথেই টাফ একটা ফাইট আশা করতেছি।
সো আর ইউ উইলিং টু ওভারকাম দেম?
অবশ্যই
অবশ্যই
চেষ্টা করব।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের PMNC এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। তো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চেয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই PMNC এর অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না PUBG মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
All right, welcome back. This is the second day of the finals of the first National Championship Bangladesh region, and things are looking really good for these teams. Of course, as Ankit had mentioned, we will not talk about the first 3 to 4 teams. Let's talk about the other teams, right? I completely agree. It's just getting dominated like every single time the conversation starts. It's either even esports, it's either VNM Legends, it's either TRZ esports, because these teams are doing that good. But let's talk about the other ones, right? So we did talk about BIP, how BIP had kind of been faltering. In the previous game, they walked away with 4 points to themselves, 4 kills to themselves. So a decent outing. But in terms of all of this, where do you think, or where do you feel should a team like either BIP or for that matter, again, Python, play their cards, or what should they be actually working towards to create that sort of a philosophy for themselves? Because as of now, what we've noticed is Python, they try to work towards those placement points. Well, it's not always going to work. Then they try to work towards, of course, getting that aggressive stance and working towards getting the kill department as well. Again, not being allowed the kind of opportunities. So it is looking really, really tough for these sort of teams. And the only thing that we can actually predict or anticipate from such teams is that, well, just play your cards, just keep on playing, just keep on playing with the best approach, right? With the best mindset. And hopefully and eventually you will be able to get yourself in a decent position and a decent outing.
Exactly, as you perfectly mentioned. So you just asked me about how bots in pajamas or maybe bad intentions. So it's really getting trickier because twice a day it was a circle where it went not exactly twice. Once it was when the area of Stolber and Kamishki were in contestation, then also bots in pajamas faltered down. Second, it was a case where it was the Rozok circles, and Rozok is a place where bots in pajamas have been constantly been nagging at and have been constantly visiting whenever they go for those rotation from Savarni. So they really need to think about and recalibrate where they're actually doing so, because the advantage that actually they could have pounced upon is where they have also fallen down. There are other things where you get to see those southern circles, those extreme western circles, those extreme eastern circles. It's understandable pretty much that at that point you just cannot flourish yourself. But since The circle has eventually favored them twice a day, but still not able to just capitalize. They really need to work upon all these things, because these are the lost opportunities, I would say, because we have seen in the past how the circle, if favored by Venom Legend, they just capitalize into chicken. Eventually, in the last game, it was not a circle for Venom Legend, but still getting the chicken. I mean, phenomenal gameplay. So, not eventually the gameplay of what A1 Esports and Venom Legends and 7C's GSMs are playing, but even if they play 30% or 35% or 40% of what the other teams, the best teams, are playing for now, that can be where they can eventually find themselves upon into. But this is where I guess the Boston Pajamas are faltering down. They are not taking the fight in their own. We have seen in the past that some players go down
Right.
too easily. Mr. BBC has been that X factor for the whole team, but then it has not been the way Wipeout has played in the past. He really need to step out and be the star performer. This was all sorry for Boston
Exactly.
Pajamas, but I'm not done with that. Bad Intention is
Right.
also one team that we need to talk about, because this was a team that was certainly looking promising. Especially, I could have imagined finding themselves and giving a tough competition in the top 7 and top 8, but they are not giving a tough competition. And not only that, they are slipping down slowly and steadily on the second half of the chart.
Right, right. Again, I mean, that conversation can be moved on towards Unstoppable X as well, right? Unstoppable X is a team that we did saw today were looking really ferocious when it came down to that Erangel map. And as they progressed on along, were able to take down quite a lot of teams and acquire a lot of kills points as well. But
Sure.
a one-off is not what is needed,
Yeah.
especially in the finals, right? You want to be able to be consistent, and that consistent play. In certain sense, now I can actually bring up a team like Silent Cloud, who has been that sort of consistently performing and outperforming the competition, and thus find themselves in the top 9. But before we move on along with that saga, we are of course being forced by the production team to talk about the teams that we were not wanting to talk about, which is going to be a comparison chart between 7C Esports against A1 Esports. Ankit.
Definitely. I mean, the damage received between both the team is certainly more, I would say, for 7Cs, because 10,579 versus 10,189. The points between them is certainly 36, but damage received stat is certainly higher for comparatively higher in terms of what damage given is certainly less. So if you are giving damage, it is bound to receive a lot of damage, and in doing so, it is what that 7Cs has surpassed A1 Esports in that stat. But the average survival time, that is also matters. A1 Esports certainly not that good, but 7Cs, survival time was, I guess, it was more than what it was for A1 Esports, but still the point difference between them and A1 Esports is certainly 30 or 35 or 36, and that's where the lead is getting created. But still, A1 Esports, the way they started off the day, I thought that they could have flown away with a lot of points, but still, the point difference is not much. I guess one good game for 7Cs, and constantly, consecutively in the same game, even if even esports falter down, it can be a moment where easily 7Cs can eventually trespass or make a close into that lead, with which even esports is sitting at the moment.
I'm sure the fans are wanting eagerly to happen as well for 7C Esports or GSM. But again, right, I mean, till now, it is now basically going down to the final game now. And this final game is
Definitely.
going to complete 12 games in the finals itself.
Yeah.
24 total games are going to be played. So basically, we're reaching a middle section of
Yeah.
what to expect from the teams and what they have showcased till now. And today, at the end of the day, we shall have the stats. I mean, after 12 games, if teams are going to be getting away with only like 18, 20 points, in 12 games, is that what your best play is, then that automatically sets up a pace for failure. I mean, not failure in terms of them not being able to perform and get away from that sort of positioning, but in 12 games to be able to completely change your play style is also something that is certainly not going to be expected, at least from the analytical point of view. But never mind, enough banter about them teams, enough conversation about what to expect and what to predict. The game is finally live and on our screens, where we do see the flight path going on down from the military base region down straight towards north towards, of course, Lipovka right now, and this is going to be allowing TRZ to finally go on to their comfortable location where they do love to go. Primosk is the area with that Python also having that flanked out approach. Same can be said for A1 Esports. So this is the flight path that actually favors a lot of teams when it comes down to the fights, when it comes down to the rotations. It always does bring out the best gameplays, and I'm hoping that this game is going to be no change.
Okay, so the circle certainly not favoring the team that have dropped towards the southern side, but then again, it is again a hybrid shift that we saw in the last game of Erangel. exactly the same sort of circle, not maybe an inch here or there, but I guess that is pretty much the same. And in all these, so Python again with that split I hire Sub-Zero onto the military base island. I'm still not able to figure what sort of strategies they try to do so at the early stage of the game, because that's where they actually don't fight upon. And I guess it is RudeDude that is pretty much close to where either Steam 4M is actually positioned, and I guess that can be a moment for them that they actually shine upon. On the other hand, it is going to be Kings of BD that is pretty much into their Milta Power area, and Kings of BD also in a big split from Milta to Milta Power, and bad intentions also in those early skirmishes, and that is bound to happen as we get to see a lot of team must be running and gunning for that vehicle that is spawned on an early contestation. So we have seen in the past that there is sort of contestation for the weapons, for the drop clashes, but there are different sort of contestation. If we talk about the vehicle, Mr. TRZ, Mr. 7 from TRZ was looking just to maybe knock down the players, or just trying to dent that McLaren just in order to destroy him to pieces. But for now, it is IPG that will be going towards a safe area, maybe towards the area of northern Georgia Pool, as it's still in the circle, as we have seen in the past. As IPG, whenever they play in the lobby, if 7Cs are there, they don't love to go towards the 7Cs, and they have shown the past, because this time also the flight path was certainly not favoring them to go towards that area. But since it is not the case, they are jumping towards the area of Yasnaya Polyana as they face one more team, that is going to be TRZRA. So TRZRA had contestation with TRZ Esports in the past, if you remember, in the same area. This time it is going to be IPG. I will love to watch and see how the fight actually erupts. Even if that erupts or not, I'm just susceptible about it, because the city is pretty much too big for the fight to actually happen. It's just the intent with which, if both the teams actually want to fit themselves into, then it's only the fight will be preempted. But Ragnar is completely going into the stronghold where IPG's players are actually there, and yep, he realized that he actually heard that footstep, but he is drifting away with that Coop RB. But damage averted. Damage is certainly averted.
Well, not for long, it seems like, because quite a lot of damage has been sustained from the vehicle itself. And again, when it came down to Ragnar, he tried to perhaps jump in to get a bit of the information, but that seems to have backfired pretty much. And again, I mean, from the side of Mr. 7, it was an interesting start, bumper car start coming into this final game of PUBG. And eventually, when it came down to the play itself, of course, it was IPGx that got the better half of that situation. But now the fight is not yet done, because the team have not yet left the area, right? I mean, we do have IPGx's all 4 players right here. We do have TRZRA's all 4 players across the board as well. But just so much ground to cover is going to be a difficult onslaught that is going to take perhaps some time for this fight to erupt. Maybe even a stalemate situation that we could probably expect to finally bring an answer to in the perhaps the first 10 minutes. Maybe we shall see, because again, it's, as you so perfectly mentioned, right, it's based on the intensity that the team will play with. I can say IPG, we've seen, has done that. They have actually pushed on aggressively to teams to try and get the point for themselves. Same has been the case for TRZRA as well. But right now, such early in the game, of course, the utility is going to be that much more crucial, rather than just taking, or rather rushing into blind spot to take a fight. Because if you don't have the utility, then rushing in without those utility just does not really give you the kind of advantage that a full setup utility would. Never mind that conversation though, because again, when we move on along with the other teams, we do have NRZ Esports crossing across in the first 6 minutes itself, getting a decent loot acclimated, but just not enough, because after all, it is going to be a lot more that should be anticipated when it comes down to this team and this team's play as well. And as they do so, seems like they're going to be crossing Silent Cloud's compound, and they could very well actually try and make this into a rush itself. And it may be the case where they do have one player that's going to be none other than Sparrow, and the vehicle's been spotted.
Yep,
they have.
I mean, definitely he has been spotted. I mean, beautiful vision by the players, and spot on technique. Tibetan is trying to go in that 1v1 fight, has received a lot of shots, and eventually both the players have received a lot of shots. It will be a 1v1 fight. No, it is not going to so, as the rest of the players from the sides of NRZ are coming in. But from another angle, 47 takes him down with his AKM into his hand, and already the players are being brought down, as Silent Cloud was looking pretty much comfortable until and unless he was being spot on. I mean, he just did that small of a mistake. I guess that was a car or maybe something else. How did the player actually spot it down? Because till now I don't see any sort of McLaren or maybe Dacia or anything till the moment. Yeah, maybe that Coupe RV that is onto the edge of bound onto the boundary lines, and that will be and that has actually given cue for NRZ to push in, and all the all the four players are coming in slowly and steadily. I mean, these are small things that you really need to take care of. If you don't, you will be run over with the way Tibetan just did.
Well, Levitan is going to be getting that first kill for the side of NRZ Esports. Certainly not the kind of expectation that was anticipated from the side of Silent Cloud, and of course, Sparrow being the one being flown back into the lobby, sadly, in the first 6 minutes of the game. But as we move on along into the game itself, quite a lot of teams are trying to get into the center of the zone. I mean, previously, we did see a game where we almost moved on down towards the Rosehawk finale circle, and this one is very much reminiscent of the same. And that is perhaps what teams are anticipating as well, as they all rush into the center. It is going to be quite a lot of a cluster that will be created, where we do have the bad intentions in those vehicles. We do have, of course, VNM Legends in those vehicles. We have AN Esports in the compound, and along with that, of course, into late rotation, we do see, of course, 7C coming in from down towards the rover reply in towards the zone itself. So all the teams are wanting to play it safe, but also too safe could very well be an aggressive start for the teams if at all the teams in the center end up going across each other, as we did just see Silent Cloud and, of course, Leviathan from NRZ.
Definitely, the players are slowly and steadily coming into the zone, but we head towards one fight that is aligning as Team 4M Bamboo against Further. Over Team 4M indulges into the fight. It's just the early round that comes into the way, and then Team 4M is where they start faltering down. I mean, numbers advantage is anywhere, anytime is a good thing that can come into the way. And Team 4M has certainly been lagging onto that because it's IPG Mahfouz Whitey that is bringing in all these damage onto Team 4M from some maneuver angle. So this is a place, this has been a historic place. We have seen in the past that some players do have hold. I remember Bhai Brothers from the semifinals that really held this position for a long. It was just two players, 2-2 split, and he held this position for a pretty long time. But certainly it seems that all the four players are just not able to held off these open situation where they just find themselves out in the open. And now IPG realizing the situation that a lot of detrimental damage has been dealt to this place, they are charging in, they are going for the free kills, I would say, as Team 4M is completely on the back foot. But TRZRA realizing the fact they have fallen down, and all of a sudden IPG is also trying to fall down, as they guess they might be going in from some different directions. Or no, that's not the case, as the circle has formed with that second shift. Now they are obviously prioritizing their rotation, and this is a good thing. But no, they are again coming in. They are coming in, and it might be demise for Team 4M.
Well, what a play this was created, of course, from the side of TRZRA, where they were trying to push on and get some kills for themselves. But it is, of course, IPG who seem to have taken the better half of the fight, where Fuz YT being the lurker, so to say, and creating that flank. And, of course, when it came down to IPGx and the play style that they create and love to showcase, it is aggression. It is just full-on aggression. And that nade that they've been able to create, Raj, with the nades that they've been able to parade, it is looking like loser is in the loser's life. And along with that, it is accelerate. In the final moment, it is going to be the dictator who will just absolutely decimate for him and send them back into the lobby, and that too crushingly. I mean, just absolutely crushing their dreams. Aggressive start from IPG.
I mean, exactly the same thing we got to see from 7C's GSM Rafat in yesterday's gameplay, where he crushed two players and he ran over the vehicles onto the head, onto the body. Just mercilessly, he was just mercilessly driving and chopping their heads with the help of those stars. But it is this time gonna be some other team, as 7C's players are just passively waiting in all these compound. 2-2 split is already there. With the second split, the other players are completely far away from that. We have to still wait for the situation, but certainly Kings of PD are on the back position as NRZ's player are pulling them down. 2 kills already on his name. We just saw in the early stage of the game the players sit secure 2 kills, and that is what they are relying upon, and they are making sure that it's Kings of BD that will be falling off from here, not them, rather, as Livetan is making sure that he will be taking more and more players from down from the sides of Kings of BD, as Megamind is finding himself into that crosshair and is in that smoke cloud. Some other smokes have been deployed, but Livetan doesn't have any idea where the exact position of Kings of BD's players are currently positioned, but Katappa certainly knows where the NRG's players are going down. And since they have lost a lot of time, it seems that they are not looking at taking the fight anymore, and rather they are going into the zone. But this M416, so twice this day, I've seen that the players are relying upon that holo sight, and there we go. A huge amount of damage has already been brought down onto the sides of NRZ, and there we go. A straight slam in is what I expect, and this is where Kings of BD will play to perfection. And before that happened, Developi has been completely finished, but Shifa position has been completely anonymous for Kings of BD.
Well, for now, of course, when it comes down to the players itself, it is going to be Shifa who will jump along, and it is going to be, of course, Tiger who shall take the better half of this fight to completely bring those points for himself. And as Devil lost his life, Shifa's position had already been compromised, and Megamind, of course, with Tiger, is going to be taking a flank to take on that kill for themselves as well. An interesting play that, of course, was showcased from the side of Devil, where NRZ's players tried to push on towards, but of course, the Devil losing his life did retain the information to his teammates before he was sent back into the lobby, and that has resulted in Kings of BD being the half of that situation. But along with that, talking about the circle itself, all the teams find themselves pretty much in the comfort of the zone. Quite a lot of cluster being created when it comes down to the eastern side of the map. For now, a lot of teams in the vehicles as well, so a lot of sprays can be expected from these teams. NRZ's final player Shifa was somehow able to get away with only a sliver of an HP. It was, of course, Megamind and Tiger who were creating a flank angle, but somewhat between the crosshairs, it seems Shifa was able to get into the vehicle. A lot of damage has been, of course, created to the vehicle, but he will be able to get out of there into the zone. And now, of course, with a very, very heavily damaged car and helmet, he is going to have to find some cover.
Handsome McLaren, that's all I would say, because that McLaren is always has always been the savior in the past, and this time itself it was obviously the last player for surviving on the sides of NRZ that really escaped the death in that position, because Kings of BD were really looking pretty much strong at the moment, but NRZ really Shiva, it was a moment where he just find himself away from the situation. But talking about all these fights, it's 7C's player that have already lost one player on cost of one player taking from the lobby. It is Kapshi that is still surviving, it is Avila, it is Rafat, and Badram has this time been sent to the lobby, but they are holding, I guess, still and they are holding some of the edges. Some vehicles are being destroyed just in order to create that the artificial cover that we get to do so. But Bad Intentions coming to this again featuring in the list as he takes down one more player as King GG falls down with his own grenade, and King GG is not looking in good touch today, because in all these situations you won't expect at least to fall yourself down with all these grenades. You really need all this revival. Will it be the case? Will it be not? We have to still wait for that. But Rafat is really spotting down the player, but he is really giving a huge amount of sound cues to A1 Esports Sinister that is sitting just quietly right next on the top of his head.
Well, that is going to be the placement for A1 Esports' player, but when it comes down to, of course, the team of 7C, as of now, they find themselves pretty much stuck in between all of these positions. Of all they can do is retain the information and relay it to the teammates, but eventually that's all that can be expected of them, because they are in the open. As soon as they try and get away from that small little shack, it is going to be annihilation, either from the side of A1 Esports, either from the side of Kings of BD or TRZ. It is not looking good for 7C, but again, at least they are comfortable in where they stand because of the circle favoring them. But on to the other tangent, when it comes down to the northern side, it is going to be VNM Legends making a rotation going in towards to the northern side, and that is where they are, of course, for now maintaining that position on the hill. But as they get some information, it will have to be either RudeDude or IPG who will probably be able to take a fight against VNM Legends. But we shall have to see if VNM Legends retaliate or not, because right now they're on the top of that small little hill that there is there, and they are just trying to get as much information as they possibly can before they get into the zone. But as they do so, we'll see if they can be contested. But on the other tangent, talking about getting into the zone, it is Unstoppable X who have stopped the tracks off of course Bad Intentions right here, where Law was able to bring quite a lot of damage and was able to damage quite a lot of players from Bad Intentions. Only one player remains from Bad Intentions. Rest have all been knocked, not looking too good. But will it be enough is what we shall have to see. We've got two players who have been revived, two players who are certainly locked for Bad Intentions, but in the same Claw is the only one who seemed to have suffered a little bit of damage. But in doing so, Unstoppable are now wasting their own time by trying to take on these points because they need to find the cover of the circle as well.
Indeed, it is bad intentions looking pretty much strong at the moment. They are going for the confidence push. It is counter. It is they have shown in the past. All they just need to do is to take two players on, and this will be a device for them as Claw falls down, and it is a win situation for bad intentions. Finally, if Stogger gets the revival after 6 kill, it will be a game where bad intentions might be going for that comeback approach, but they really need to make sure that the circle is slowly and steadily is chiming upon them and will be closing them. And once in all these situations, in all these rockers, if they try to make an entry into zone, it can be really a tough affair. As yes, there we go. Kings of BD Katapa spots down some other player, but it was our obviously 7C's GSM. But one player from the sides of bad intentions was also pulled down. I just don't see which team was actually there to pull him down, but bad intentions is certainly on the crosshair of certain teams. But Kings of BD is making sure that they are putting a big dent on the fight Sub-Zero.
Well, Kings of BD are being very annoying for a lot of teams actually from 7C to Python as they have the King of the Hill situation working in their favor. And of course, they've been able to retain a lot of information being around here for quite some time as they have been very, very resilient. But on the other tangent, when you talk about other teams in the vicinity, they are also going to all of these audio cues, and this is something that Katapa needs to be very careful of. Otherwise, he will certainly be caught off guard and probably could very well be knocked as well. But eventually, again, for now, all he's working towards is trying to get that kill confirmed that he knows is going to be one player down there, and that is, of course, none other than Python's Sub-Zero for the moment. On the other tangent, as he takes on this fight onto the right hand side of Katapa, we did see is this team of 7C. Now, have 7C moved? No, they have not, because they are hunkered down in those small little perfect moments. But again, in that doing so, 7C have at least been able to get a few kills for themselves. So that is working. The placement is working in their favor as TRZ's players go down.
Definitely, TRZ's players are going to slowly and steadily, but RudeDude is just waiting for some other team to make an entry in the zone. But suddenly, all of a sudden, A1 Esports are closing onto the edge of the circle. This is going to the giant between two big Goliaths. 7C's Esports, will they be able to shut him down? We have to still wait for that. But this time, it is going to be not RudeDude versus A1 Esports. Rather, replace that A1 Esports with VNM Legends. We have to still wait for that which team emerges victorious. This team eventually fought out in the area of Stalbert and Kamishke in the first game of Erangel, and in that, RudeDude was the winner. This time it is a 4v4 affair where Rudro is holding that charge, is holding that lot of advantage, is holding a lot of info, but this can be a bad move because Nightwing and Void moving in the same McLaren, the place there we're actually heading towards, it's IPG's control, and if they get any sort of spray onto that McLaren, that can be a bad thing. But since they have made a safe passage, the players are in a sprint, and slowly and steadily the player will be closing in as T-Shot is trying to deploy a quick grenade onto the face as IPG's player have now been pinned down and have now been made to move away from the situation. A great use of opportunities, and this is where VNM Legends emerges strong.
Well, it seems like Venom Legends might be able to get this team absolutely annihilated because the nades are so on point coming in from the side of Venom Legends, and this is a position that we can see in the minimap. If Venom Legends is able to create for themselves, it is going to be their play because after all, in the kill feed, it is 7C who are trying to pencil down the players of A1 Esports, and in doing so, it is IPGx from Venom who have been eliminated and sent back into the lobby with the 4 kills that they were able to attain. But that is it. With that, we've got 9 teams remaining, 20 minutes in, and this entire northern region is all for Venom Legends to accumulate all those points.
Exactly, as you perfectly mentioned, 5 kills have also been secured to 7Cs, 9 kills to some, obviously to some other teams, but till now no other team has been able to get 9 kills. But yep, Venom 5, RudeDude 4, Boston Pajama still on that 0 mark, and losing one player, maybe getting close to what the last one can actually help them. But 7C is out in the open, they are making it most for the situation. Megamind is been completely pinned down, some smokes have been deployed in Blair. Kapshi is trying to slow down, and in all this situation, it is again TRZ Esports losing the battle, getting eliminated at 9 spots. Certainly not the day that TRZ Esports would have wished at, but this is where each and every team are just trying to rise from the ashes. Talk about Kings of PD. I mean, not on the first day that where they actually chimed upon, but the intention was pretty much clear. So now Katappa and Shipu with that synchronized trend is just trying to pull down the player, and the intention is pretty well. The strategic gameplay is pretty going in their favor. Evilai and Rafat are in the mid of a red zone, complete red zone. And just imagine the number of victories both these lads are actually deploying upon. That is just humongous.
It most certainly is, and it is just not stopping. The Katappa attack is being brought on, and of course, Evil Eye and Rafat are just barely maintaining to stay alive. And there we go. As soon as I bring that up, it is going to be Rafat who will bring in one knock up onto the player of course, Kings of BD. But on the other tangent, when it comes to Rafat's teammate, he has also been knocked. So Evil Eye will certainly be needing a little bit of nade help as well. But as that final nade comes in from the side of Tiger, it is not looking good. It is not looking easy for Rafat to be able to give that to and in doing so, it is going to be, well, the decision has been made. Rafat is not going to be going for that revive, but he is certainly going to be going to take on these players. He's been able to bring down Katappa, he's been able to bring down Tiger, and now only Mega Mind remains. So this is going to be maybe a conversation that they could have converted in their favor, but the Molotov has done its trick, and eventually again, the third-party situations is what can be expected now with only
Definitely.
7 teams remaining.
Exactly, it was RudeDude that took the last kill, and eventually in doing so, he's just exposed to an extent that he is now going down, and he has been knocked down as VNM Legends now have their eyes set on RudeDude. The complete squad is going haywire as Fardeen also gets down, and RudeDude all of a sudden is looking pretty much unsettled and unstable at this moment, as now TRCRA is also taking into the lone. They have deployed a lot of smoke, but is it enough? No, is the kill as again falls down. Some smokes, some blades actually comes in from the smokes, and these 6 need to be realized that Nightmare is still surviving, but Shipu falls down as RudeDude Nightmare puts the finally in the coffin, and doing so, Kings of PD Mega Mind comes back inside, realizing the situation, puts the finally in the coffin, and removes the last player from their set. But in all this situation, 9 kill is what VNM Legends is standing. 1 kill is what the other players are shading, and they are holding the edge. Again, the best contender to get one more ticket, but Bottom Pajamas going for a push, where Python are positioned, when NRZ are positioned. This can be a game for at least 2 teams here.
Well, BIP's Wipeout has certainly been knocked, and Mr. BBC not looking good with the kind of damage that he's been able to get thanks to Molotov, and in doing so, it is going to be on the other Python taking on the damage to the players of VNM Legends. Frypan has been knocked, and this has turned into Auto Aim and Bad Cell to be in the crosshairs of VNM Legends. Of course, it is not going to be an easy task because there's a lot of teams, not only Python, right here, who are trying to contain this compound for themselves. On the back end, we do have TRZ, RAs, Anaconda, as well as, of course, another team that is going to be keeping that flank angle against the side of this compound. That's going to be none other than Kings of BD. So a crazy turn of events is what this compound has turned out to be, and it is smack in the center of all the action. And again, that same thing that happened with King GG has happened right here again, where VIP are doing some very silly mistakes based on nade parades that are damaging their own teammates.
I mean, these sort of rookie mistakes, thank God it was just not capitalized enough, but this is certainly not acceptable. But still, NRZ just fighting and battling out, and now it is going to be a tough affair for Nightwings and also for the rest of the players. But they have deployed a lot of smokes, and this is going to be helping them for the safe passage, as Nightwing is still stuck on the other side of the road. Other players have come in, as 5 and Steve will make a close in onto the bounce, where NRZ are up in position 47, and Shifa is holding themselves in the smokes. But the way VNM Legends are trying to push in onto this 3-story, it is not going to be an easy task. From the right hand side, it is going to be Mega Mind that will be aligning their crosshair onto their head, but still not using the utilities to his best. 47 is holding the best angle. The stairs are the best to hold because it's where the grenades are just not able to come in, and good gameplay coming in. But on to the other hand side, it is going to be Bots and Pajamas that are still getting a lot of shots from TRC and Anaconda. So a lot of teams are still in the vicinity. Some teams are out of zone. Some teams are holding the compounds. But will this circle end into all these compounds? That is going to be the question. But Nightwing brings the final nail in the coffin, as Kings of BD just gets eliminated at 5th spot.
Well, we are left with 4 teams right now. BIP trying to maintain and get themselves revived because, after all, they are a 4-man squad. And when it comes to Venom, they have been brought down to a 3-man army as they try and take on this compound with the nade parade that they are trying to showcase against the players of course, NRZ. It is not turning out to be an easy fight. Of course, as you had so perfectly mentioned, 47 as well as Shifa, they are slowly and steadily just keep on moving away from the first and second position.
Oh.
But on the back end side, it is going to be TRTRA's Anaconda, who has backslapped, of course, BIP's positioning and has resulted in Mr. BBC falling down, and of course Anaconda walking away with that 1 point, and of course now is trying to convert that into 2 points lead. Where Vipot is trying to push her along all by himself, and he will be knocked as well. What an amazing Anaconda play this is turning out to be, where his health has gone really, really low. This is going to be the end and his demise, but he played his cards right.
Definitely, he played his cards right. Had this been one more knock, it could have been an easy 1v3 situation. And I just don't try to understand how Pajamas just so careless, because from the backhand side there was a lot of sounds, there was a lot of noise that was completely made. But finally, 47 wall has been breached as this grenade has finally landed in a spot where he will be taken down. But Nightwing falters down as Shifa tried to take the fight, but the rest of the player will be coming to rescue him. Now it is all down to the 3 players versus the 3 players from the sides of VNM Legends versus Bots in Pajamas. Grenades are being used, but is it enough for them? Do they have a lot of space? For now, it seems that the grenade can be used to perfection, as we get to see a lot of compounds, and 7 meter is what Frypan needs to go into the zone. That is not a lot of distance, but the circle is slowly and steadily getting smaller and smaller. Smokes are being deployed just in order to create the smoke cloud, and then they will be going for the safer approach. But till now, Wipeout is just surviving on the slither of NHP, and that is going to be 10 or maybe 20. Bimo, on the other hand, he is trying to cook the grenade, but where he's just trying to throw, that is going to be a waste.
Well, for now, that certainly is going to turn out to be a waste. But again, I mean, talking about Bimo, he at least, well, has health, right? I mean, on the other side, when you talk about Wipeout, it seems like he's got absolutely no medkit or bandages available to him. And that, again, is not the way you want to jump into the fight. And that is something that certainly is favoring VNM Legend, of course, as they try to take those blind shots from the side of Steel Shot. He's going to be trying to utilize that smoke in his favor to take on a fight. But for now, both the teams are taking their own merry time to take on this fight. Of course, they've got all the flank angles covered, but now it's about who gets that first shot annihilating plays, because after all, when it comes to the health advantage, it is going to be in favor of course, VNM Legends, and Wipeout is only a shot away from death.
Definitely, and slowly and steady. The compound where Nightwing and Steel Shot are holding is pretty much where they are finding themselves in the safe haven. But the worst part for Bots in Pajama is that Wipeout is just surviving on the sliver of an HP, and he just needs one lead. Even if that get connected on his boot, he will be taken down, and then the numbers advantage will come into the play. But the circle, this is going to be the circle of the death, because this is going to be constricting slowly and steadily, and then it will be a dot center. But before that, is it enough for VNM Legends that they will be taking all 3 players? That's why it's an easy affair for Wipeout. Frypan also taking another one more knock, and there we go, an easy chicken for VNM Legends at the end of the game. They just waited patiently until and unless it was a forcible moment, a forcible situation for Bots in Pajamas to find themselves and prone down themselves, and then they were just making all those frags, all the sentry frags, Frypan early those 2 knocks, and then it was all easy for Nightwing and still get 17 kills out of the total what they were able to secure, 32 total points, 2,932 damage, and straight second position. Second position is where they will be finishing the day off.
Well, what a perfect play it has been for VNM Legends. They just played it to perfection from one point to the other, getting into the zone, taking care of Kings of BD, running in the open with the help of smoke, and then rushing into the compound. And what a perfect play it was created from this team. And of course, that resulted in the genuine chicken dinner that they deserve. With that, the MVP for this game goes to Void with 6 kills, 761 damage that he was able to dish out. An amazing stat that, of course, we do see Void time and time again provide for the side of VNM Legends. Every single time we talk about a fight, it is Void who is part of that creation, and of course alongside him is his teammates Nightwing, Rafat, and all Frypan to support him in the endeavor, and that of course every single time pretty much works in their favor.
Exactly, Void again just making himself and living up to his name. Eventually, VNM Legends player have been constantly featuring at that MVP list. It was Nightwing earlier in the day where Venom got the chicken, and it was this time Void. So Void is filling up the void that Venom was lacking before this match actually started. And with that, we head towards the top 4 player. We get to see Frypan and Void join the frame, and also Steel Shot coming into the same vicinity, into the same lamplight, and NRZ Shrifa 1 kill. 1065 damage. I mean, why wasn't he able to convert all these damage into kill?
Well, again, Shifa, we saw him again and again, right? He was taking on quite a lot of those fights, and he was trying for his teammates also. But eventually, you take on those, based on the compound that you are in, you take on those fights, but just those knocks are not
Yeah.
going to give you those kills, sadly. And that is something that, again, ran away from Shifa this time around. But of course, GG for the highest damage of 1065, along with the 21 most utilities used coming in from iHigh of Python. Uh, okay, that again, Cross did not actually. I was not able to notice that throughout the game, but I mean, that's perfectly wonderful. But 320-meter kill, Mahfouz YT. How?
His mini tap
How?
shots are
What?
insane.
Wow, that is just absolutely commendable.
And definitely, I mean, a lot of good performance from the sides of individual performance. Just talk about that. Shifa, 1000 damage, just one kill, 320-meter. I mean, longest distance kill. I mean, some impeccable, some just unbelievable, overwhelming gameplay coming in from different players and different sides. But that VNM Legends again getting that chicken, second chicken for the day, and VNM Legends will be really happy to finish the day. They actually went so Boston Pajamas coming in with 16 total points. NRZ also making a comeback. Kings of BD also TRCRA. So I'm really happy with the point table to get to see if I get to see the overall match ranking. That will be in a while, but this match was obviously for all the teams that were lagging in terms of points, and also for the teams that were not able to perform into their best way, into their own potential till now. But this game must be certainly be feeling good for all the teams that were sitting on the last stage. Eventually, a game is just not enough to find yourself maybe 2-3 position above, but eventually it's just the start that you want, and I guess now most of the teams have gotten the start.
Well, it certainly have, and with that, well, let's move on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments to kind of reminiscent of these fights. And this is when IPG just completely tried to dominate and annihilate the players of P4M. And as they tried to do so with the utilities, the better fair advantage that they resulted was, well, let's just run them down. And that's what they did. And along with that, as they pushed on along, it was Kings of BD also who were really, really good. But this right here, where Unstoppable X tried to stop the rotation for Bad Intentions, completely backfired for them as Bad Intentions picked themselves up and came running in very strong and were able to annihilate the entire force of Unstoppable X and still keep all the 4 members alive. So amazing turn of events for Bad Intentions as well.
Indeed, it is actually, but IPG was really difficult for them because it's not easy to survive in the open situation, and then it was some easy kills for 47 as it really paid them off. But this clutch moment, and Anaconda, 1 player down, 2 player down, then finally went down to take the last player down. Eventually, he was just surviving on that 10 HP. There was one first aid, but in all these tough situations where the adrenaline all of a sudden starts gushing through the body, it's really very tough to hold yourself. And in that situation, Anaconda really did pretty well until and unless he was pulled on by the last player. And then it was all easy for VNM Legends getting to the 1 chicken into their mark. With that, damage graph 2932 damage, 17 kills, complete obliteration by VNM Legends.
Most certainly. I mean, that has been really phenomenal play from VNM Legends when it comes down to today's play. They have ferociously brought up their points and brought up their lead in a different aspect altogether. And again, this is just day number 2. So we reached the middle ground, so to say, of the finals. And now the remaining 12 matches is going to be a countdown where all these teams, every single game, have to play to their perfection.
Wow.
Otherwise, the $30,000 prize pool is going to be that much more further away for these teams.
Definitely, just a 14-point lead is with which A1 Esports is sitting at the top, but they are at the top. That's the news for them, center line. But 7C's Esports at the end of the day, they started the day with the first position being there, but then certainly falling down, and they haven't actually fallen down. It's just the lead with which other teams are sitting above them. That is pretty much massive, but not in terms of between them and VNM Legends, because it's just the 12 of 13 points, 14 points just between them and VNM Legends and A1 Esports. 7C somewhere down the line. It's just the 1 match difference that can make a difference for them. But TRZ Esports This was certainly not a day because yesterday's it was completely an action-packed game. It was Miramar's Mamba's performance that I only remember for today's. But I'm sure whenever they come into tomorrow's gameplay, they will be bouncing things off in style. As Kings of BD have also now trespassed XBROTHERS, and this is something that is fascinating me.
Well, again, I mean, this has reached into the middle marker for this entire national championship tournament, and in doing so, BIP is lacking a little bit. Unstoppable X are trying their level best. IPG again have picked up the pace, but are not really getting up to the mark that they so need to be at. So, I mean, so truly deserves, simply put. But of course, as we just keep on saying again and again, this has reached the intermission, so to say. This is the middle ground, and now the teams better go back to the previous games that they have played and try and understand what sort of a different play style they can bring in the remaining 12 games to bump themselves up from that second page into the top 8. Because yes, every team will be walking away with $500, or rather minimum of $500, my apologies there, from the 10 to the 16 position holders. But that's not it. I mean, you want to be, since you are in the national championship, you want to be able to bring in the bestest of the best play. And well, the only thing you can do is grind and change the play style itself to bring in that X factor from one game to the next.
Definitely. I mean, grind is the only option. The changes strategies. You every day you need to come with some different type of strides because you just cannot be predictable in this sort of lobby. Till now, the teams have done really good. Certain teams have done pretty well in terms of the way they have actually panned out. Talk about A1 Esports, talk about VNM Legends. It's not every time now that VNM Legends has circle. Even if that goes away, this is a team that is now capable and have been capable in the past. But till now, in the in the finals and semi-finals, we have seen that they face it. They face a lot of difficulties. But today's gameplay was just phenomenally well. And with
Wow.
that, we head towards the kill leader, Mamba Noob. I mean, did you ever thought of that Mamba Noob will be topping the chart? Did you
Well,
ever?
I remember you had actually discussed this, that he is climbing the ladder, but the amount of damage and kills that he's been able to accumulate, that is just absolutely bonkers, right? I mean, 5,732 damage with 32 kills is bonkers, and the second position holder is Void from Venom.
And that
Another
six
wonderfully
kill
talented
difference.
player. Right, right. That's massive. That is massive. With a 1,000 damage difference altogether, pretty much, is bonkers. Is bonkers. Mamba Noob is a glorious find to the national championship.
Definitely, I guess in all these fights, in all these things, fights are bound to happen. If we just talk about that, he has a potential. We have seen in the past, and in certain games he has played passively just because his team has faltered down, and in doing so, he still is leading the chart with total 32 kills. I mean, that has been an outstanding performer, and also average survival time is pretty decent. 21 minutes 37 for any player at any day is something that must be cherished. But certainly, 7C's player Evil Eye also doing so, and he has been the star performer for the whole team as we move towards the conversation where the damage report and day report, we get to see the report card. It is where Venom Legend is dominating in the damage of 9949, close to 10,000, I would say. Kill is also has crossed that half century marker with 58. Heals is where Kings of PD have done decently. Knockouts, A1 Esports, and total points again, Venom Legends. And just because of that, Venom Legends have really climbed up a ladder today. I mean, in the terms
Oh,
of
yes.
total points that they were able to secure, the players that showed in the MVP rank, the damage and everything, it was a day where Venom Legends completely took the lobby with a surprise.
113 points in one day. That is a good day. That is a really good day report, right? For Venom Legends, no two ways about it. And of course, now, after having completed 12 games, 12 more remain. And in that, the perfect competition is going to get started off between A1 Esports and Venom Legends again and again to and fro. And in that, the X Factor, perhaps that we can expect, could probably be thrown either from 7C Esports or TRZ for that matter as well, right?
I mean, definitely, as you just perfectly mentioned, I mean, every team is just now just gunning and running upon. But I guess tomorrow is a day that where, we have seen rise, then slump, rise and then slump. And
Exactly.
that's what life is all about. And certainly that is beautifully depicted in this game of PUBG also. I mean, everything at the end of the day comes down and turns down to how you bounce back. So maybe tomorrow it will be a bounce back for teams like 7 Seas GSM and also for TRZ. But certainly I'm going to keep my eyes straight set upon teams like X Brothers and Kings of BD that are slowly and steadily getting towards the 6th, 5th, and 7th position.
Absolutely. With that, we do reach the end of our day number 2. Of course, a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. And those of you sitting back at home, of course, do not forget to showcase your love and support in the chat to the teams that you love as well. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.